Chapter 12:15 God Clan Requests Reinforcements. Chapter 12:15 God Clan Requests Reinforcements. Gray clouds hovered above the barriers, weaving with each other like electric nets. Different lethal weapons and traps were hidden in the dark. They released terrifying energy fluctuations like venomous snakes waiting for prey. Many ghost-like shadows were moving outside the critical points of the barriers protecting Devil Bloodstar. They were seeking for a chance. This group included Sloane, Kelda, and some incipient God Realm experts of the Fernandez family and the Bai family. They were hiding and waiting for a chance. They tried to hide their auras in the layers of gray clouds and released no living signals. Sloane and Kelta held their breaths, their eyes tranquil like water. They were calculating their plan. Blue and green bolts of lightning weaved around them like teeth of a comb. The bolts had created a massive net, like a strange world of thunderbolts that could tingle people's scalps. Although Sloane and Kelda were at second sky of incipient God Realm, they felt their hair rising. It was an instinctive sign of their bodies when they were in front of danger. They felt so tense. They immediately put up guard and didn't dare to touch the electric fence. They looked at God Clan's battleships, which sparkled in the cold light. They were majestically imposing like icy mountains. Gradually, terrifying energy bloomed when the divine crystals exploded. Sloane and Kelda cheered up. Swoosh! A rough, light column like a big tree log shot out grumblingly as if a river had just broken the dam. The pure energy bombarded the area maliciously. Swoosh! 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 Countless, similar light columns fired from the battleships of the God Clan. They were all crystal clear and shining dazzlingly. However, they had created a tremendous energy attack. The ear-piercing explosions reverberated unceasingly. Boom! 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 Within a short time, hundreds of layers of barriers around Devil Bloodstar had sparkled marvelously. The five-colored halos rippled like waves. It had almost shattered the space and stirred up the galaxy. Several thousand battleships of the God Clan fired the crystal energy at the same time. They consumed the divine crystals at a massive rate, using the materials that the God Clan had accumulated for 10,000 years. They were using the crystal artilleries to bombard the enemy. The massive Devil Blood Star shook grumblingly. The surface began to crack. Many battleships anchored on the ground couldn't endure the tremors. Cracking sounds echoed from them, as if they were about to break. The leaders of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Fire Clan, Crystal Clan, Divine League, and many small forces rode war chariots as they shouted at their warriors to drive the battleships off the ground. They didn't let the battleships anchor on the ground. The Demogorgon shook hard. The city in Divine Land exploded grumblingly. Many cities that were unstably built shattered and collapsed. Dust scattered everywhere. Many warriors ran away from the ruins. Everybody knew that the God Clan had started the last furious battle. The most challenging moment for Devil Bloodstar had come. The God Clan's battleships anchored in the galaxy were bombing with crystal light columns unceasingly. They were like heaven rivers bombarding Devil Bloodstar. This scene was brutal, but really magnificent. The barriers outside Devil Bloodstar sparkled with magical light. They were like the most beautiful fireworks, but it had actually terrified the warriors. It's really magnificent and mesmerizing. It looks like Devil Bloodstar has many rainbows at the same. Too bad that it's lethal. Well, deadly danger always waits behind the beauty. The God Clan can't hold it anymore. They want to use the battleships to break the defenses. I think it's not that simple. I'm afraid they have another plan. Fu Wei, Lin Xin, and Feng Han stood on the roof of Demogorgon Temple. They looked at the sky with brilliant sparks above their head as they lowered their voices to discuss. Underneath them was the main hall of Demogorgon Temple. In there, Shang Chun had just taken out the crystal mirror to connect to the others one more time. Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, Mo Fo, and Jiao Shan appeared in the mirror. They greeted when they saw Shi Yan. They all looked high-spirited. How is your preparation? Shurian lowered his voice. Everything is ready. We just need your order to draw the net, said Sha Zhao. Sha Zhao beamed and showed his white teeth. We can take action now. Got it. Huh. Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, and the others cheered excitedly. They looked eager to take action as if they were waiting for this moment for a long time. Right when they entered the ancient continent, Mia, Phelps, and Haig, the future leaders of the God Clan, had subdued and tried to kill them. In their star areas, they were the leading stars, but on Desolate, they were the supporting roles. The God Clan had murdered many talented warriors like them. They were lucky that they met Shurian. Otherwise, they would have been the sacrifice offered to the next 10,000 years of prosperity of the God Clan. They would absolutely never stay idle. After they had escaped Desolate, every one of them had pledged to take revenge. They wanted to teach the God Clan a bloody lesson. Strangely, their seniors supported them. Many elders who didn't favor them had become so cooperative. They had the right time, right people, and the right environment. They wanted to vent out their anger in this battle and slaughter God Clan's warriors. They wanted to strike the God Clan off their high tower, starting from this battle. The invincible God Clan was going to break. They wanted to become the witnesses and the ones who directly participated in this milestone of a new history. This had boiled their blood. The battleships of the God Clan were like dragons that breathed fire. They surrounded Devil Bloodstar and bombarded crazily. Many warriors of the God Clan were urging their soul altars to use the supernatural powers too. The shower of icicles, a flaming sea, thunderbolts, and meteors were some kinds of power Upanishad that they were using to bombard Devil Bloodstar. The barriers protecting Devil Bloodstar were worn out. Hundreds of barrier layers broke. The brilliant horizon of Devil Bloodstar was filled with floating battleships. All barriers and restrictions in this world use energy. A barrier without energy is like a thin sheet of paper. A slight poke can break it easily. Fix said nonchalantly, his eyes calm and indifferent. Bombarding the barriers and restrictions will wear out their energy. Once the barrier doesn't have enough energy to maintain itself, its defense will dissolve. He rose his glass of red wine elegantly and smiled. We have time, and our clan has sufficient materials and firearms. It's just a matter of time before the defense of Devil Bloodstar breaks. Rano and Baiken nodded in agreement. Swoosh, swoosh. A special butterfly-shaped war chariot of the Dark Shadow clan roared as it was hurrying to reach them. It stopped by the high tower. The Dark Shadow man didn't care about the guards as it screamed hoarsely. Chief, big trouble. It's really terrible. Fick darkened his face and waved at him. Come here. The Dark Shadow warrior jumped off the war chariot and rushed. He kneeled down and reported, Chief, our troops found many battleships when we were scouting. Those battleships aren't from Agate Star area. Fick, Rano, and Baiken changed their visage. How many battleships are there? Fick bellowed. Dozens of thousands. Countless warriors. They are circling us. The Dark Shadow warrior stooped and didn't dare to look at Fick, Rano, and Baiken. He was so scared. Investigate. Immediately. You must identify them. Fick shouted. The Dark Shadow warrior left quickly. He rode the butterfly war chariot and continued to talk to his scouts. They are probably warriors from other star areas. When we were in Desolate, Shurian's reputation was really good. Many leaders of the major star areas had considered him their leader, Mia suddenly said, her voice gloomy and cold. Phelps nodded solemnly. Those people hadn't been cleared. They have a deep grudge against our clan. They had escaped and planned to attack our clan. Too bold. Mia and Phelps were there on Desolate. They knew that Shurian had formed alliances with the outstanding young warriors of other star areas. He had the Genesis fruit, and his prestige was boosted even higher. Throughout the millions of years, the vast sea of stars still had the rumor. The race of the warrior who got the Genesis fruit became the overlords of the universe for 10,000 years. The experts of the star areas around the cosmos believed this without a doubt. Many events had proven that saying. The reason why the God Clan had been prosperous and powerful for so many years was that the precursor of this clan had fused with the Genesis fruit. That was how they could unite the other forces to destroy the bloodthirsty force and replace it to be the overlord of the Sea of Stars. It was 10,000 years later, and the Yin had taken the Genesis fruit. Was it God Clan's time to be replaced? Damn you, Hake. Fick cursed. If he could get the Genesis fruit, how could they have other thoughts? We're in big trouble now. They must think that our clan is declining. That's why they're seizing the chance to attack us. We absolutely can't lose this battle. Otherwise, they will believe in that theory of the Genesis fruit. More and more warriors will come to challenge our God Clan's authority. Rano nodded calmly. He said resolutely, I'm going to contact the clan. Yeah, you must tell them the seriousness of this event, said Fick. Rano sat down neatly. He took out a strange stone that had the carvings of the 12 families' crests of the God Clan. He then sent his soul consciousness into the stone. He opened his eyes in fright as he shouted, the space passage connected to our ancestral star is closed. Fick, Phelps, and Mia discolored. They knew what it meant. Unless there was no space passage connecting ancient God Star area and Agate Star area, this situation would never have happened. Since they couldn't communicate, they knew that the passage in Shadow Ghostly Prison was blocked one more time. Apparently, their enemies didn't want them to return to ancient God Star area alive. Those damn low races. They dare to challenge our clan's prestige. Rano hissed before muttering some incantation. Shortly after, his face was covered with tiny bluish veins that also appeared in his eyes like tiny snakes. While he was reading the incantation, blood dripped from his body. He paled, his spirit, soul, and chi ceasing like a withered flower. This was a secret spell of the God Clan that was similar to the burning purgatory. It consumed the energy of the body to create a strange energy. This kind of energy could travel through star areas. A gray light shot out of Rano's glabella and poured on that strange stone. Rano's soul consciousness crossed spaces to reach a shrine on ancient God continent. I'm Chief Rano of the Fernandez family. I'm in trouble. I asked to see the elders to report the issue. Chapter 12:16. The God Clan's Great Slayer. Chapter 12:16. The God Clan's Great Slayer, _ Ancient God Continent was the ancestral star of the God Clan. This place had the thickest earth and heaven energy in the vast universe. It was a place filled with mountains and ancient trees piercing the high sky. The lakes here were crystal clear, so people could see the ground and the water. Many shrines situated majestically and imposingly. It was the center of the cosmos where the God Clan were born. The center of the continent had many grand shrines standing imposingly in this world. White clouds hovered above the unceasing mountain ranges, which looked so marvelous. There were 13 big mountains, and 12 of them surrounded the biggest one. The 12 summits represented the 12 families of the God Clan. That highest peak was the holy land of the God Clan. The Elder Committee guarded this place. The Elder Committee was the soul of the God Clan. Each member of the committee was one of the best experts whose name was written on the Book of Gods. Some had secluded for years, while others were traveling around the galaxy. However, half of them guarded this highest peak, the God Zenith. They stayed there to manage the God Clan and maintain the benefits of the entire clan. The Elder Committee had the power to control all the forces of the God Clan. As long as the Elder Committee made a decision, the chief of the 12 great families of the God Clan had to strictly follow them. In fact, the members of the Elder Committee were often chiefs and elders from the 12 families. They were powerful sages of the God Clan. The Elder Committee had the supreme right within the God Clan. The main shrine of the God Zenith was built with top-quality divine crystals. It looked like black jade that held formidable energy. This shrine worshipped the statues of the God Clan's precursors. Those divine statues had the auras of miraculous power, Upanishads. Each statue was sacredly imposing with a height of 1,000 meters. They looked so real, like the god that could observe everything. The walls of the shrine had many complicated and mysterious carvings of the God Clan's glorious history. The timeline of how the God Clan had become so strong was recorded by those mysterious drawings. Someone could see some images from those absurd drawings that told the rise of the God Clan. Of course, only the warriors that had God blood could see the magical images. The ones who were eligible to enter this hall were members of the Elder Committee and the chiefs of the 12 families. Outstanding warriors could also enter this place, but only a select few. Haig had the honor to come here to meditate for 5 years. He had learned the essence of light power Upanishad here. He became the designated future leader of the God Clan. Although Harson, Mia, and Phelps were prominent, talented warriors of the God families, they weren't qualified to enter this place. Today, this mysterious hall had the aura of Rano's soul as it received his call. The statues of the precursors that had stood imposingly in this hall suddenly released terrifying auras that made people feel so uncomfortable. Their auras were profound but surging like a galaxy. The hall didn't even have a shadow. However, after Rano's soul aura arrived, the dark eyes of the statues began to flare with a strange light. A soul energy fluctuation started to appear. The elders' whereabouts were unknown, but they could use those statues to send their souls to this shrine. Slowly, the soul altars emerged above the heads of the statues. The elders of the God Clan had come here by using their souls. A voice suddenly arose. "Tell us your reason." Rano had used his secret technique to deliver just a beam of his soul. It wasn't his real soul altar. His shadow flickered and hurried to send a soul message to explain the situation to Fick and his encounters at Agate Star area. The soul altars of the elders had received the message even when they were billions of miles away from this place. Rano quickly finished, his soul screaming, "We need help from the clan. This battle is related to the fame of our clan. If we lose, the other star areas will think that we're declining. They will have other thoughts. We can't make a mistake in this battle. Also, we must kill the successor of the bloodthirsty force." The soul altars in this hall were jet black, brilliant, or mysteriously deep as the elders were listening to him silently. They didn't intervene. After Rano had stopped talking, a voice arose and answered him. "Currently, only half of the members of the Elder Committee can connect their souls to the God Punishment Tower, which reduces its power. We can't destroy the entire Devil Blood Star and all the creatures there instantly. We can only break the barriers and restrictions there." Rano's shadow twisted for a while and then said, "The reinforcements from the other star areas are approaching. The main purpose of this battle is to kill the successor of the bloodthirsty force. Once we can confirm he's killed, the Elder Committee will open the Sky Bridge for you. Agate Star area is very far from here. We're afraid that it will take a lot of time to send reinforcements there. You guys will use the Sky Bridge to leave. We will have strict punishments to those major star areas," continued the voice. Rano agreed. "Thank you. You must kill that brat," that harsh voice added. The soul altars floating above the heads of the statues observed Rano's soul nonchalantly. They were like the ones who had recognized their paths and left this mortal world for many years. Afterward, their auras gradually vanished and the soul altars faded away. Tui. Rano vomited blood. Although his face was pale, his eyes were twinkling in a terrifying manner. The brocade gown on his body was dyed red. He didn't care about that and just grinned. "I talked to them." Fick, Mia, and Phelps were thrilled. "So," Fick hissed, "they will deliver the God punishment." Rano wiped the blood on his mouth with the back of his hand. "Unfortunately, half of the elders aren't available. They're too far away or cultivating. The power of the God punishment will be reduced. We can't erase Devil Bloodstar in just a blink. We can only destroy all the barriers and restrictions." "That's enough." Fick's eyes brightened. "The Elder Committee sent us clear instructions. They asked us to kill that immortal demon brat. As long as we confirm that he's killed, the Elder Committee will open the Sky Bridge for us. After we come back safely, our clan will punish the major star area. 12 families will take action this time." Rano bellowed. Fick and the others cheered up. Lycan of Dry Bone Star area had a complicated visage. He knew how the God punishment was. The god punishment was a sharp weapon of the god clan. The Elder Committee controlled it. No one knew how they had built this thing, but it was lethal enough to destroy the world. Previously, the god clan had invaded many star areas. Whenever they encountered a tough opponent like Devil Bloodstar, they would request the Elder Committee to use the god punishment. When the god punishment arrived, the famous life star turned into ashes in just a blink of an eye unless it was an ancient continent. All the creatures hiding on that life star would perish within a breath. Their soul seals would vanish together with their souls. The god punishment was infamous. Warriors from big star areas lost color on their faces when they heard this name, because until now, no life star could dodge or stand against this destructive attack. It was one of the great attacks of the god clan. In the sky of Devil Bloodstar, many battleships of the clans were anchored. They were ready and looking at the barriers and the god clan's battleships that were firing energy light columns. All of a sudden, all the battleships of the god clan stopped firing. Standing on a battleship, Yin arched his brows and turned to Fu Wei. The god clan can't maintain their crystal artilleries for a long time. Fu Wei was bewildered. No, it's not true. Even the crystal artilleries we make could fire continuously if we have enough divine crystals. That's impossible. And Leah furrowed her bold brows. The battleships and the crystal artilleries of the god clan are all top weapons of this world. They would never have such a problem. I'm sure they stopped firing because of something else. Shang-Chi nodded. They may have another plan. Right after that, a cyan jade he wore on his chest emitted an icy, cold air. He jerked back, his face odd. What happened? And Leah was standing near her husband, so she could feel the cold air diffusing from his body. Shang-Chi didn't answer. He placed one hand on his chest, his eyebrows frosted. He was listening to the message from the cyan jade. Frederick of the Bloodthirsty Force had given him this jade. It could transfer soul messages through star areas. He looked stern when he was listening to the message. His face gradually grimaced and became scared. People couldn't understand the reason. They were baffled, looking at him and wondering. Only Leah was somber. She knew that the jade on Shang-Chi's chest was a secret treasure within the soul class. Shang-Chi and Leah didn't keep many secrets from each other. However, Shang-Chi had never told her the profile and functions of that cyan jade. She knew the situation wasn't right. Indeed, after a while, Shang-Chi took a deep breath to calm his frantic heartbeat down. He spoke suddenly. I want to talk to Yin in private. He sounded so resolute that no one could protest. He was always a gentle and cheerful man. He rarely had such a stern face. Seeing him like that, everybody was perplexed. All right, Blood Devil proactively stayed away. Seeing him leaving, Feng Han, Fu Wei, Lin Xen, Bath, and Gute followed him. And Leah hesitated for a while, but Shang-Chi didn't ask her to stay. She sighed and then left the hall. She was the last one who left the hall. Shang-Chi stared at Yin. After everybody was gone, he hissed, "You should leave Devil Bloodstar first." Yin knew something weird had happened here, so he didn't babble. He just asked directly, "Give me a reason." The God Clan will use the God punishment. Shang-Chi stressed each word. Yin changed his visage. He had struggled on Desolate for years. He had fought shoulder by shoulder with Shang Yingyu, Cecilia, Mo Fo, Wu Feng, and the others. He had purposely asked to know many mysterious deeds of the God Clan. He knew what the God punishment was. The God punishment was used to destroy an entire life star. A life star that had developed for billions of years would turn into nothingness. All the creatures there would perish. It was a great slayer of the God Clan. "We'll go together." Yin hesitated for a while, and then said, "I can open the space passage leading directly to Grace Mainland." No need. This time, the God punishment is limited. It can only break the barriers outside. It can't erase Devil Bloodstar. I'm staying. I will teach the God Clan a lesson, said Shang-Chi. Then why did you ask me to leave? Yin exhaled. They're using the God punishment because of you. The Elder Committee ordered the two families to kill you at any cost. Things have changed. Sha Zhao and the others can't come here on time. You have to go. You're their primary target. Shang-Chen bellowed. I don't need to leave. Shurian suddenly smiled. Bellow's soul is hurt poorly. I know many of them can defeat me, but I'm sure they aren't strong enough to kill me. If I want to leave, none of them can stop me. Chapter 12:17. The God Punishment's Reduced Power. Chapter 12:17. The God Punishment's Reduced Power, underscore. The God Clan's battleships quietly increased the distance between them and Devil Bloodstar. Fick and Rano ordered their subordinates and restricted them from approaching the Devil Bloodstar. They had summoned Sloane and Kelda. They didn't scout by the mysterious area with the barriers of Devil Bloodstar. The God Clan's fleet was waiting for something. Many battleships floating above Devil Bloodstar were ordered to return to land. The warriors of all the forces had to get into mountain ranges or to shelter underground. They didn't know why Fu Wei, Feng Han, and Lin Xin had such strange orders. Since they knew that the situation was urgent and dangerous, they had spread the orders to all the warriors. 90% of the warriors on Devil Bloodstar had to get into the shelters, leaving one section of the strongest experts on the surface who faced the gray sky with stern complexions. On the observatory station of the Demogorgon Temple, Shang-Chun, Shi-Yin, and Leah, Feng Han, and Blood Devil were gingerly waiting. Their eyes showed how they were terrified in the atmosphere with the pressure before the storm's arrival. The God Clan were going to use the God Punishment. Shang-Chun had explained the situation. Although Feng Han, Blood Devil, and the experts of Agate Star area didn't know what the God Punishment was, from Shang-Chun's countenance, they knew that the God Punishment could destroy any life star in just a blink. No one dared to neglect this formidable attack. People kept waiting in silence. After 1 hour, Shang-Chun discolored and shouted, "Here it comes." Everyone lifted their heads to look at the sky. A massive, deep vortex suddenly appeared by the gray edge of their sights. Thunderclaps reverberated inside that massive vortex. It seemed to carry different powers of nature and accumulate formidable energy. The vortex was like a dark mouth floating above Devil Bloodstar that was about to swallow the planet with just one bite. The invisible pressure wounded people's hearts. It seemed like their soul altars were stagnant and they couldn't gather their energy. Warriors at low realms felt so restlessly anxious. They even had brutal desires to slaughter as a way to vent out. Rumble, 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 rumble. The vortex rippled tremendously like it was doomsday. The violent bolts of lightning and torrential sleet terrified people badly. Shortly after, flaming meteors shot out of the vortex. Those meteors were much bigger than a mountain. Moreover, they were burning with lightning winding around. When they moved, they twirled the wind that had a destructive aura. Altogether, they became a formidable rain that attacked Devil Bloodstar. The bolts of lightning weaved with a downpour of sleet and gusts. It was the scene of doomsday. A meteor hit the barrier. A dazzling halo bloomed from the impact. Instantly, dozens of barriers shattered. There were dozens of thousands of flaming meteors that showered down to the planet. The barriers, restrictions, formations, and weapons of the clans around Agate Star area that were set up at every corner of Devil Bloodstar were smashed by the flaming meteors. Blood Devil, Feng Han, Fu Wei, and Lin Xin grimaced. They understood that without those layers of barrier and restrictions, all creatures on Devil Bloodstar would perish when the flaming meteors bombarded the star. They were going to fall into a bottomless abyss soon. They were so scared. Then, Shang-Chun exhaled in relief. It seems like the God Clan is declining. The power of this God Punishment wasn't even half of its original capacity. I wonder what those elders of the Elders Committee are doing. Shi-Yin, Blood Devil, and the others looked at him as they didn't have a clue. Isn't this apocalypse commotion terrible enough? Fu Wei was astounded and was wearing a sour face. And Leah shook her head and said seriously, "Big commotions aren't always terrible. The power of the God Punishment is bigger with smaller commotion." Everybody focused on her. And Leah looked wary. She recalled something and explained with fear. "I used to see some footage from Shang-Chun. It was a level 7 life star with billions of lives and around 10 incipient God Realm experts. It was the main star of star area. Then, the god punishment came. There was no sound and no sign. The entire life star disappeared strangely. The life seal of creatures there vanished. Then, I saw only a flash. And Leah was still scared. After so many years, every time she recalled such footage, she still felt chilled inwardly. Hearing her, everybody shivered. They felt the hair on their napes rising. Now, they knew that the power of the god punishment sent to Devil Bloodstar was a lot weaker. Yan's eyes were cold. He looked at the sky and waited in silence. Shortly after, hundreds of layers of barriers and restrictions protecting the Devil Blood Star dissolved. Flaming meteors began to cross the atmosphere. Blood Devil and the others shot up, using their powers to strike the meteors. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The meteors exploded and sent burning rocks everywhere on Devil Bloodstar with terrifying flames. Many warriors hiding in the shelters emerged and joined hands to deal with those rocks from the broken meteors. They didn't want to see Blood Devil burning. "Watch out! Don't get out!" Shang Chun shouted ear-piercingly. Water drops rattled from the sky. As soon as those drops touched anything on the ground, it exploded and created a powerful explosion. When this kind of explosive water fell on the river, mountains, or trees, everything exploded instantly. The warriors who had gotten out of the shelters also got hurt by those explosions. This sprinkle of explosive water had killed several thousand warriors. Their blood and flesh exploded, and then their soul altars flew out of the shattered bodies. The gust from the sky blew them, and dissolved the soul altars directly. Seeing the terrible situation, Blood Devil and Fu Wei shouted at the warriors, ordering them to get into the shelters. Apparently, although the power of the god punishment had been massively reduced and couldn't erase Devil Bloodstar in one blow, it didn't stop here. The god punishment continued. Water drops, meteors, lightning bolts, strong gusts of wind, and sleet had severely hit Devil Bloodstar, making the sea seethe and the mountain collapse. The ground exploded and cracked, injuring a lot of warriors. Blood Devil, Bath, Gute, and the other experts moved around to deal with those earth-shattering changes to prevent unpredictable damages. Although it was not even half of the real power, it could turn Devil Bloodstar into this pathetic situation. If it was stronger, even if the star remained, everybody would have perished. Shurian wore a dark face, as he was really cautious. The God Clan was worthy of being the overlords of the entire cosmos for 10,000 years. They had many tricks. Only the god punishment was enough to scare the other clans out of their wits. Also, the God Clan didn't have only the god punishment as their weapons for slaughtering. Let's get ready to fight. I heard the rumble of the God Clan's battleships. They're about to attack Devil Bloodstar. Shang Chun frowned and confirmed for the last time. "Are you sure that it's okay to take your time?" "I told you. After Bello got wounded severely, no one can confine me." Yan was filled with confidence. Shang Chun nodded. "Then, you should lure the God Clan out. It's better that you can lure a part of their army out of Devil Bloodstar. I've noticed Xia Zhao's team. They are rushing to get here. As long as you don't get killed, the God Clan won't leave quickly. And once Xia Zhao's team comes, it won't be easy for them to leave anymore." "All right," Yan nodded. He rose one hand and tore the void. Sparkling space slits with outer space streamers appeared. He got in and disappeared from Devil Bloodstar. "Kill them all. Kill. Erase them." Fick, Rano, and Baiken were ordering their battleships. The God Clan's fleet then hissed and roared, aiming at Devil Bloodstar. A faint halo glowed in a corner at the edge of Devil Bloodstar. Yen emerged. "Yen, it's him!" Mia and Phelps yelled and pointed at Yen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The warriors of the God Clan shot towards Yen like hawks or electric spears. Sloane and Kelda were in this troop. "I've fused with the Genesis fruit. The God Clan will definitely decline. Accept your fate." Yen grinned and turned into a beam of starlight, flying away from Devil Bloodstar. "Kill him. The Elder Committee has ordered to kill him. It's the primary mission." Fick and Rano bellowed. More and more warriors of the God clan, riding the war chariot, flew away with the dark shadow clansmen. Bello was sitting on a war chariot, his face pale. His face was pale, and his sinister eyes were gazing at Sure Yin. He seemed to have some plan. This war chariot still had another person sitting in the dark. That one was jet black, as if he wanted to merge with the darkness. He had no aura, as he had concealed his soul energy. He cultivates space power Upanishad. If you want to kill him, you must destroy the space nodes first. Otherwise, he can teleport away instantly, said Bello in a cold voice. The man sitting in the dark corner nodded. Which good solution you have? Bello looked at him, his face cold and savage. You can repay me this time. I want to borrow your power. Only I can confine his space. On one condition. The other pondered for a while and then lifted his face. Help me take back the position of Pavilion Master of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Surprisingly, that man was Great Elder Zwolu, the man who had disappeared for a long time. I agree with you. Bello nodded immediately. Sizzle. Sizzle. Zwolu emerged from the dark corner. His skin suddenly cracked and revealed 9 cyan venomous snakes that were the size of a thumb. The tails of the 9 snakes connected to his main veins, the god power ancient tree, and his chest. The snakes opened their mouths to show their venomous fangs. All of them bit Bello's abdomen. Bello crouched down in pain and screeched. The 9 snakes connecting Bello and Zwolu twitched. Flows of cyan light moved through their bodies and poured into Bello's body. Bello's pale face was now dark green, and his eyes were turning green altogether. He looked like a toxic snake that had been hiding in the wetlands for many years. His body had turned green when it was filled with evil, brimming energy. Shortly after, Zwolu looked like he aged dozens of years. His hair turned white and his face was wrinkled. He didn't have a lot essence chi left in his body. Quite the contrary, Bello had revived his vitality. Once again, tremendous energy circulated in his body. His wounds were all healed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Bello laughed crazily. While he was laughing, the 9 toxic snakes at his belly exploded. He casually patted Zwolu's head and exploded it like a watermelon. Blood and brain splashed around. You failed. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Go die. Bello didn't look at Zwolu's body even once. He stood up and left the war chariot, flying away. His body flashed when he walked through a space slit. He disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 12:18. The Second Strong Hit. Chapter 12:18. The Second Strong Hit. Underscore. Dozens of god warriors were moving like lightning in the dark galaxy and pushing one warrior. The lowest realm of this group was Second Sky of Ethereal God Realm. Mia and Phelps were in this group of chasers with Sloane, Kelda, and the elite warriors of the Dark Shadow clan. They also had some First Sky and Second Sky of incipient God Realm experts from the Big 3 families. To kill Sure Yin, they had mobilized their outstanding warriors. Sure Yin chose a direction. His soul consciousness flickered, and he headed to Monster Dragon Star. Normally, the brutal dragon tribe and the evil dragon tribe dwelled in this star. Due to the current war, they had gathered at Devil Blood Star. This planet didn't shelter experts currently. It had only vast seas and forests. It was the best place for Sure Yin to account the debts with the god warriors. He didn't worry about the situation on Devil Blood Star. As Shang Chun, Blood Devil, Yin Shi, and the other experts were there with their united spirits, their strength was like a bronze wall. Devil Blood Star wasn't going to be struck apart quickly. Although it was going to be damaged, the planet wouldn't be destroyed quickly. Currently, Sha Zhao's team was on the way. Perhaps they were dealing with god warriors guarding in the outer ring. He had to make more time. When the fleets of Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, and the others arrived, the god clan were going to have terrible headaches. What Sure Yin needed to do was to make more time. Swoosh! A light crossed the sky like a meteor and landed on Monster Dragon Star. This star had many mountains with towering ancient trees. Sure Yin retrieved his aura as soon as he landed. At the same time, the thick forest had covered him. Swish! 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 The god warriors landed on Monster Dragon Star. They released their soul consciousnesses and created a thick mesh net to search around. "East," shouted a warrior. Many god warriors dashed away. They could cross 1,000 miles in a blink of an eye as they headed east. However, when they arrived, they found that Sure Yan's aura disappeared. "It's south this time," someone thundered angrily. Right after that, they had to rush one more time. This time, they were outraged. However, Sure Yan was like a slippery eel in Monster Dragon Star. He appeared in one place and then disappeared when the others arrived. "He's cultivating space, power, Upanishad. Normal methods won't work with him." Arg. Mia gritted her teeth. "We must confine his space. Otherwise, we can't aim at him." Phelps roared. They now recognized how exhausting it was to deal with warriors cultivating space power. This sort of warrior could move through space slits and teleport instantly. Even if they were stronger, they couldn't strike their powerful blows at him. They were so reluctant to find them. It would be excellent now if Bello wasn't wounded. True, if Bello was here, that brat would have to die. No doubt. Sigh, too bad that we have only Bello cultivating space power Upanishad at a high level. The god warriors clamored. "I hear someone calling for me." All of a sudden, a cold and glum voice arose. A strange light appeared next to Phelps and Sloane. Bello emerged from the halo. "Chief, you don't look okay," cried Kelda. "I'm all right." Bello waved his hand. His face was dark green with two ash-gray eyes. His skin was strangely dark and green, too. It was like an exotic snake skin that scared people. "Bello, can you keep that brat from moving instantly?" Sloane frowned and hissed. He and Bello had a good relationship for many years, so he didn't need to consider his wording much. "If you can do it fast, leave it to me." Bello took the mission. Right after that, his figure faded and he disappeared in people's gazes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The space around them hissed strangely, as if someone was using a sharp weapon to tear and cut it into smaller pieces. It felt like the space here was deformed. Sure, Yin was moving in a corner of Monster Dragon Star. He smiled coldly, but he looked relaxed. He wasn't worried at all, because even though Sloane and Kelda were strong, they weren't any threat to him. If they couldn't lock him, they couldn't do anything. Right from the start, Sure Yin had gained the upper hand. Right now, he was thinking whether to ambush the ones who lagged behind the troop or not. He could seize the chance to behead Mia and Phelps. Right when he was about to move again, his soul had a twitch with the premonition of a fatal danger. Without thinking much, he decided to leave immediately. He knew that some expert was trying to lock him. He felt a little familiar with that aura. Sure Yan's soul consciousness moved. He discolored for the first time. He couldn't teleport. The space nodes he could sense around were all broken. The space here was so unstable that if he was careless, he could shatter it, which would shatter his soul altogether. He lifted his head to look at the sky, his eyes stern. Sizzle, sizzle. A green air moved in front of him. Slowly, it condensed into the body of the chief of the Dark Shadow clan, Bello. His deep green eyes gazed at Sure Yan as he talked darkly. "You can't leave anymore." Sure Yan's face was shocked. "I didn't think that you could recover so quickly like this. What kind of evil method did you use?" Bello laughed crazily. "You don't need to care about which method I used. You should care about yourself. Fighting you in that space crack was my mistake. As you fused with the flaming origin, I was already in the lower hand in that soul fight with you. I won't repeat the same mistake. So you have to die today." "Oh, from what you've done, you want to deal with me alone," smiled Sure Yan. After Bello had arrived, this space fell under his control. Bello didn't send a soul message or shout to call for the God Clan's attention. Apparently, he didn't want to let the God Clan join this. Sure Yan knew what he had in his mind. After the first battle, he knew that Bello was greedy for the Genesis fruit. He wanted to snatch Sure Yan's co-soul and the fruit since he wanted to give the Dark Shadow clan a whole new world. Bello was the chief of the Dark Shadow clan. Although he had submitted to the God clan, he wasn't really loyal. He wanted to make the Dark Shadow clan strong, and one day, he wanted them to be the overlords of the world like the God clan was right now. To him, Sure Yan's co-soul and the Genesis fruit was his once in a blue moon opportunity to change the Dark Shadow clan forever. Thus, he kept Sloane, Phelps, Mia, and the God Warriors out of this. He wanted to kill Yin himself to gain the best chance for his clan. The same thing. Give me the Co-Soul and the Genesis fruit. Then, I can spare your life. Bello smiled darkly. As we both cultivate space power Upanishad, I think you know how brutal space power is. The gap between my realm and your realm is vast. You're no match against me. Yield, and I'll spare your life. Well, if you want my soul, come to take it. Yin shook his head. Taking a deep breath, his god body changed. Savage spikes jutted out of his skin. The keratin-like armor shrouded him. Blood chi rose massively. Yin had finished his transformation to use the perfect fighting mode, the immortal demon body. Burn! Yin shouted all of a sudden. A bloodlight shot out with unlimited murderous aura. It generated illusions and overflowed towards Bello. The earth-shaking energy swarmed over Bello. He looked bewildered, as if he was controlled by the negative emotions. He lost control of his mind, and his body was pierced through. Swoosh! The bloodlight flashed and then disappeared. It crossed Bello's body. Bello's body divided into two pieces as it disappeared. Yin became stern. Indeed, Bello appeared intact in another direction. He still had a dark and harsh face as he said, "Warriors who cultivate space power aren't afraid of an ambush because no one can act faster than us. We can cross space within a blink of an eye. Unless we're trapped in a special condition, we're almost undying." Yin kept silent. He knew that Bello told the truth. The warriors who cultivated space power Upanishad weren't afraid of stealth attacks. They could tear space to defend or get into space slits to hide instantly. At this moment, the space of Monster Dragon Star was chaotic. Yin couldn't teleport, but Bello could. It was because Bello had stirred up everything, and it was because he had reached second sky of incipient God realm. The higher the realm of the person, the deeper his or her knowledge of the Upanishad became. "It's my turn now." Bello gave a faint smile. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Massive space slits like the death's scythe sparkled with outer space streamers. They led to an unknown, dead area of the universe. A huge space crack like Bello's soul thread opened like a big shell attacking Yin. It attempted to drag Yin into Bello's world. As Bello was at incipient God realm, he had refined the incipient extent. The incipient extent and the real world weren't very different. Once Bello's incipient extent could swallow him, he would have no chance to get rid of it. The incipient extent of the experts who cultivated space power Upanishad was the toughest prison in this world. It was unbreakable. At this moment, Bello was using his incipient extent to devour Yin. As long as his incipient extent could shroud Yin, he could do anything he wanted to Yin. He could extract his soul, take his essence chi, or even filter his memory. Yin was placid, but his eyes turned to garnet. He touched the blood vein ring and took out an ancient but exquisite carved blood shield. Yin spurted his immortal demon blood on the shield. Abruptly, the shield enlarged massively and bloodily. Shortly after, it covered him. Yin could see many mysterious, fine, gory lines moving on the shield like living creatures. The blood cloud marks suddenly glowed magnificently, releasing a terrifying energy fluctuation. Yin felt that it was too heavy to hold. Thud! Even Yin couldn't hold the blood shield. He dropped it on the ground. It sank as if it had merged with the earth of Monster Dragon Star. The immense energy of Monster Dragon Star was attracted by an invisible vortex. It rapidly flooded the blood shield. Slowly, a vague world emerged on the shield and generated an unlimited evil power. Boom, boom, boom. The space slits that Bello had created were shattered before they could reach Yin. Bello gushed out blood. His eyes were blank as his soul was hurt again. Fearfully, he looked at the vague world on the surface of the shield. He gradually appeared as if he had fallen into bedevilment. His green eyes showed his bloodthirsty desire. His mind was devoured. Chapter 12:19. Who's your teacher? Chapter 12:19. Who's your teacher? Underscore. The surface of the blood, see, had so many bloodlines moving. They weaved with each other and created a sketch of a terrifying world that could distort the soul and drag people into the deep abyss of the purgatory. Shi Yin held the sword. His soul was vibrating, and his eyes were as red as fresh blood. His soul altar was bobbing continuously. The blood mark on the host soul's forehead was vivid and red, as if it was resonating with the blood mark on the shield. Shi Yin felt like it was a big, throbbing heart. He had a marvelous feeling. It seemed like he had a magical, evil power that could control 7 emotions and 6 desires of every creature. When he held the blood shield, he was controlling their minds and their feelings. He could magnify the evil desires at the bottom of people's hearts unlimitedly. He could make a genuine man become a savage murderer in just a blink of an eye. It was a strange feeling, though. When he looked at Bello, he seemed to see the desires hiding deep inside Bello's heart. He saw his unwillingness when the God clan subdued his clan. He wanted to get rid of this constraint to decide his clan's matters. He seemed to see every secret in Bello's soul. Bello's secrets were now exposed completely. The blood shield had become the Mara in Bello's soul. It had confined Bello in an invisible prison and urged the desires in his soul to torture himself. The more secrets and desires he had, the stronger the Mara could be. It would entangle his soul and cause him to never be able to wiggle out of this confinement. Shi Yin smiled all of a sudden. He held a blood shield in one hand and a bloody sword in another hand. These 2 items had fused perfectly with him, and they had become part of his flesh body. Through the blood shield, he could see changes in Bello's soul. He understood the desires and what Bello had experienced through his life. Bello's life experiences were like images projected on the blood shield. They crossed Shi Yin's mind continuously. Bello's enthusiastic youth, Bello receiving the high position when he was a middle-aged man, Bello connecting to the God clan and becoming Sloane's sworn brother, and his option for the future of the Dark Shadow clan. Shi Yin had seen through Bello's entire life. It's really sad. He walked towards Bello and shook his head. Your life has been really sad, and you're pitiful. You always think for the welfare of the family and make efforts for the development of your clan. Because of the Dark Shadow clan, you have torn your pride and dignity. You've tried to befriend Sloane of the God clan. You let the Dark Shadow clan become the watchdog of the God clan. You always live for your clan. Have you ever lived for yourself? Throughout your entire life, have you ever had a moment of satisfaction? Bello's face was malignant, as if he was in a chaotic mind that the Mara had set for him. He bellowed indignantly. You think I wanted it? Crack. Splash. Bello's god body cracked like china. His blood splashed when his veins stretched until they broke. He had shattered the space and created so many space slits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Those space cracks had a strong suction force that had sucked all the ancient trees, rocks, and everything in this area into space slits. The strong suction force became fiercer. Sure, Yin was trembling as if he was tied up and was being dragged towards those space slits. He knew that those slits connected to Bello's incipient extent. Once he fell in there, he would never be able to escape. Bello could squeeze him into any shape he liked. Shi Yin would have no strength to resist. Our Dark Shadow clan is always weak and small. If we want to survive, we have to depend on the strong ones. The God clan is the overlord of this world. As the chief of the Dark Shadow clan, I don't think I was wrong to choose a big mountain to lean on. My choice wasn't wrong, and it will never be wrong. I brought the Dark Shadow clan a new life. I brought the many life stars. I wasn't wrong. Bello faced the sky and roared to vent out his unwillingness to his destiny. Our Dark Shadow clan isn't one of the 4 great creatures. I can only do that, but it's different now. If I kill you and get the Genesis fruit, I can bring the Dark Shadow clan to a whole new world. Bello ripped his chest apart. The green veins broke like strings. It seemed like he had triggered the magical power of space, which had made the space collapse massively. Monster Dragon Star was shaking. The mountains collapsed. Parts of the ocean disappeared. Dash. What is Bello doing over there? It's earth shaking in that area. Bello did that. He's fighting Yin. He didn't send us any message. Something is wrong. The god warriors from different areas of Monster Dragon Star wore stern faces while they looked at the place with a big commotion. They frowned in disgust. Sloane's eyes were cold and harsh. After a while, he turned to Kelda. Do you know what Bello wants to do? Kelda was tense. He bowed and then said, he's trying to kill that immortal demon brat. That guy is cultivating space power Upanishad too. He has confined the space and shattered it. In that case, anybody who gets in there will be endangered. Perhaps it is because we didn't cultivate this power and he didn't want us to get hurt, so he didn't tell us. He stooped as his soul was filled with fear. He knew that Sloane was naturally oversuspicious. If Sloane had a bad review of the Dark Shadow clan, it would be a disaster for their clan. Anyway, the Dark Shadow clan was a vassal of the God clan. They had to observe the God clan's complexions to survive. If you're worried about him, I'm going there. Is that okay? Kelda looked at him, his eyes sincere and obedient. Sloane gazed at him for a while. He nodded with satisfaction, chuckled, and then waved his hand. No need. I believe in Bello. I know that he won't fail me. As he said that, the other god warriors didn't have anything to clamor. They stopped questioning Bello's deeds. Kelda exhaled in relief. Crack, crack, crack. The void exploded like bamboo combs. Bello stood under the space slits. His soul consciousness was too vague to be captured. Yin looked at Bello as if he was looking at an air mass. He couldn't locate the chief's body. It was because the space nodes were all shattered and Bello's location was specific. It gave him advantages. Yin couldn't target Bello and attack him. Also, the mind control that the blood shield had applied on Bello vanished shortly after. Bello recovered his sound mind. He was so wary of the blood shield. He said as he was still frightened, no wonder why it's the top treasure of the bloodthirsty force. It's really magical. The rumors weren't wrong. The top treasures of the bloodthirsty force could create a unique world for each with many magical features. I'm convinced today. He suddenly laughed excitedly. Thinking that the top treasure of the bloodthirsty force is about to fall into my hand makes me so excited. Kid, are you ready to die? I'm ready, Yin grinned. He gently knocked the blood sword's handle on the blood shield. The strange metal clinking sounded. The sound waves came like a surging sea or 10,000 warriors fighting. It was so thrilling to the mind. Clink, clang. The sounds of the metal colliding had immeasurable evil power, as if it was pounding on people's hearts. The blood shield connected to Bello for the second time. At that moment, Yin saw Bello's experiences once again. He saw a secret that Bello had hidden deep in his heart. A dim shadow in a sealed cave was floating in front of Bello and teaching him something. That shadow could pierce through the void, space, or the sea territory, moving between the space slits like a swimming fish. It was the biggest secret that Bello was hiding. That dark shadow was explaining to Bello the mysteries and magical features of space power Upanishad, using a special training method. He was Bello's primary teacher who had guided Bello to the mysterious shrine of the space power Upanishad. He had imprinted the Upanishad into Bello's brain, affected him, and promoted him for years so he could become the chief of the Dark Shadow clan. This piece of hazy, hidden memory seemed to be so far behind his life that Bello had almost forgotten it. Yin got this wisp of memory from the blood shield, which was projected from deep inside his brain. That dark shadow was vague, but Yin could see the blood cloud mark on his forehead. It turned out that the man was a member of the bloodthirsty force. The evil sounds disappeared. Yin was shaken. He then looked at Bello with a strange face. Who's your teacher? Teacher? Bello was bewildered and then shook his head. I don't have a teacher. I learned the power Upanishad myself. It's all from my efforts. He laughed sinisterly. So, you know that you are about to die in my hands. So you want to talk about something else to buy yourself more time? Yin frowned and asked, did you used to have a coma or a dream that after you woke up, you figured out that you had knowledge of the space power Upanishad. After that, you started to practice the power, right? He remembered what had happened to Harson. Harson used to be a wimpy kid. After a coma, he had fused with the soul fixation of Xian Shan, which had transformed him completely and made him the new prodigy of the God Clan. However, Harson didn't know what had happened to him. Kid, do you know the fate power Upanishad? Bello snorted impatiently. It's true. That year when I was cultivating in the secret domain of the Dark Shadow Clan, I fell into bedevilment, so I had a coma. I had a dream that a deity had taught me space power Upanishad. When I woke up, I found that my understanding of the power was deep enough. After that difficult cultivating period, I finally defined my path of cultivating. Eventually, I worked my way up and earned the achievements that I have today. After that, Bello didn't talk more. He began to dash through the space slits. His soul consciousness locked Shuriyen, urging the layers of space energy and attempting to confine Shuriyen. Shuriyen stood at his spot. His face became so odd. He stared at Bello and didn't move an inch. He finally believed in what Shang Chun had told him. No force could compare to the foundation of the bloodthirsty force. The leader that understood the mind control power with countless appearances had prepared many things for the bloodthirsty force. Apparently, Bello, the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan, was one of the surprises he had prepared. If the Blood Shield hadn't projected Bello's whole life experiences and the secrets he had hidden deep in his heart, Shuriyen could have never known that Bello was the disciple of that guy. Even Bello had thought that it was just a dream. Bello knew the secret that he himself was deceived from. No wonder why the God Clan hadn't doubted anything. A terrifying fella. Thinking about his deeds, Shuriyen felt shivers running down his spine. This kind of strategic conspiracy made him sincerely admire the one who planned this. Chapter 1220, Don't Want to Be a Dog Anymore. Chapter 1220, Don't Want to Be a Dog Anymore, _. Bello's eyes were resolute. No matter what Shuriyen said, he appeared indifferent. The bright space slits appeared like magical snakes swimming. Slowly, they packed the place and created a spider net. They affected the space around them and created the force that bound Shuriyen. Shuriyen held a blood sword and a blood shield, his face placid and nonchalant. He looked at Bello. He looked like he didn't know that a disaster was coming. Your death will bring the Dark Shadow Clan a new life. I will turn the Dark Shadow Clan to a whole new page. Rest well, smiled Bello. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lines wiggled, confining the space and shrinking it. The air pressed down on Shuriyen's body. He was restricted. His soul consciousness was stagnant. His soul fell into the dark abyss, and he couldn't extend it to sense the surroundings. However, he stood still. A strange light shot out from deep in his eyes. That halo was dark, as if it was mocking Bello's efforts. It was telling Bello that his effort was just in vain. The strange light emerged in Shuriyen's eyes had alarmed Bello. Clang, clang. All of a sudden, the blood sword touched the blood shield and echoed, clear metal clinking. The blood patterns on the shield created a faint world. All of a sudden, they became lively, forming a red eye and watching Bello. Bello's brain was shocked like the thunder. A wisp of memory had drawn out and turned into a magical drawing in his sea of consciousness. There was a dark cave in the Dark Shadow Clan's mysterious domain. Bello was still a tired young man who was staring blankly at the dark stone wall. A faint light, that like a firefly, appeared in the dim-lit cave. It slowly enlarged to a dark shadow that couldn't be recognized. It had a faint energy fluctuation as if it was explaining something to Bello. Young Bello lifted his face to listen to the shadow, his face baffled as if he was in a dream. His body slowly glowed in a yellow halo. The halo covered his entire body and twisted the void. His soul imitated the halo to fluctuate, his eyes earnest and understanding. The shadow flickered like a candlelight. The magical soul fluctuations slowly explained to young Bello the mysteries of the power Upanishad. Then the image flashed and the shadow faded away. However, when it vanished, it had left the blood cloud mark. Bello stood in the intersection of the space slits. He looked bewildered, just like when he had just learned the power of space in the past. Shurian studied him quietly. After a while, Bello woke up. He gathered himself together, his face uncertain. "You get it," Shurian chuckled. "Understood." Bello darkened his face. "Just continue to fulfill your role as chief of the Dark Shadow Clan. When I need you, I will contact you. If the God Clan has big commotions, you have to notify me at any cost." Sure, Yin promised him with a solemn countenance. "What the God Clan can give you, I can give you in the near future. I can give you even more than that. I have the Genesis fruit. The God Clan will definitely decline. Don't worry. Be my pawn. I won't mistreat you." Afterward, Shurian directly flew away as he wanted to escape quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after, the void exploded. The space slits that Bello had created turned into sharp, shining blades. The sharp sabers were like fireworks with torrential energy that slashed Shurian's body. Bello's eyes were like the tip of a blade. He lowered his voice. "What if I can understand? I've been struggling in this life for many years to survive between the crowd of experts. I couldn't eat well or sleep well. I have never had a moment of peace in my life. I don't want to continue this life anymore." The shining blades like laser knives slashed horizontally and vertically. Everywhere they passed, the void sizzled and exploded, giving way to countless banners of outer space streamers. They created a downpour of light as magnificent as meteors from the galaxy. "So, do you know you'll die?" Shurian turned around and sighed. "I've been like a dog for my whole life. I don't want to be a dog anymore. I will snatch the Genesis fruit to become a master, or I will die. That's all." Bello's face had never been so resolute. "If you don't want to be a dog, you can only die," Shurian sighed in regret. The eye on the shield suddenly turned into a blood cloud mark. It flew out and entered Bello's glabella despite the distance between them. Bello's soul altar had a resonating energy wave. A wisp of soul emerged and shrouded Bello's soul. That dark soul asked something. However, Bello's soul smiled and shook his head resolutely. The dark soul didn't talk more. He took the blood cloud mark that had just arrived and shoved it into Bello's soul. As soon as the mark was integrated, Bello's soul dissolved quickly. After several breaths, Bello's soul seal had turned into nothingness. It vanished completely. His soul altar cracked and slowly fragmented. The dark show flashed and then disappeared. It didn't talk to Shurian, not even a sentence. Shurian was surprised. He contemplated for a while and then touched his forehead. Shurian's mysterious soul altar spun and emerged above his head. The black hole of the devouring power Upanishad flew out and drew Bello's soul altar, which was collapsing. Bello's soul altar then turned into a white light and entered the black hole. Bello's body withered like an ancient tree that dried up quickly. It was now a skeleton without a beam of energy. Thud! His body fell on the ground and broke like glass. The dust of his remains went away with the wind. His soul and body completely dissolved. Bello's image in this world had been erased. He would never have a chance to resurrect. The dust went with the wind, but a wisp of unwillingness whispered like a light sob until it had become a withering wind. Sure, Yin shook his head and sighed with a complicated countenance. He muttered to himself, why did he do that? The chief who used soul control power of the bloodthirsty force had left a restriction in Bello's soul when he introduced him to the power of space. He had installed a bomb in Bello's soul. From thousands of years ago, this man had planned everything. Perhaps it was a long-term conspiracy when Bello had taken each step to become the chief of the Dark Shadow clan and made his clan dependent on the ascot of the God clan. Everything was for this moment. Taking today's event as an example, if it wasn't Bello, but another one fighting against Shurian, even if he wouldn't die, he would have to pay a bloody price. That expert had estimated everything. He had plotted many things. Bello was just a pawn of his. Unfortunately, Bello just knew everything right before his death. He had struggled to survive for his whole life. For the welfare of the Dark Shadow clan, he had to depend on a strong clan. All of a sudden, he got to know that his rise and all of his experiences were manipulated. He suddenly understood that becoming the chief of the Dark Shadow clan wasn't because of his talents. Someone had planned it beforehand. Ultimately, he denied continually being enslaved. He wanted to die to get rid of the heartless arrangement of his fate. Shi Yin was absorbed in Bellow's thoughts. Perhaps you're right. Shi Yin watched the space resume its normal status as he mumbled, his face dark. All of a sudden, his soul sent out a vibe. The tier of power Upanishad had just received something magical, which astounded him. He concentrated on sensing. The devouring power Upanishad had swallowed Bellow's soul altar. As Bellow was its second sky of incipient god realm, and had cultivated space power Upanishad, all of his attainment of space power Upanishad had turned into a wisp of memory that immersed in Shi Yan's tier of power Upanishad. It quickly merged with Shi Yan's space power Upanishad. Shi Yan gawked and dropped his jaw in awe. Until now, he had always thought that devouring power Upanishad was to just take in the energy and generate soul energy to nurture the soul altar. In fact, after using this power many times, Shi Yan had found only this function. But today it was different. It turned out that devouring power Upanishad could be used to train the powers Upanishad and turn them into a wisp of memory to directly merge to his power Upanishad. The reason why it hadn't happened before was that he had swallowed the soul altar that didn't have the same power Upanishad with his. Since Bellow had cultivated the same space power Upanishad, the devouring power could turn his attainment into a wisp of memory, so Shi Yin could learn directly. This power Upanishad is terrific. Shi Yin was thrilled. After he had fused with the essence of Bellow's power Upanishad, he was astounded. Now, he knew how terrifying the power of the bloodthirsty master was. He finally knew why the bloodthirsty master could arrogantly stand in this world for so many years and make the four great races submit to him. Dash. At a corner of Monster Dragon Star, Sloane, Kelda, Phelps, Mia, and some incipient God Realm warriors of the God Clan were watching in the same direction, their faces stern. Gradually, they relaxed. Kelda looked at that area and stooped his head. The space energy has calmed down. I guess the battle is over. My chief will come here soon. Sloane smiled, nodded, and comforted the others. I've been friend with Bellow for many years. I know he won't let us down. We just have to wait here. The warriors of the Ascot family, and even incipient God Realm experts of the Fernandez family and the Bai family were here. To kill Shi Yin, the three forces had sent their elite warriors. After they murdered Shi Yin, the Elder Committee was going to open the Sky Bridge for them. As the incipient God Realm experts of the Fernandez family and the Bai family saw how confident Sloane was, they didn't say more. They sat down cross-legged and waited indifferently. Time ticked away. Bellow hadn't shown up yet. Even Sloane had to wear a cold and dark face. Kelda knew he should do something. He stood up and then said, I'm going there to check. He rode the butterfly war chariot of the Dark Shadow clan and flew away. He disappeared from their sight shortly after. Uncle, would something wrong happen to Bellow? Phelps muttered. People's eyes twitched. You thought a lot. Sloane smiled lovingly to his nephew. Bellow is its second sky of incipient God Realm, and he has space power Upanishad. There is no need to mention that kid. Even if your father attacks Bellow, he can only defeat him. He can't kill Bellow. It's almost impossible to kill Bellow. The Fernandez family's warriors and the Bai family's warriors nodded as they knew that Sloane was right. The experts who cultivated space power Upanishad were the hardest opponents to kill in this world. Everybody knew this. After half an hour, the butterfly war chariot of Kelda returned. He looked terrified when he shouted hoarsely, Our chief is dead. Chapter 1221, Bloody Fight. Chapter 1221, Bloody Fight, _ Bellow was dead. Shi Yan's black hole had swallowed his soul altar. The traces of his life in this world were utterly gone. When the space energy fluctuation calmed down, Shi Yan had left the place. He flew out of Monster Dragon Star and headed to the other areas around Devil Blood Star. His 10 fingers continuously shot out beautiful beams of light as he was weaving many hand seals to build space doors to teleport constantly. The space doors were like a series of light rings. Whenever he crossed one ring, he could move billions of miles. He had soon left Monster Dragonstar behind. Shurian was so thrilled. Bello had cultivated space power Upanishad to second sky of incipient god realm. He had a deep knowledge of space power. Today, after he had merged many magical abilities of space power to his tier of power Upanishad, he was like a fish released to a vast ocean. He could tear space slits or build the light doors easily. If there were many space nodes around, he could even open many light doors at the same time and get through them like a shuttle. He couldn't do this before. The black hole was still melting Bello's soul altar. More wisps of memory related to the mysteries and abilities of space power Upanishad continued to merge into Shurian's tier of power Upanishad. His understanding of space power Upanishad was advancing every second. While he was creating light doors, he applied the new techniques that flashed in his head. Flashes of recognition appeared and gave him more abilities. Bello's soul altar had given him a lot of benefits. If he had time to slowly comprehend, his understanding of space power Upanishad would reach Bello's level. If he was more flexible, he could understand more and even surpass Bello. Before today, Shurian's tier of power Upanishad had 3 powers including space, star, and death and life. His star power Upanishad had leaped up when he was on Desolate and got the power of the precursor from the God Clan together with that magical fruit. Now, his understanding of star power Upanishad had reached an unpredictable, mysterious level. Today, he got the attainment of Bello's space power Upanishad. Until now, Shurian's space power Upanishad and star power Upanishad had surpassed his current realm. As long as he could have a breakthrough on his death and life power Upanishad and his soul altar remained clean, he could reach incipient god realm within a short time. He would enter a whole new world. Swoosh! Shurian appeared on a conical asteroid. He watched his surroundings and then released his soul consciousness. The soul consciousness with space energy had crossed billions of miles and quietly entered Devil Blood Star. Images started to appear in his brain. Several thousand battleships, as imposing as a mountain anchored in the sea of clouds above Devil Blood Star. The god warriors rode the war chariots, moving and roaring above the mountains and lakes to fight the forces on Devil Blood Star. The god warriors wore bright silver armor and held sharp, divine weapons in their hands. While fighting, they understood each other tacitly. Each troop could create extremely powerful attacks. Quite the contrary, the warriors of the forces on Devil Blood Star didn't know how to cooperate with each other to promote their powers Upanishads. They didn't have any significant team strategies. The result was obvious. The God Clan had the upper hand. Slowly, they created a pushing and crushing momentum. Battleships fired from the clouds. The flames fell from the sky like flaming meteors. They plowed the big holes on Devil Blood Star's surface. Many battleships exploded while engaging in the battle. Their fragments fell from the sky like meteors, which then destroyed the structures on the planet. The thunderclaps shook the sky. The lightning bolts shot like rainbows. Tornadoes swept over the land like massive knives cutting the star. Devil Blood Star's doomsday was coming. Fick ran on, and Baiken stood arrogantly in the layers of the clouds. They attacked Blood Devil, Yin Shi, and Shang Chen respectively. They were using the power Upanishad to attack and defend. When their earth-shaking energies impacted, the mountains collapsed and the river boiled up. Many mountain ranges were leveled. The battleships hit each other. Incipient God Realm experts were engaged in close combat. Their energy impact had shattered and ruined the entire Devil Blood Star. The planet that had survived the God Clan's God punishment was on the edge of collapsing in this bloody battle. It was going to explode or fragment into many pieces of asteroids at any minute. Shurian retrieved his soul consciousness, his face dark. At this moment, Blood Devil, Shang Chun, Yin Shi, and all the warriors fighting for Devil Bloodstar were pretty similar to Bello. They could have chosen to follow the God Clan, which would have saved them from this bloody battle and death. As long as they agreed to wear the God Clan shackles on their necks, they could continue to live their life well. But they didn't do that. They would rather die on the battlefield or explode their soul altars than surrender. Actually, their choice and Bello's choice were similar. If Bello had nodded and agreed with the Shadow's condition, he would have been still alive. He could have continued to be the chief of the Dark Shadow clan. If the bloodthirsty force eventually controlled this world one more time, the Dark Shadow clan would have ended up being more prosperous than they were now. But he didn't agree. It was because he could see that his fate would change a bit. He would still be enslaved. He would just have another master. Eventually, he chose death. Just like him, the warriors on Devil Bloodstar at this moment were burning their lives to fight. They weren't afraid. They were unwilling and unyielding. Shi Yin was touched. He was touched because of the choice that others had made in the line between life and death. He knew that many people were dead, but their spirits were immortal. Meanwhile, someone was living, but he wasn't different from a dead person. Suddenly, he had a new conception of life and death. He opened a space slit. After walking through the light ring, he felt like he had stepped through the line between life and death. He appeared directly on Devil Bloodstar in the middle of a battle between Fick, Bai Kan, Rano, and Blood Devil, Yin Shi, and Shang Chun. He stood on a mountain peak and lifted his head to watch Fick, Bai Kan, and Rano. There was no fear or worry in his eyes. His face was strangely placid. Tui, he spurted out blood. Those drops of blood were fulgent like rubies, falling on the gory eyes on the sword. The brutal energy from the sword soared up into the sky. A blood-light column shot directly into the galaxy and reached some dark place far away, which was a mysterious area in this cosmos. Shi Yin was still in his immortal demon body form. His body withered quickly. His eyes became blood-red. At the same time, the terrifying energy on his body burst out like water overflowing a broken dam that poured into the blood sword. The eyes on the sword opened one by one. The blood chi from the eyes diffused and created a giant Demogorgon phantom, which held the sky and stepped on the ground. The blood phantom faced the sky and roared inaudibly. Its hands crazily pulled and tore. The god warriors who were coldly slaughtering the others were like cheap china items under this attack. They broke terribly. Shi Yin inhaled deeply and then bellowed. Blood trickled down from the corners of his eyes. He shot up into the clouds crazily like a streak of bloodlight. The god warriors screeched and screamed wherever the bloodlight swept through. They were beheaded or halved. Their blood splashed and turned into a thick blood mist. The sky looked like it had a blood rain. Each of the drops carried endlessly brutal and bloodthirsty desires. They carried Shi Yin's comprehension of life and death. The blood rain was showering. Shi Yin was now insane as he turned into a pure killing machine. A blood phantom of the Demogorgon flew together with a blood light through the sea of cloud above Devil Bloodstar and took the god warriors' lives. Fick, Bai Kan, and Rano grimaced. They thundered and shouted to ask the incipient god realm experts of their teams to stop that lethal attack. However, the bloodlight that Shi Yin had transformed was untraceable. It seemed to move through space slits continuously. His soul consciousness couldn't be locked. The incipient god realm experts could only stare at him killing their warriors. When they were ready to strike with their attacks, Shi Yin had been thousands of miles away for a long time. The spectacularly powerful features of the experts cultivating space power Upanishad were showcased now. They couldn't do anything. Shi Yin had killed most of the warriors who were at ethereal god realm or a lower realm. He succeeded in just a blink of an eye. When the others recognized that things were going wrong, a bloodlight had already brushed across them and sliced their bodies apart, dragging their soul altars into a chaotic space basin. He didn't want to waste his energy with incipient god realm. He struck the magical formation of the god clan directly. He had shot at the key persons of the god clan's troops instantly, which disabled the close cooperation of different powers Upanishads between those warriors. The God Clan's troops couldn't perform at their best anymore. He was slaying ethereal God realm experts of the God Clan like a meat-grinding machine. The bloodlight swept over and created a blood rain. Gradually, a blood sea emerged above Devil Bloodstar. It wiggled as if it was a living thing that surged like tides, quietly swarming toward the God Clan's battleships. Get away from that blood sea. Now! Fick discolored in fear. He couldn't help but shout hoarsely. He knew what that blood sea was. He knew what kind of changes that blood sea could arise. He was so agitated. Unfortunately, the blood sea was moving fast. When he shouted, the blood sea had reached dozens of the God Clan's battleships. A crazily terminating ambience slowly diffused and multiplied on those battleships. All of a sudden, the God Clansmen staying on those battleships became insane. They started to attack their own fellow people. The general situation of this battle hadn't changed yet. But on a small scale, the God Clan had to bear a significant loss. While the battle was at the most furious moment, the noises of the battleship engine arose from a far distance. Many battleships as big as immemorial beasts slowly pierced through the layers of clouds. Those battleships were strange and bizarre, carrying many experts of different clans with intimidating auras. They were Sha Zhao's team, reinforcements coming from other star areas. Their appearances meant that the God Clan's disaster had arrived. Rano asked the Elder Committee to open the Sky Bridge. Fick couldn't help but shout. He didn't even care about the big flaming rocks that Yin Qi was striking toward him. He raised a gold dragon spear and thrusted towards the bloodlight that was constantly changing its location. The gold dragon spear turned into a gold dragon. The thick dragon scales had an extremely sharp metal aura. The gold dragon spurted out so many gold balls. Billions of gold balls like small hedgehogs filled the air. When the gold hedgehogs filled the air, the gold dragon dissolved little by little, as if it had turned into billions of small hedgehogs. Fick's body had turned into a gold light beam. He appeared in the middle of the billions of hedgehogs, his two hands making magical hand seals. Billions of fist-sized gold hedgehogs began to spin. The cracking noise arose. The army of gold hedgehogs crushed everything in their ways and swarmed towards Shi Yan's bloodlight. Oh! Shi Yan cried and turned back to his human form inside the bloodlight. He found that the space where he was standing had been utterly destroyed and was falling apart. His space power Upanishad had no place to perform. It was disabled quickly. Shi Yan couldn't move freely anymore. Fick was almost in front of Shi Yan. He had third sky of ethereal god realm and was one of the leaders of the God Clan. He was well known everywhere in this universe. Chapter 1222, End of the Legend. Chapter 1222, End of the Legend. _ Billions of spiky gold balls rolled around and cracked the space. A gold world emerged and was slowly placed in the real world. Shi Yan was locked in this sparkling gold world. Instantly, he had lost the connection to the outside world. His space power Upanishad had no room to perform. Shi Yan couldn't promote the magical ability anymore. Fick's eyes were gold like the dazzling sun. The gold halos emerged behind his head, expanding into a gold world where a gold dragon spear was planted. That gold dragon spear didn't matter. It was the power of the incipient extent. It was the essence of the sharp metal energy, which stored Fick's attainment of metal power Upanishad that he developed for his entire life. The 3-meter-long gold dragon spear flew across the sky so powerfully that it could directly tear the sky and pierce through anything. Swoosh! The dragon spear was like a gold bolt of lightning that pierced through Shi Yan's chest. The sharp metal energy brutally destroyed his veins and body. Just like a demonic flower withering, Shi Yan's body shrank and dried bizarrely. The power of his entire body drifted away rapidly. His soul altar shook continuously as if it was about to collapse. Your real realm is just ethereal God realm. You haven't created the incipient extent, and you dare to brag and swagger everywhere. You don't want to live. Fick squinted. The long gold dragons shot out from his eyes as he roared. Those long dragons looked like they were made of pure gold. Each of the 99 dragons was several thousand meters long. They spurted gold smoke and fire, attacking Yen. At that moment, Yen was covered in the gold smoke and flames. Amazingly, that block of smokes and flame had many tiny saws that then intruded Yen's soul altar and began to cut and tear his soul altar. His god body and soul were exhausted, his powers Upanishad restrained. In front of Fick, Yen felt dispirited as if he was utterly subdued. He couldn't use his force. From ethereal god realm to incipient god realm, there was a gap that people couldn't explain. He was relentless this time. Now, he recognized that the higher realm could subdue his powers. Even though he had fused with the Genesis fruit, it couldn't shorten the gap between their realms. The gold dragon spear had pierced through Yen's chest and drained his blood chi rapidly. At the same time, 99 long dragons were burning him. The host's soul on the soul altar was shaken, and even the black hole of his devouring power Upanishad was sawed by the mysterious gold saws. Yen's host soul was wiggling as if it wanted to leave his soul altar. Yen was petrified. Fick was worthy his title of the chief of the Ascot family. He wasn't like Bello. He knew how to deal with Yen. After extracting your power Upanishad and your host soul from the soul altar, I can use the secret technique to erase your soul consciousness and memories. Your host soul will become my son's co-soul. My son will become the new owner of the Genesis fruit. As Fick was wholeheartedly concentrating, sweat started to bead on his forehead. Yen's consciousness became hazy. He was aghast when Fick started to squeeze his soul to erase his memory. No! His soul was screaming and crying unwillingly, his soul altar shaking hard. A beautiful light sparkled and radiantly illuminating his soul and sea of consciousness. Yen's soul altar became crystal clear. A brilliant, galaxy-like ethereal extent emerged, covered Yen's body and soul altar. The suns and moons in there enlarged beautifully. As his power Upanishad changed, they emitted marvelous holy lights. These beams of light pierced through the layers of thick mist, shining on the world Fick had built. Fick's gold world couldn't stand the piercing lights, shattering at a speed naked eyes could observe. Collapsing with Fick's incipient extent was his absolute confidence, the great world purifying light. He was aghast, and he couldn't hold his shriek. He felt like he had just seen ghosts in daylight. He was so baffled that he stood blankly. This power Upanishad was what a precursor of the God Clan had learned. It was the secret that the God Clan had never told anybody. Many years ago, only the warriors from the first family of the God Clan could study this power Upanishad. People who could cultivate this power Upanishad and create the great world purifying light could be counted by using the fingers of someone's hands. Only the old generation of the Bradley family in the Elder Committee could use this ability. Even Haig hadn't learned it yet. How could this man use the untold ability of the God Clan? Fick discolored in fright. His gold world shattered. The gold dragon spear he had created by the energy of the incipient extent had turned into a gold light that disappeared into his soul. Countless spiky gold balls and long dragons that were fuming smoke and flames had their energy reduced together with the collapsed incipient extent. After the great world purifying light emerged, it had subdued Fick's power Upanishad. Yen had recovered his mind quickly. At first glance, he saw fear on Fick's face. He saw that the suns, the moons, and the stars were like light curtains attached to the dome of the sky. Gritting his teeth, he used the chest cavity of the immortal demon warrior to make symbol. That symbol wiggled for a while, and then turned into a massive bloody mouth. Turning around to look at Fick, Yen got in the massive bloody mouth immediately. The bloody mouth closed right after that. The crushed void now generated chaotic space currents with terrifying tornadoes that carried the soul exterminating dust. Fick paled when he saw them. His bright eyes dimmed. He sighed in disappointment and stepped out of the place. He showed himself on the clouds of Devil Bloodstar, his neck craning out of a gold rainbow as he shouted. "Did you contact the Elder Committee?" "I did," Rano shouted back. The battleships that Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, Jiao Shan, Mo Fo, and Fuller led were like a school of bloodthirsty sharks. They created a thick mesh net to surround Devil Bloodstar. The warriors of the major star areas roared and stormed out with terrifying auras. They began the first battle of the punitive war against the God Clan. They had outnumbered the God Clan's warriors in this area, and their core had cooperated well with each other. The troops of Agate Star area couldn't compare to such elite forces. The warriors of the Ascot family, the Fernandez family, and the Bai family fell like a meteor shower. The ash-gray, deadly aura covered the entire sky. Battleships were blown off under the brutal bombarding. Fragments of those battleships fell on the lakes and mountains of Devil Bloodstar. Devil Bloodstar's sea was dyed red, while the immense sky was ash-gray with a deadly aura. The mountains collapsed and ignited. The trees burned into charcoal. This was the true scene of the doomsday. The god warriors were besieged and killed. Their life magnetic fields vanished. Their traces in this world all erased. Damn it, why haven't they sent the sky bridge yet? Rano thundered and hissed at the sky, his face ferocious. He was releasing energy fluctuations that could even shatter an entire mountain. Deep in the space above people's heads, the dome of the sky was slashed as if someone had used a sword to tear a tent. The holy mountains emerged from the cuts. Those holy mountains hid in the thick mist. They represented the faith and spirit of the God Clan. From the mountains, emerging from the torn space, the seven-colored heavenly stairs dropped down. The heavenly stairs looked like they were made of a rainbow with endless mysterious energy extending directly to Devil Bloodstar. 12 heavenly stairs floated above the 12 points that gathered many warriors of the God Clan. The 12 stairs had appeared at the most crucial moment to take their fellows back home. The god survivors had almost been hopeless. Seeing the heavenly stairs, they immediately rushed towards the 12 seven-colored stairs. Right when their bodies touched the steps, they disappeared. Even the massive battleships had been teleported away from Devil Bloodstar to the unknown area when the rainbow light covered them. Yanqi and Blood Devil roared angrily. They wanted to destroy those heavenly stairs. They accumulated earth-shaking energy attacks and bombarded the sky bridges. However, it was like they were hammering shadows. They couldn't damage anything. "Don't waste your efforts," Shang Chun frowned and sighed. "The sky bridge is another mysterious weapon of the God Clan. It will be like an illusion when you attack it. Not many people know how it works." The god warriors disappeared continuously. The Bai family's warriors were so thrilled by a sky bridge. They dashed toward the bridge, and dozens of them flashed, and then disappeared. "The Bai family must be obliterated here." Song Yun's voice arose from the dark void. He appeared with the true form of the white tiger from Heavenly Monster Tribe. His tiger eyes were wide open as he roared. His roaring was shaking even the void. Then, blood shed from his entire body. His drops of blood exploded in the air and triggered something or connecting this area to some mysterious area. A magical mark emerged in that area and transmitted the earth-destroying energy fluctuation. The mark revolved crazily. And then, an ancient dragon claw emerged from the mark and forcefully gripped a seven-colored sky bridge. The seven-colored heavenly stair that could bring the Bai family of Dry Bone Star area the hope of surviving was squeezed off by the ancient dragon claw. Even the mountain that dropped the stairs was shaken grumblingly. People in this area could even hear someone bellow in pain. When Baikan of the Bai family saw the archaic dragon claw emerge, he paled and shivered. He attempted to run away. The dragon claw snatched over him from a distance. Just like there were some invisible ropes tying him, Baikan was dragged into the mark. Before he disappeared into the mark, his body was deformed and bleeding. He couldn't escape this gory fate. Song Yun of the Heavenly Monster Tribe kneeled down in the void. He was the descendant of Holy Beast White Tiger, but currently He was like a little white kitten looking at the dragon claw and the mark disappearing with great respect. He didn't move. The members of the heavenly monster tribe emerged from the dark void. All of them were using their true bodies, lying on the battleships. After the dragon claw disappeared completely, they stood up. Obliterate the Bai family. Song Yun stood up and walked out of the white mist. He transformed to his humanoid body and heartlessly looked at the Bai warriors who were shivering in fear. The heavenly monster warriors stormed over, showcasing their brutal features of the heavenly monsters. They bit and ripped the Bai warrior apart, devouring them. Their massive mouths chewed the bones while blood trickled down from the corners of their mouths like a small stream. They looked utterly savage. They were explicitly biting and swallowing the Bai warriors. This group of warriors had appeared in this area using their true bodies and showed the wild and ruthless features of the heavenly monster tribe. Many warriors of the forces sheltering on Devil Blood Star felt shivers sending down their spines when they heard the sounds of the beasts chewing bones. They had cold sweat, and instinctively, they moved away to avoid them. Sha Zhao and the others were still chasing after the God Clan's warriors who hadn't reached the sky bridges yet. The Ascot family and the Fernandez family had to bear a significant loss. Half of them had to stay in Devil Blood Star forever. No, a member of the God Clan gawked and screamed, his eyeballs almost cracking in the deepest despair. The sky bridges faded out like an illusion vanishing. That space crack slowly closed. The Elder Committee in the faraway ancient God continent had decided to withdraw the sky bridges after the ancient dragon claw appeared. They seemed afraid. They were afraid that the mysterious divine tool that God Clan had spent a lot of efforts to refine could be damaged here. The God warriors abandoned here were destined to bury their bodies in Devil Blood Star. It was the first time after several thousand years when God Clan was defeated in a battle in a different star area, and their warriors couldn't withdraw safely. The legend of the invincible God Clan had ended here. Chapter 1223, Great Victory. Chapter 1223, Great Victory, _ Corpses covered the entire Devil Blood Star. The sea was dyed red with blood. Pieces of flesh and limbs were scattered around the mountains, rivers, and forests. The planet was now like hell on earth. Half of the warriors from the Ascot family and Fernandez family had stayed here and became scattered corpses. The warriors of the Bai family from Dry Bone Star area were exterminated. The battleships of Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, Mo Fo, and the others were anchored outside Devil Blood Star. They rode the war chariots, shouting and cheering. It was several days after the battle. Blood Devil, Gute, Bath, and Fu Wei had sent their warriors to clean the corpses, collecting weapons and battleships, and piling them on designated areas on Devil Blood Star. Shang Chen had talked to Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, and the others. He had also met Shang Yingyu. They were now in Devil Blood Star, their countenances solemn. There was one thing that had flustered them. Shi Yin had disappeared. Shang Chun, Sha Zhao, Blood Devil, and Song Yun had searched around Devil Blood Star and even Monster Dragon Star to find Shi Yin. Unfortunately, even after they had spent a lot of efforts, they couldn't locate Shi Yin. People then gathered on Devil Blood Star. Shang Chun was stroking the dim-glowed jade on his chest and hesitating. And Leah and Shang Chun were waiting by him and looking at him. "Dad, is it really difficult to ask about his situation?" Shang Yingyu's clear eyes were filled with anger. And Leah urged her husband, "Don't linger. Ask them." She guessed that the stone on Shang Chen's chest could contact the bloodthirsty force. This force was the most mysterious force in this world with hidden, unknown power. They even had ears and eyes in the God Clan. Otherwise, when the Elder Committee decided to use the God punishment, Shang Chun could never know it to warn them. As Shi Yin had disappeared all of a sudden, there were two possibilities in this case. The God Clan had killed him, or he had run away because he was wounded. As long as they could confirm that the God Clan hadn't killed him, they would know that Shi Yin was safe. And that was enough to Shang Yingyu. "You women are so annoying. All right. I'm going to ask them. Sigh. They will laugh at my face." Shang Chen sighed and mumbled with a bitter face. If they don't contact me, I'm sure that kid is all right. But you guys don't believe me. Arg. A bright gold halo emitted from Shang Chen's eyes. He quieted down, and the jade on his chest fluctuated soul energy, as if someone was ringing him. He frowned and used the soul to communicate, his face angry. After several seconds, Shang Chun took a deep breath and then snorted. He's all right. When Fick chased after him, he had escaped to the ancient continent he had fused its origin with. He's recovering his wounds now, so he doesn't have the power to open a space door to get back here. Shang Yingyu exhaled in relief and said, I'm going to tell Sha Zhao and Song Yun this. Shang Chun waved his hand to dismiss her. After she had left, he turned to his wife, his face heavy. What do you think about the relationship between our little Yu and Shi Yin? I think Shi Yin is not a bad option. His realm is extraordinary, and his powers Upanishads are powerful. Yeah, a good match to our daughter, said Enlia. Shang Chun knitted his brows and snorted. That kid has so many beauties. As far as I'm concerned, there are 3 women with ambiguous relationships with him staying on Devil Blood Star. We don't know how many more he will have in the future. Yeah, it's troublesome. And Leah sighed as she had a headache. Then I will talk to little Yu. That kid is unfaithful. I think when she knows that, she'll give him up. What do you think? Our little Yu isn't a little girl anymore. It's hard for her to like someone. She's liked only one guy until now. Sigh, it's too bad that it's that kid. When you talk to her, try to use nice words. Don't create a reverse effect. Shang Chun said begrudgingly. Yes, I know that. Dash. When Sha Zhao, Song Yun, and the others knew that Shi Yin had gone to the ancient continent to cultivate and heal his wounds, they were able to finally ease their minds. Sha Zhao, Mo Fo, Wu Feng Wu Bai, and Blood Devil talked for a while. They exchanged seals of the teleport formations and then drove their battleships back home. The seals that they left included the coordinates of the ancient formation in their clans and forces. Once Shi Yin got back, he could use the coordinates to find them easily. Song Yun and the members of the Heavenly Monster Tribe decided to wait for Shi Yin. However, they didn't linger on Devil Blood Star. Bath and Gu Te had invited them to visit Monster Dragon Star. The Monster Dragon Star was the Monster Clan's territory. Bath and Gu Te were the big leaders of the clan, and they had the blood of the immemorial heavenly monsters in their veins. They had families and dearly feeling for Song Yun. When Song Yun told them the relationship between their tribes, Bath and Gu Te were so thrilled. They had treated Song Yun and the heavenly monster warriors as their distinguished guests. Fu Wei and Blood Devil had sent their warriors to collect the battleships of the God Clan and the Bai family. They categorized the armors, weapons, pellets, and materials they had collected and distributed to the other forces by their contribution to the recent battle. After the battle, although the ones who decided to fight until death had received some damages, the material from the God Clan and the Bai family were enough to make up for their loss. Everybody was excited because of this perfect outcome. The leaders of the forces knew for whom the reinforcements had come from Fu Wei. The name Shi Yin became well known around the entire Agate Star area. He had become the savior of the star area, who earned respect from warriors of all forces. They didn't know that when the name Shi Yin was carved in the bottom of their hearts, it had also shaken the other major star areas and resulted in applause from the big clans and forces around the universe. In the battle taking place in Agate Star area, the God Clan had sent the Ascot family and the Fernandez family together with the Bai family of Dry Bone Star area. They used the God Punishment and the Sky Bridges, and the results were the obliteration of the Bai family. Half of the warriors of the Ascot family and the Fernandez family had to bury their corpses in the battlefield. Their power had massively decreased, and they had to run away helter-skelter. This was the only time throughout the past thousands of years that the God Clan had to bear such bitter fruit. After this battle, the Ascot family and the Fernandez family had become the weakest families of the God Clan. It was a significant humiliation to the God Clan, but it cheered up the other major star areas. Shi Yin had connected many forces in this battle, and his name was famous now. He was now known as the successor of the Bloodthirsty Force, the new descendant of the immortal demon clan. the eternal ally of the heavenly monster tribe, and the first warrior to ever succeed in resisting against the God Clan. His name had become a hot topic, and people were talking about him everywhere. The bad defeat of the God Clan had boosted the others' morale. They now knew that the God Clan wasn't invincible. The warriors who were trying to survive under the pressure of the God Clan in many star areas began to have different thoughts. And the forces that were in a dangerous situation in a battle against the God Clan felt new vitality pouring in them when they heard the good news. They gritted their teeth and clenched their jaws to resist. They would never yield. Just like Fiery Rain Star area. Inside a group of asteroids that had red soil, many warriors of Fiery Rain Star area were hiding. Yushan, Xiaoan, Xin Fei stayed with many other warriors there. They all looked tired. The God Clan had chased after them for a long time. After so many struggles, they had come to this area. They felt so hopeless. Benny wore a cold face, and he stood upright between Yushan and Xiaoan. His eyes experienced frost and wind. He gathered his spirit and then asked, "Is it true?" Yushan beamed a rare smile. "Confirmed. It's true." She screamed excitedly. The God Clan was defeated in Agate Star area. Right next to us, the battle against the God Clan has a big victory. Half of the Ascot family and the Fernandez family were killed, and the Bai family was uprooted. The dispirited warriors of Fiery Rain Star area started to cheer loudly when they heard Yushan screaming. Xiaoan grinned and then turned to Benny, talking earnestly. Yin has done all of these. He facilitated the defeat of the God Clan. However, the threat in Fiery Rain Star area is still there. We still need you. Help us contact Yin. When he talked to Benny, he was extremely respectful. It was because Benny had brought the positive changes to Fiery Rain Star area for many years. Half of the merits in this star area's war belonged to Benny. "I will try my best," said Benny arrogantly. He discreetly clenched his fists, his shoulder quivering. Apparently, he was so excited. God Clan, Ancient God Hall, God Zenith. The ancient god statues stood solemnly in the quiet hall. Under those statues sat the 12 god clansmen. Surprisingly, Fick and Rana were there too. The chiefs of the 12 families of the God Clan were summoned. The Elder Committee asked them to come at the fastest speed, no matter where they were. Today, the chiefs of all the 12 families of the God Clan had gathered. The current chief of the Bradley family, Byers, was sitting neatly under a statue in the center. His white hair draped around his shoulder. He looked stern and resolute, and his eyes were like stars, mysterious and unpredictable. He looked at Rano and Fick and thundered. "You two still have the face to come here? Our clan has been prosperous for 10,000 years, and because of your defeat, our morale has reduced massively. You should die to pay for your sin." Fick and Rano discolored, but they stayed silent instead of answering. They had made mistakes, so they didn't dare to snap back. The Bradley family was the strongest family among the 12 families of the God Clan. Even when they were at their peak, the Ascot and the Fernandez families weren't as strong as the Bradley family, let alone now when they were damaged badly. Byers was the chief of the Bradley family, his power Upanishad extraordinary at third sky of incipient God realm. Rumors said that he was just half a step away from the immortal realm. It was also the reason why Fick and Rano didn't dare to retort. "Byers, what do you have to criticize them? If Haig hadn't failed, how could many things have happened like that? It's your son's fault. He made my son Harson die there. Your Bradley family has to bear the responsibility." A lanky old man with a sinister face bellowed, his eyes flaring like a wild flame. He looked as if he wanted to fight Byers instantly. This man was the chief of the Charteris family, Harson's father, Charlent. He was the God Clan's butcher and the most combative expert of the God Clan. He had the mad power of the Charteris family. If Harson hadn't messed it up and troubled Haig a lot, how could Yin have taken the Genesis fruit? Snorted Byers. All right. The Elder Committee has confined Haig in the God-sealing cliff to repay for his mistake. If he can't break through to incipient God realm, he will never be able to get out of there. It's a critical time. "Don't quarrel," said Aimal, the chief of the Brahmos family. He comforted the other two and prevented them from causing an internal dispute. While they were discussing, the ancient statue in the ancient god hall released turbulent soul energy. The soul altars of the elders emerged above the statues. One of them merely announced the decisions of the elder committee. Declare the overall war. Chapter 1224, just like that year. Chapter 1224, just like that year, underscore. The dark forest in Grace Mainland. Inside a cave that was covered with grass, a young man sat inside a dry lake. He closed his eyes and sat still like a 1,000-year-old rock. Time flew fast. After an unknown time, the young man's fingers twitched. He opened his eyes and looked around. That man was Shurian. Fickett third sky of incipient god realm had wounded both Shurian's soul and body on Devil Bloodstar. The cracks on his soul altar hadn't recovered until now. Fortunately, with the blood essence crystal, his body healed. When his soul altar cracked, he had used the immortal demon blood to cross the space. The first location that popped up in his mind at that time was this place, a cave where his soul landed into this world that year. He fell into the blood pond. The blood in the blood pond was used up a long time ago to help him transform. It was currently dried up. He sat in the pond and used the blood essence crystal to recover. He healed until today. However, the cracks in his soul altar couldn't be mended within one day. Looking at the blood pond, the spider webs weaving above his head, and the layers of dust on the ground, Shurian kept silent. It had been hundreds of years. His soul had come to this world and possessed the body of the guy named Shurian who was investigating the vestiges of an ancient area. Then he used his body to live in this world. Slowly, he had grown and reached third sky of ethereal god realm. He had become the most dazzling star in the vast sea of stars. Returning to this cradle after many years, he couldn't hold his emotions. Getting up, he stooped to watch the blood pond. He suddenly got something in his mind and waved. The dust covering the blood pond was blown away, revealing the bottom of the blood pond. There was a magical drawing carved there. Shurian had never noticed it before. This drawing was very similar to the blood shield with the blood mark in the center, which was the crest of the bloodthirsty force. That mark had an evil, magical power that could seep tens of thousands of miles deep underground to vaguely connect to Grace Mainland's origin. It was a marvelous formation. With his current knowledge, it wasn't enough to comprehend the mysteries of this wonderful formation. At this moment, the formation was broken. It was out of order. He understood that this formation had used the origin of Grace Mainland to guide his soul here. However, it was overloaded and then broken. Anyway, it could bring Shurian's soul to this world. The one who had cast this formation was the chief of the dark, Lao Luo. Shurian was sure that Lao Luo had used the blood vein ring and the power of the origin to complete such an earth-shaking deed. Staring at the strange formation for a while, Shurian tried to contact the blood vein ring. However, the ring spirit didn't answer. Frowning, Shurian tried to stimulate his soul altar and urge his power Upanishad. His brain then tingled and the soul altar cracked. It startled him. He didn't dare to try furthermore. When Fick attacked him fatally, he had used the gold saws to cut his soul altar and extract his soul. It had damaged his soul altar severely, and he couldn't even use his power Upanishad. If he forced it harder, his soul altar would have more cracking noises. As he couldn't use his power Upanishad, he couldn't create a space passage. He couldn't leave this place now. He knew many things that could mend his soul, but he didn't have any of them now. He had to go to Devil Bloodstar to find Fu Wei, Shang Chun, and Blood Devil to take those things to treat his soul altar and mend those cracks. He wasn't worried about the war in Agate Star area. Before he had run away, Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, and the others had arrived. The God Clan were going to be the losers to the forces of Agate Star area. Currently, his soul altar had been damaged badly, and he couldn't use his supernatural abilities. He was restricted a lot, so he could use only his strong body to move around. He tried to figure out how to contact the people in Devil Bloodstar and asked them to take something to cure his soul altar. Turning around to look at the cave, he chuckled and walked out, just like that year. He still remembered Miss Mo Yinyu of the Mo family. He had quarreled with her. Today, recalling it, he smiled. Ah, taking the fresh air, he was surprised. Then, when he recognized it, he laughed happily. The earth and heaven energy in this dark forest was abundant. It was almost as much as what a level 2 or 3 life-star could have. It was dozens of times thicker than when he had left the continent. It was the first time Yin recognized that all of these changes were because of him. He suddenly felt lighthearted. He wandered aimlessly through the dark forest. For the time being, he put aside the worries in his mind to behold the beauty of nature. Strangely, when he relaxed and put aside the worries of his wounded soul altar, he vaguely felt a tingle from the cracks on his soul altar. Yin was surprised, but he seemed to get something. He then tried to relax more. The dark forest looked the same. It still had demonic beasts, and of course, the warriors would take risks to hunt them. As Yin was wearing dark clothes and wandering around the forest alone, he had aroused the greed of other hunters. However, whenever they saw him and wanted to attack him, Yin just frowned and released a bit of his aura. Those warriors then ran away for their lives like stray dogs. The gap between their realms was so vast. Even when his soul altar was damaged, and he didn't dare to urge the power Upanishad, he just needed to show off a beam of energy in his body to scare away the warriors at Nascent and Disaster Realm. He still wandered around and tried to not think about his damaged soul altar or use the soul consciousness. He just strolled aimlessly. Although he was nonchalant, his route was unconsciously the same as that year when the Mo family captured him to be a medicinal slave. Finally, he had seized a chance when the Mo family fought the white blade jade spider to run away. He was now walking that path one more time. That year was the first time he recognized the ability of his acupuncture points and used them to take in the essence chi. He had been subtle and patient to grow and survive. After more than 200 years, he had reached the peak of the ethereal god realm. As soon as he could understand the true meanings of life and death power Upanishad, he could break through to incipient god realm. Thinking about the realms and time, he felt like he had lived several lives. Yin didn't need to use the soul altar and the power Upanishad to comprehend his power Upanishads. As he was walking, he was absorbed into his world of thoughts, thinking about life and death. Gradually, he was flustered as if he was about to fall into bedevilment. Yin didn't recognize it. He was still thinking and walking ahead, his face bewildered. Today, he reached a big, ancient tree. He stopped when a memory popped up. He knew this tree. That year, he used to cultivate nearby. At this spot, he had his first woman, a female mercenary called Delanya, and the first woman who had touched his heart, a girl called Muyu Dai. Images of the old memory crossed his heart. Yin stood still as if he was slumbering, and he couldn't tell between reality and fantasy. He was still lingering in between the thoughts of life and death. The lush, ancient tree withered as its life weakened. The big branches dried and yellowed like a senile old man who was walking to the end of his life. The water murmuring arose behind the tree, where Yin could see a small bamboo house. The house was situated between the stream and many flowers. Someone was playing a clear and pleasant melody. When a sound from the string emerged, Yin was shaken. His eyes flared up with a strange light. He walked like he was dreaming toward the bamboo house, his face odd. This melody was exactly like that year. It was so familiar. At this moment, Yin wasn't sure if it was a hallucination of his or if it was real. He kept walking to the house. When he reached the bamboo house, he pushed the door open, his face shocked. At first sight, he saw a white-headed old woman backing him, facing a window and playing music with her strings. She didn't recognize that he was here. The old woman was wrinkled and senile. Her wild hair cascaded on her waist. She also had an energy fluctuation, but her vitality was feeble. It meant that her life was at the end of its journey. Yin looked at the old woman, his face so strange. He just listened to her music and couldn't say a word. After the old woman finished her melody, She sighed and spoke in a husky voice. You've enjoyed my music. Please leave. Don't bother my quiet moment. Yin kept silent. He seemed to be rooted here, so he didn't move an inch. The old woman was so indignant. She coughed and then turned around. Abruptly, she was shocked. Pointing at Yin, she was shaking hard. She opened her mouth on her wrinkled face to say something, but she couldn't make a sound. Tears rolled down her face even before she could get a hold of herself to speak. Yin observed her, his face awkward. After a long time, he quivered and sighed. I didn't think it was you. Yeah, I didn't think it was you too. The old woman sobbed, her face wet with tears. Although she looked so old, her facial features told him that she was a beautiful woman when she was young. She gave him a sad smile. I can say that I will not regret anything when I can meet you one more time before I die. After 200 years, you still look the same as the first day we met. You haven't changed a bit, but I'm this senile. I'm going to die. Where's Dialon? Yin sighed. She couldn't make it a nascent realm. Her time was over. She had gone ahead of me. Muyu Dai forced a smile and pointed at the bamboo room next to hers. She lived there. We had each other company. She died naturally from thirst years ago. What? Yin shook his head. I just wanted to see you again. Even if I can't, I can still recall my memory. Muyu Dai coughed and stooped her head. You should have returned earlier when I wasn't this old, so I could have the face to meet people. Seeing me like this, I'm sure you're disappointed. Why do you have to be so persistent? Yin sighed again. I just wanted to tell you that I was wrong that year. Hatred had blinded me. I couldn't hold you. That's why I've been regretting it for 200 years, said Muyu Dai gently. Those old stories have faded away in my mind. I don't remember your mistake. I just remember you used to make me have feelings for you. Yin pondered for a while, and then said, This pellet can supply more vitality to increase your longevity. I hope we can meet again. Then, he took in a glimpse of the bamboo room where Dialon used to live. He sighed, took out a bottle of wine, and drank. He staggered out of the place, singing loudly. In between the lines of life and death. Born in a dream, die in a dream. Under this vast sky and the eternal universe, destiny will bring us through thousands of miles to meet up. The true meanings of life and death power Upanishad and transmigration twirled in his sea of consciousness, advancing rapidly. Chapter 1225. The Azure Dragon Wakes Up. Chapter 1225. The Azure Dragon Wakes Up, Giving up the junk thoughts, Yin departed from the dark forest after purifying his soul. He didn't use his power Upanishad and just walked like a normal human or more like a drunk. Starting from the dark forest, he had walked through Sky Meteor City to the Dead Swamp and then the Endless Sea. Crossing the dark magnetic noxious mist, he reached Divine Great Land. Yin had walked on the routes he used to walk many years ago in Grace Mainland. He had visited each place he used to fight others or places he had broken into a new realm. Every place was like a camera roll of pictures that were unfolding in his head. He didn't care about time and just sank in there. Eventually, he reached the demon area where he had been teleported to outer space together with Bao Ao and Jiejia. He stopped by the Demogorgon statue, the source of power Upanishad inheritance of the ruined demon area. This place was the demon area connected to Grace Mainland. However, it was a small domain in a big world. The demon clansmen were all relocated, so Yin found no shadow in this area. The teleport formation that had delivered Yin, Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ro to Raging Flamestar area lay there under a thick layer of dust. Yin sat down cross-legged on the formation and closed his eyes to meditate. This teleport formation was the terminal that had ended his story in Grace Mainland. He left from here and entered outer space and Raging Flamestar area. It had turned his life to a new page. His surroundings were dead silent. There was no living creature's energy fluctuation. His soul altar quieted down and the vitality in his body gradually calmed down. Eventually, even his heart stopped beating. He was like a dead man, and the surroundings were affected by his condition. Everything now had the dead chi. The tough wild grass around him withered and died. Gradually, the entire demon area was filled with dead chi because of him. It was like death had paid attention to this area all of a sudden. No plant could survive. There was no beam of life energy fluctuation. It seemed like the earth and heaven energy had also abandoned this area and scattered elsewhere. The demon area where Shi Yin was sitting had turned into a desolate area. There was no light, no air, and no sound. And Shi Yin himself had been as still as a dead man. At a corner of the vast universe that was hidden deep in a dark void, there was a vast azure sea. It stayed behind layers of thick black mist that they had to go through the mist to see the sea. Above the dark azure sea were thousands of floating meteorites. Some were as small as a fist, and some were even bigger than an entire continent. Those meteorites scattered around the azure sea, but they weren't still. Sometimes they bobbed with the sea water. A brilliant light curtain floated above the azure sea and extended to an area far away that people couldn't see. This light curtain had so many space slits that released brutal energy fluctuations, as if they had countless meteors flying around, that even incipient God Realm experts would have been smashed if they were wandering there. If Shi Yin was there, he would have figured out that the radiant light above the sea was very similar to a place he knew. The river of outer space. When he was in Raging Flame Star area, he had triggered the power of the empty fantasy crystal to escape. It took him to that river. That outer space river had many five-colored rocks bobbing in different sizes. However, the water of that river was gray and murky, and the river also had a light road that was filled with space slits. Sure, Yin used to learn space power Upanishad in that place. At that time, Shi Yin, Feng Rao, Bao Ao, and others had fallen into the river. From Feng Rao, Shi Yin knew that near the other end of the land of God punishment was a dead star that could navigate them out of the outer space river. Also, Feng Rao had told them frankly that she didn't know what was at the other end of the outer space river. She told them that no one in Raging Flame Star area had reached that end of the outer space river. At that time, the other end of the outer space river was an unsolved riddle. They never knew that there was an azure sea with many floating meteorites situated on the other end of the river. Those meteorites were moving as if they were alive, or perhaps they were some kind of marvelous formation. Today, some shadows appeared on a meteorite that was even bigger than divine great land in the dark azure sea on the other end of the outer space river. Surprisingly, they were the precursors of heavenly monster tribe. There were many bottomless holes and abysses on that meteorite that they couldn't see the bottom. Vaguely, a formidable energy fluctuation emerged. That fluctuation was so earth-shaking that it stirred up the entire sea. It seemed like the energy fluctuation had come directly from the bottom of the sea. Many areas on this massive meteorite had deep, massive scratches. At the same time, those scratches were solemn, as if it could destroy any creature that dared to trespass the area. Some precursors of the heavenly monster tribe scattered around a massive abyss. They lay face down on the ground and turned back to their monster forms. There was the brilliant gold unicorn, dozens of thousands of meters long pythons, the flying three-legged gold craw, and even the flaming phoenix. They were surrounding the deep abyss and chanting something. The three-legged gold crow was holding a bleeding body in its claw. It was the Bai family's chief, Bai Can. Mysterious and magical symbols flew out of space, slits above the outer space river. There were billions of them in so many colors. They looked like mountains, the sea, and even forests. Each of them was marvelous and inexplicable. The billions of symbols had flown out of the space slits and descended like raindrops. All of them had plunged into the deep abyss. The water of the azure sea was boiling and bubbling wildly, transmitting the earth-shaking energy. Many small meteorites exploded. Smaller pieces of them fell into the sea and disappeared. From time to time, the sea emitted dazzling cyan light, rippling and covering the entire sea. It gave a life-energy fluctuation. That intimidating commotion lasted for a long time. The four precursors of heavenly monster tribe calmed down. They transformed back into their humanoid bodies. They all looked tired, as if they had just used a lot of energy. Their eyes were strangely bright, as if they were waiting for something. Time ticked hurriedly. After a long time, the azure sea quieted down. The outer space river seemed to lower as if half of its water was evaporated. The four old heavenly monsters kneeled on the ground, their eyes fixed on the biggest abyss. Eventually, a terrible cough arose from the abyss. Right after that, a senile old man crawled out of the abyss and gasped for his breath. Holy Ancestor! The four old heavenly monster precursors cried happily. Apparently, they were thrilled. The old man was still panting. He had snow-white hair and a pair of strangely bright cyan eyes. He waved his hand powerlessly. I've just woken up. I need energy. Sigh. Immortal, immortal. Only the soul is immortal, though. If the body doesn't have enough energy to resist, it will still be hopeless and vulnerable. While he was talking, his eyes sparkled. People could see billions of symbols moving in his pupils. They were the symbols that descended from space, slits above their heads. The old man lifted his head to look at the sky. Then he opened his mouth and drew. Beams of pure energy hidden in the space slit poured into his mouth like streams. After those streams had poured into his mouth, most of the space slits above his head exploded and vanished eventually. At the same time, his senile body was now like a dried tree in the springtime. He was filled up and the wrinkles on his face stretched. His skin was now glowing in good health. After 10 breaths, he had transformed from a dying old man into a brawny, middle-aged man. He shook his head and said, "Not enough. It's too bad that we need to leave now." The four precursors of the heavenly monster tribe bowed, their faces respectful. The elder with the human head and the snake body said, "Our ancestral land has fused with the Genesis fruit. Our tribe will rise again. Holy Ancestor, please guide us. Let's go to Agate Star area." He pondered for a while and then ordered. Although the old monsters didn't know why, they didn't object. All nodded. Monster Dragon Star in Agate Star area. Song Yun and the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe were staying at Monster Dragon Star. From Song Yun, Gute and Bath knew the relationship between the Monster Clan and Heavenly Monster Tribe. They also knew the reason why they could progress faster. It was because of the Heavenly Monster Tribe bloodline in their bodies. Song Yun hadn't told them the relationship between Grace Mainland and the Heavenly Monster Tribe's bloodline. He just told them that the biggest opportunity had come to the Monster Clan. Monsters who had the Heavenly Monster Tribe bloodline were going to harvest a lot of benefits. Bath and Gute had treated the Heavenly Monsters warriors as their distinguished guests. They respected the others so much. However, there was an exception. Ghost Hunter didn't give them face. If he didn't have his preserved cultivating place in Monster Dragon Star, he wasn't going to return. He didn't meet Song Yun. Right after they had returned to Monster Dragon Star, he went and sealed himself in his cultivating valley. He didn't get out or meet anybody. He didn't even give Gute face. Guemo had visited him many times, but he was kept outside by Ghost Hunter's barrier. Guemo was upset, but the feelings she had for him were rooted in her heart. She couldn't do anything but wait for him in the valley not far from there. She wasn't interested in Song Yun or the other members of the Heavenly Monster Tribe. She was dedicated to Ghost Hunter only. Song Yun stayed at Monster Dragon Star for the time being. He knew about the commotions at Devil Blood Star through Gute and Bath. He asked them to notify him immediately when Shi Yin was back. Song Yun was waiting for him. Of course, he wasn't idle. He had set up a space teleport formation at Monster Dragon Star that could move through star areas. That space teleport formation was built already. He just needed to reinstall it. Today, that formation glowed all of a sudden. Song Yun looked shocked. He immediately recognized the change. His body flashed and disappeared. He reappeared and guarded the entrance of the formation. The immense light emerged. The precursors of Heavenly Monster Tribe walked out of the light. Song Yun bowed to greet them and called their names with respect, Elder Hugo, Elder Nathan, Elder Tianine, Elder Ao Gu. Ah, holy ancestor. Seeing him, Song Yun kneeled down and lowered his body to the ground. His face thrilled. He looked at the middle-aged man and cried. The middle-aged man he called Holy Ancestor smiled lovingly and rubbed Song Yun's head. Well done, kid. Song Yun was excited, quivering. Only the 4 holy beasts of Heavenly Monster Tribe could become holy ancestors. White Tiger had buried his body in Desolate. Shi Yin had found the remains of the Vermilion Bird, and Zwashur had received the inheritance from the Black Tortoise. Thus, this holy ancestor of theirs was the Holy Ancestor Azure Dragon, one of the ancestors of Heavenly Monster Tribe. The holy beast Azure Dragon's soul was immortal. After so many years in Kulpas, he had still survived. Chapter 12:26. The Monster Ancestor's Blood Sacrifice. Chapter 12:26. The Monster Ancestor's Blood Sacrifice, _ The holy beast Azure Dragon had appeared in Monster Dragon Star. After he had walked out of the teleport formation, he smiled and rubbed Song Yun's head, appraising him. Song Yun was so excited. Azure Dragon's eyes were ancient and experienced, his body muscular. He pondered and then triggered his blood. As Bath and Gute were in the other remote area on the Monster Dragon, their monster bodies shook as the drops of Heavenly Monster Tribe's blood had bounced as if they wanted to get out of their bodies. The members of Brutal Dragon Tribe and Evil Dragon Tribe with Heavenly Monster Tribe's blood in their bodies could sense something. They were astounded as they didn't know what had just happened to them. The holy beast Azure Dragon looked awkward and embarrassed. Song Yun stooped. He suddenly got something, and his mouth arched into an odd curve. He could guess why the holy ancestor looked strange. Heavenly Monster Tribe had many monster ancestors. The immemorial creatures that Grace Mainland had given birth to were all addressed as monster ancestors. However, the 4 holy beasts held high positions in Heavenly Monster Tribe. Guarding 4 directions of Grace Mainland, they had innate supernatural abilities. Song Yun had heard many legends of the holy ancestor Azure Dragon. However, most of them were related to being licentious and unrestrained. He could never be amused without women. Rumors said that after Azure Dragon had left the ancestral star, he wasn't constrained anymore. He had kidnapped women from different races to satisfy himself. Thus, he had so many children and grandchildren. His descendants had more or less his blood. However, it was diluted so they weren't his successors. In this cosmos, 90% of the monster tribes with the word dragon in their names were his descendants, including the Ice Dragon, the Flood Dragon, the Evil Dragon, the Brutal Dragon, and more. When he arrived at Monster Dragon Star and checked his blood, he found that many of them answered him. The blood that could resonate with his was the result of his absurd youth. Thinking for a while, Azure Dragon couldn't remember which races the women of the Brutal Dragon Tribe and the Evil Dragon Tribe were from. Recalling his time of lustful youth, he forced a smile. As the 4 old monsters of Heavenly Monster Tribe knew the ugly truth, they tried to hold their laughter. Azure Dragon pretended to know nothing. He used his soul consciousness to cover the entire Monster Dragon Star. All of a sudden, he let out a low scream, his face strange. He frowned and pondered for seconds while gazing at Song Yun. Then he flashed and brought Hugo, Nathan, Tianine, and Ao Gu away. Those 4 monsters were the main line of the Gold Crow, the Phoenix, the Heaven Python, and the Unicorn. They disappeared quickly. Song Yun was left at his spot. After a while, he brought the 4 monsters and reappeared at the valley where Ghost Hunter was cultivating. Strange light shot out of his eyes as he studied a sealed cave. The barrier at the entrance of the cave was torn as he was gazing at it. Ghost Hunter, who was closing his eyes to cultivate in the cave, was exposed. Ghost Hunter was filled with brutal chi. He wanted to storm over and question the others. But then he paled. The middle-aged man with deep and experienced eyes had something very solemn on his body that made Ghost Hunter want to kneel down in front of him. It was like he was facing his primal ancestor. He was shocked and couldn't have the thought of resisting. He had never had this feeling. "Who are you?" Ghost Hunter lowered his voice and hissed. Azure Dragon didn't answer. He rose one hand and pinched the void. Ghost Hunter was immediately grabbed and dragged toward him, turning directly into his monster form. He was a savage, fearsome beast with many spikes on his body. His eyes were ferocious like an ancient varmint. The four old monsters of the heavenly monster tribe were baffled as they looked at Ghost Hunter. From Ghost Hunter, they could feel an extraordinary aura. That aura consisted of the aura of the heavenly monster tribe's precursors, which was so ancient but matched with their ancestors. "Holy ancestor," cried Hugo, the descendant of the Gold Crow. Azure Dragon kept silent. He studied Ghost Hunter and touched something in the void. A drop of blood flew out Ghost Hunter's glabella and fell on the palm of Azure Dragon's hand. Just like a sprouting seed, the drop of blood and the lines on Azure Dragon's palm connected magically. He looked concerned as he was using his own blood to check the mysteries of Ghost Hunter's drop of blood. The four monsters looked at Ghost Hunter. They became more astonished and skeptical. After a long time, Azure Dragon returned the drop of blood to Ghost Hunter. Right after that, he became solemn and an earth-shaking energy fluctuation arose around him. A drop of blood was forced out of his fingertip. The energy fluctuated from that drop of blood wasn't less powerful than an incipient God Realm expert's. "Holy Ancestor," the four monsters screamed in unison. After Azure Dragon had squeezed out a blood drop of life, his face became paler. He turned and told the others, "You four, each of you shall offer a blood drop of life." The four old monsters discolored in fright, but they didn't dare to not follow Azure Dragon's words. They winced bitterly when they urged their powers to condense the blood drop of life from their blood. Shortly after, 4 drops of blood appeared in their hands. Each of them had a different energy, but they were all intimidating. Azure Dragon's eyes flared with a magical light. Billions of symbols seemed to have revived. 5 lightning columns suddenly appeared and covered the drops of blood from Azure Dragon himself and the 4 descendants of the heavenly monster tribe, forcefully shoving them into Ghost Hunter's glabella. The 4 old monsters were shocked. "Holy Ancestor," the 4 couldn't help but cry. Azure Dragon turned around and threw them a glance as he asked, "What's the matter? Shouldn't we use this blood-sacrificing technique on Song Yin?" Song Yin had risked his life to go to Desolate and earn the merit of our heavenly monster tribe. It was his efforts for the blood sacrifice from you, Holy Ancestor. "Why did you use it on this fella?" said the heavenly python. The other 3 had the same concern. The blood sacrifice was a mysterious technique that only monster ancestors could do. Being given the blood drop of life of the monster ancestors, the monsters could increase their powers, refine their bodies, and advance their overall competences quickly. Taking Song Yun as an example, he had the cultivation base of level 12, which was equivalent to a warrior at 3rd sky of ethereal god realm. If the Azure Dragon gave him his blood, he could have advanced directly to level 13, the incipient god realm. The heavenly monster tribe's cultivation path was different from the other races. They didn't need to understand their realm deeply. When their monster body grew or transformed, they could break through instantly. However, this process was so slow. It took even more time than what normal races needed to understand their realm and break through. Azure Dragon was the holy ancestor of the heavenly monster tribe. His blood was the most perfect blood with fantastic effects. Song Yun had survived strenuously for 10 years on Desolate. He had facilitated Shi Yin to take the Genesis fruit to improve the entire heavenly monster tribe. Normally, Song Yun was the most eligible nominee to receive Azure Dragon's blood sacrifice. In fact, Azure Dragon came to Monster Dragon Star to prepare the celebration of the blood sacrifice for Song Yun to help him reach level 13. However, Azure Dragon had used the blood sacrifice on Ghost Hunter, and he had forced the 4 monsters to hand out their blood drop of life. It had baffled the 4 old monsters. Even Song Yun wouldn't receive this treatment. Previously, they knew that Azure Dragon had planned to use a blood drop of life from his body to nurture Song Yun, and he didn't require them to do the same. Using the lifeblood would have made them feeble for a long time. But now, the four old monsters didn't understand his deed. Azure Dragon didn't mind them as he was forcing the blood to enter Ghost Hunter's glabella. Strangely, Ghost Hunter closed his eyes to receive. Amazingly, his monster body started to have many magical symbols, which looked ancient and rough. Those were the symbols of mountains, lakes, and even rivers. Ghost Hunter had the illusion of the mountains in Heavenly Monster Mountain range on his back. Azure Dragon's eyes brightened. He concentrated more on operating his technique. The other four old monsters cried loudly. The immemorial monster's symbols. The seal of the Heavenly Monster Mountain range is in our ancestral star. This young man comes from our ancestral star. They suddenly understood something. Their eyes shot out dazzling light as they clenched their fists in excitement. Only the monster with the inheritance from Heavenly Monster Mountain range could have the seal and the ancient symbols on the body. Also, only the monster blood of Heavenly Monster Tribe could receive that inheritance. Evidently, Ghost Hunter wasn't an ordinary monster. Azure Dragon was focused, and billions of symbols danced in his eyes like a school of swimming fish. The 5 bolts of lightning were burning on Ghost Hunter's glabella to integrate the blood into his head. Gradually, Ghost Hunter's monster body was wound with lightning. The bolts of lightning were now dancing on his monster body. Ghost Hunter screeched and shrieked crazily. Blood splashed from his body as if he was enduring the great pain. The blood splashing from Ghost Hunter's body was confined by Azure Dragon's power. He then forced Ghost Hunter's blood into thin threads and guided them back to Ghost Hunter's glabella. It was like a circulation. Time ticked fast. Azure Dragon retrieved his hands, his face tired. Ghost Hunter was now a big lightning ball. His cracked body inside the lightning ball seemed to be taking an energy that changed fast. This process was so marvelous. Compared to Song Yun, he's more suitable to receive the blood sacrifice. Azure Dragon finally looked at the 4 old monsters, his eyes deep and dark. You're right. Our time is coming. Our Heavenly Monster Tribe has not only the Genesis fruit, but also him. He pointed at Ghost Hunter. The other 4 monsters were bewildered. Azure Dragon just laughed and explained nothing to them. In the coming 10,000 years, he'll be the key of our clan's prosperity. It's true that it's our clan's turn to be the overlords in our area and the entire universe. Grace Mainland. In a dark, quiet place, a man covered in a thick layer of dust was sitting under the 7 Demogorgon statues. It looked like he was dead for years. There was no vitality from him. Surrounding him was a dead place too. There was no plant or any small insect that existed. The whole place was shrouded in dead silence. After a long, long time, the withered grass around that man suddenly became green. Shortly after, many tenacious plants began to grow. The desolate demon area now had a strange life energy. It was slightly perceptible at first, and then it slowly started growing. The entire demon area was now full of life. Grass and flowers bloomed everywhere, and insects started singing. Everything looked so green and beautiful. Then wind, sunlight, and the fresh aura of nature filled the entire area. The barren, dead, quiet demon area was now a life star full of earth and heaven energy. And the one who was covered in dust began to have feeble breathing. His aura was increasing continuously and surging like a rising tide. A thick, vigorous, life-magnetic field emerged. It was like the scorching sun. Chapter 12:27. Create the Miracle. Chapter 12:27. Create the Miracle. After a long time, Shurian suddenly woke up. The cracks on his soul altar had closed a long time ago. Today, his 3 powers Upanishads were complete, but he still needed a little more to enter incipient God realm. Cultivating in Grace Mainland for years had given him a deeper level of knowledge of the death and life power Upanishad. He had advanced this combined power Upanishad, which gave him the chance to break through to the next realm. However, to break through to incipient God realm, He needed abundant earth and heaven energy to make his ethereal extent evolve to the incipient extent. He left the demon area. After a flash, he arrived at the center of Grace Mainland and entered the chasm battlefield that he had escaped that year. He went there and went deep underground. Tens of thousands of miles underground, Shurian's co-soul and the Genesis fruit had been fusing inside a massive crystal. That crystal contained lethal earth and heaven formations that were naturally built with invincible power. If it were someone else intruding the place, even if he was at the immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to endure the attack from those formations that were created by Grace Mainland's origin. Unless the ancient continent was destroyed, those lethal death traps and formations were never going to vanish. However, Shurian could move freely underground and go deeper into the earth core to reach the crystal that contained the co-soul. In other words, because his soul had fused with Grace Mainland, he was Grace Mainland. Each leaf of grass, river, and mountain on this continent was part of his co-soul. Descended by the crystal, Shurian sat down cross-legged. The soul altar emerged from his head, his host soul dancing restlessly. The brilliant, galaxy-like ethereal extent opened little by little and then covered his soul altar. The co-soul inside the crystal was like a dancing flame. It had the same aura as the host soul. However, it had the impression of something very ancient and experienced. Shurian's ethereal extent had many stars twinkling in the sky. The suns and moons appeared all together. It had light and life as if it was a real world. Shurian drew the aura from the Genesis fruit and took it to quench his body and clean his veins and soul altar. It changed his ethereal extent accordingly. Then his pulse changed as he suddenly understood something. When he condensed the earth and heaven energy to finish his transformation, he had a magical feeling that he could move Grace Mainland as he pleased. It would be like Desolate, the ancient continent that never stopped moving. As soon as this thought popped up in his head, he tried to think about moving the entire planet. Amazingly, Grace Mainland began to move. Sure, Yin was astounded. This ancient continent was drifting in the dark universe at a stable and fast speed. Shurian was absorbed in this marvelous experience. The host soul in his soul altar and the co-soul in the crystal glowed marvelously. They transmitted a soul energy fluctuation that matched with the ancient continent. Their energy had a mysterious power that seemed to be able to change the ancient continent. Grace Mainland was in a very remote area in the universe that was far away from other star areas, as if it was abandoned there. And it happened that way. The heavenly monster tribe used to suffer terrible defeats to prevent their race from coming to an end when others attacked their ancestral star. The ancestors of heavenly monster tribe had moved Grace Mainland away at any cost. They had sealed the star and delivered it to a desolate area. There was no other life star or warrior lived in this area. Thus, no one was going to rediscover it here. And today, Grace Mainland in this dark and isolated area began to move. A magical space energy arose from inside the planet and entered the clouds of the atmosphere. Right after that, a massive space crack opened. That space crack was like a massive mouth with many brilliant outer space streamers and the endless dangers. Grace Mainland flew into the space crack and soared like a shuttle through spaces, heading to an unknown destination. All of a sudden, ordinary humans and warriors living on Grace Mainland recognized a terrifying phenomenon. The sky didn't have the sun, moon, and stars anymore. The entire world became dark. From time to time, they saw meteors shoot over their heads, flash, and then disappear with formidable energy. Each ordinary human living on Grace Mainland recognized the danger. This change of earth and heaven had terrified them. The warriors were also aghast. However, they found out that the earth and heaven energy on Grace Mainland didn't decrease due to this phenomenon. Quite the contrary, the earth and heaven energy on this continent was still increasing. It became thicker day by day that made the warriors jump up and cheer and joy to give thanks for the favor from the sky. However, the world was now dimly lit as the sun, moon, and stars had disappeared. They still felt worried. Fear hung above their heads. They couldn't ease their minds even when they were cultivating. The leaders of many clans gathered and discussed. They wanted to know what was happening to this planet. Unfortunately, no one could tell what was going on. Monster Dragon Star. Azure Dragon and the 4 monsters had left. Ghost Hunter was now lying in the valley in his true form. He still had many lightning beams moving on his body. As time ticked by, the lightning crawling on his body disappeared slowly. Ghost Hunter didn't change his position and was still trying to refine the blood that he had just received. He felt stronger after every second. He didn't know Azure Dragon. He only knew that Azure Dragon had applied the blood sacrifice of Heavenly Monster Tribe on him, which had boosted him from level 12 to the early phase of level 13. He was now as strong as a first sky of incipient God realm. All of this was because of the blood he had received, the 5 drops of blood. He had received the inheritance of the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range, so he knew what the blood sacrifice was. He also knew that man was a precursor of Heavenly Monster Tribe. He was struck by awe, because the Heavenly Monster Tribe of the Monster Clan was born in the immemorial time. Azure Dragon must have lived for 100,000 years or even longer. Ghost Hunter admired Azure Dragon a lot, since he was an ancient figure that had lived for so long. He wondered how strong Azure Dragon was. As the 5 drops of blood had merged into his body entirely, his monster body became much stronger. He knew that the ancestor of Heavenly Monster Tribe cared about him. He didn't know why this opportunity came to him, but he knew he should grip it tightly and make himself stronger. At a corner of Monster Dragon Star, Song Yun's round face showed that he was upset. He looked at an elder and asked, "Elder Tian, why has the holy ancestor not carried out the blood sacrifice for me?" Tian had a close relation to Song Yun. Song Yun saw Azure Dragon disappear with the 4 elders, but only the 4 elders came back and stayed in Monster Dragon Star. Azure Dragon didn't reappear. Song Yun found it suspicious. Well, Holy Ancestor has just woken up. I think his power hasn't recovered yet. After he gets better, of course, he will carry out the blood sacrifice for you. Tianyin wore a heavy face and begrudgingly told lies. He knew Song Yun's characteristics, so he was afraid that Song Yun would have his mentality distorted when he knew the truth, which would make him do something harmful to the tribe. Thus, he had to conceal this. Elder Tianyin, your power seems to have decreased a lot too. What happened when you guys left with Holy Ancestor lately? Song Yun was a little sensitive. Holy Ancestor didn't have enough power, so we had to use the secret technique of our tribe to create a formation to boost him up with some power from us. Tianyin sighed discreetly. Song Yun frowned, nodded skeptically, but he didn't pry furthermore. However, he had a knot in his heart. Devil Blood Star. Zhuoshi was cultivating in the Zhuo family's manor in Divine Land City. She was making quick progress. Surprisingly, she had almost reached second sky of ethereal god realm now. Today, she was still cultivating earnestly that she had almost forgotten herself. Azure Dragon, the Heavenly Monster Tribe's holy ancestor, suddenly appeared in the chamber where she was cultivating. It was like a shadow turning into something real. Zhuoshi was cultivating, so she didn't recognize Azure Dragon's appearance. She was immersed in her magical realm. Deep in Azure Dragon's eyes were his old memory. He eyed Zhuoshi, his face loving. He thought, I can't believe this little girl has the blood of the black tortoise. She's a descendant of the black tortoise. Haha, he finally has a successor. It's too bad that she has the human body. Should I trigger the power of her blood, so she will become a real member of our Heavenly Monster Tribe? He kept silent, thinking and hesitating. Zhuoshi's case and Shiyan's case were similar. They had human bodies with immortal demon blood and heavenly monster blood. On the day Shiyan had completed his blood replacement, he had officially become the immortal demon warrior. The blood running in his veins was all immortal demon blood. However, the immortal demon warriors were like human warriors. They used the soul altar to cultivate, which was different from monster warriors who had only the monster soul and cultivated their monster bodies to level up. Shi Yin and Zhuo Shi were different from each other because of this feature. Azure Dragon was hesitant because he wasn't sure if he would break Zhuo Shi's soul altar after he had triggered the black tortoise's blood in her body. It would affect her realm and cultivation base terribly. And now, although Zhuo Shi couldn't create the monster body, she had the power and the blood from Black Tortoise that had cleared all obstacles and the bottleneck in her cultivating progress. She could almost increase her power unlimitedly. She could be deemed the hybrid between Heavenly Monster Tribe and the human clan. Just like Ghost Hunter, she was a different race. Azure Dragon found her when his soul covered the surrounding stars. He was astounded. First, he found Ghost Hunter, a member of his new race. Then, he found Zhuo Shi, the warrior who had the Black Tortoise's inheritance, but she hadn't had a monster body yet. She still used her human body. Azure Dragon thought that the mighty heaven had really cared about the Heavenly Monster Tribe as he continuously got surprised. He was so happy to see his clan thriving after he had woken up. Now, I'll just try. Let's see what God wants. He pondered for a long time and then decided to trigger the Black Tortoise's blood in Zhuo Shi's body. He wanted to see the miracle that God had given his clan. Azure Dragon opened his mouth to spurt out a blue lightning ball. It then covered Zhuo Shi's body and emitted lightning bolts to stimulate the Black Tortoise's blood in her body. Azure Dragon became weaker one more time. He paled and forced a smile. Half a month later, the human blood in Zhuo Shi's body was gone. It was replaced by the Black Tortoise's blood. Zhuo Shi had entered second sky of ethereal god realm instantly. When the Black Tortoise's blood filled her body, a strange tortoise shell appeared on her back after a bizarre explosion. Now, she had the aura of the primal, chaotic time of the world, which had rocketed her overall power. She still had a human body, but the blood chi and power in her god body were similar to the Heavenly Monster Tribes. Her soul altar wasn't broken. It had a marvelous change instead. Her host soul had turned into a monster soul. Chapter 1228, Chaos Appears. Chapter 1228, Chaos Appears, _ Ancient God Star Area. This star area was the God Clan's base star area. It was extremely vast with tens of thousands of life stars, mineral stars, solar stars, and moon stars. The God Clan had bases around those stars. Ancient God Star Area had 7 sea territories that were similar to the sea territory of Fantasy Mist Star Area. They had many space passages. The 7 sea territories were situated in 7 directions of Ancient God Star Area. Each sea territory had many life stars up to 10. Those life stars had many battleships of the God Clan on standby. Also, war chariots and battleships continuously moved in and out of the space passages. The 7 sea territories of Ancient God Star Area were the liveliest areas of the entire universe. Every time the God Clan invaded a star area and turned it into its backyard, it seized a lot of materials and transported them back to Ancient God Star Area through those passages. The materials were transported to Ancient God Star Area every year. The God Clan categorized them so the big families could take them and create pellets and weapons. It made each family of the God Clan extremely rich, and even distant children of the family could be fully equipped. The 7 sea territories connected to dozens of star areas. Most of them were the God Clan's vassals where they had invaded before. The God Clan had built bases in those star areas too. They had subdued the warriors of each star area and made them committed and loyal. They stayed there to supervise the transportation of precious materials like divine crystals from that star area to Ancient God Star Area. However, when the God warriors came back from the 7 sea territories, they didn't bring a lot of materials. They only brought sharp and lethal weapons. The God warriors based in dozens of star areas were summoned back to their families through the sea territories. They stayed and adjusted their formation in the sea territories, meeting with the leaders of their families. Countless battleships were gathering in the sea territories. A massive battle was about to sweep through the entire cosmos. While many god warriors were resting and accumulating power in the sea territories, they found some flows of formidable soul energy move through the sea territories and head to their ancestral star, ancient god continent. In a sea territory where many god clansmen were partying before preparing for the Great War, they suddenly quieted down, exchanged looks, and watched the sky in fear. Then they saw a meteor shooting out of space passage, sparking flames along the way. Inside the meteor, they saw a dormant man. With intimidating energy, he flew directly to ancient god continent. "Elder Spark is back," screamed a god warrior in awe. He then wore a respectful face and kneeled down to bow to the meteor. Many god warriors stopped drinking and partying. They kneeled down to show their respect to the vague figure inside the meteor. "I didn't expect that Elder Spark was still healthy. The last time he showed himself was 3,000 years ago. At that time, he was at peak of incipient god realm. It has been so long that my family didn't get any news from him. We thought that he had fallen a long time ago. No one ever thought that he would come back now. Oh, if he shows up, it seems like the Elder Committee considers this war crucial. Yeah, it has been 10,000 years. It's normal that they re-challenge us. Anyway, we'll be the winners in the end. Of course, in this vast sea of stars, which clan or star area can defeat us? Currently, our clan's power has surpassed the bloodthirsty forces 10,000 years ago. Even God can't break the eternal prosperity of our clan." All the warriors of the god clan were full of confidence. It was the pride they had accumulated for 10,000 years. Throughout the recent 10,000 years, the god clan had won almost all of the battles they had fought. Every star area they had passed had become their territory. They had been the winners for too long that they instinctively thought that they would not lose. The god Zenith on ancient god continent. A flaming meteor fell grumblingly on the ground. It looked like a smoking and flaming coffin. However, it was so cold. A member of the god clan who looked exhausted and senile with a pair of bright eyes was standing by the door of the shrine. He was watching the falling meteor. Inside that cold meteor was a sleeping old man. Then his brows twitched. Slowly, he woke up and opened his mouth to suck the air. The meteor shrank into a small cold rock that fell in his mouth. The old man swallowed it, and magically his energy was boosted. He then looked at his old friends waiting at the door of the ancient god shrine. "Spark, it has been 3,000 years. I didn't think that you were still alive." An old god warrior sobbed. "Fengju, you're still healthy. Of course, I can't die that early." Spark gazed at him and then murmured, "Are we all here yet? Can we start the meeting now?" "As you arrived, we're all here." Fengju smiled and then stepped into the ancient god shrine. Spark snorted and stepped into the ancient god shrine. Inside the shrine, many senile god warriors were sitting. They all looked 1 foot away from grave. However, strangely enough, the vitality was abundant in this hall. If someone could use the soul consciousness to sense, he would have found an earth-shaking life magnetic field here. "Spark is here. We can start now," said Fengju. After 3 days, the god clan's fleet that had been anchored in the 7 sea territories for a long time started to move like dragons flying. They all began to go to the space passage. Dash. Hollow Fearsome Star Area, the Goo God Sex territory. Today, in the far west of Hollow Fearsome Star Area, a space passage was forcefully torn. Dozens of battleships from the god clan quietly emerged. As soon as they arrived, the god clan's battleships scattered and started to slaughter in Hollow Fearsome Star Area. They showed no mercy and killed all warriors on the life stars standing in their way. However, they spared the ordinary humans. They swaggered like a sharp knife and killed all things related to the Goo God sect and Hollow Fearsome Star Area. They madly invaded and destroyed Hollow Fearsome Star Area. They had terrified the Goo God sect. The sect then had to send out all of their elite forces to battle against the God Clan. The same thing happened to Prosaic Star Area, Sirius Star Area, Black River Star Area, and Earth Eye Star Area. All the forces that had joined the battle in Agate Star area were invaded by the God Clan in a large-scale attack. The 12 families of the God Clan had launched their revenge attack at the same time. They had even summoned warriors based in the other star areas. They wanted to bath those star areas in blood to show them the price of trespassing the God Clan's prestige. Creatures had to live in misery at every corner of the vast universe. The Earth-clearing war had started at the same time in the major star areas. The Gu God sect, the Jiao family, and the Wu family felt a tremendous pressure that they had never had before. Finally, they knew how the God Clan could rule their star area and other star areas for 10,000 years. Hollow Fearsome Star Area had several hundred life-starved with around 100 billion ordinary civilians, around 10 million warriors, of which there were dozens of thousands of King God Realm warriors, several hundred ethereal God Realm warriors, and not more than 20 incipient God Realm experts. Their situation was similar to any other high-level star areas. The God Clan's force invading Hollow Fearsome Star Area consisted of around 10,000 warriors. However, they had defeated the Gu God sect continuously. The God Clan had overwhelming advantages in battleships, individual fighting competence, the powers Upanishad, and the number of experts. Each warrior of the God Clan had powerful armor and weapons in addition to high-grade pellets and medicines. Each member of the God Clan had at least one or more divine secret treasure. Although they were at level 1 or 2 divine grade, they were so powerful. At the same time, the Gu God sect's disciples at King God Realm had only sacred grade weapons, and not many of them had more than one item. The Gu God sect couldn't compete with others in terms of weapons, pellets, or armor. They were in a dangerous situation. As the God warriors were experiencing blood battles, they had a lot of strategies and plans. At the same time, although they had just 10,000 warriors, they had several hundred ethereal God Realm warriors with exquisite powers Upanishads. After 10,000 years of accumulation, the God Clan had overwhelmed other star areas completely in terms of power Upanishad, secret weapons, armor, pellets, and fighting experiences. Hollow Fearsome Star Area, Prosaic Star Area, and Sirius Star Area were defeated badly. Under the fierce attack of the God Clan, they had lost many warriors. Some star areas even had a worse situation than Agate Star Area before. The general picture of the universe had spread to every corner. The forces that had different plans immediately disregarded the thought of turning their back to the God Clan. The forces that depended on the God Clan became quieter than usual. They had asked their subordinates to stay within their star area. As soon as the God Clan had shown their fangs, the entire universe was shaken and people were frightened. God Bless Star Area. This area was the territory of the Imperial Dark Tribe. Throughout the 10,000 years, this place was one of the few places that the God Clan didn't disturb. It was still the same at the current time. Although the God Clan was explicitly invading the major star areas now, their battleships hadn't reached this area. It seemed like they were following some tacit agreement. There were a group of imposingly majestic palaces built in a valley filled with divine crystals in the God-blessed mainland, the ancestral star of Imperial Dark Tribe. Those palaces were built between mountains and rivers that were like massive, complex formations. Surrounding the palaces were many chasms leading directly to the underground. The gorges fumed out thick and pure dark chi, which the Imperial Dark Tribe used to feed their souls and bodies. Standing inside one of those chasms was a sacrificial platform built of white bones. This sacrificial platform was octagonal, with 8 stone pillars where countless evil souls from the underworld were winding and wailing. Audrey sat neatly on the platform, her lips parted to take in the beams of pure energy from the evil souls, which would then benefit her soul. As the 8 pillars had billions of evil souls, even if each beam of soul energy from them was feeble, taking the energy from a massive number of souls was still thrilling. Sitting by the sacrificial platform was a glamorous woman. She and Audrey looked very alike. Apparently, they had a bloodline connection. Today, she suddenly opened her eyes to look at the sky. A bolt of lightning flashed by the horizon of the God-blessed mainland. That bolt fell directly to her area. A man walked out of the bolt. He looked peculiarly thin and archaic, but he had a pair of crimson eyes. He stood by the edge of the chasm. He smiled, flashed, and then reappeared by Audrey's sacrificial platform. The gorgeous woman coldly looked at him and then snorted. Well, it's rare to see the chief of the death force of the bloodthirsty force visiting our Imperial Dark Tribe. Xianhe, you swaggered into this area that year. Everywhere you went, blood streamed into the river. Life stars turned into dead stars. Do you want to bring death to our Imperial Dark Tribe this time? It has been so many years, and you still hate me? Xianhe rubbed his nose and smiled evilly. We used to have romantic times, didn't we? I didn't hate you even when you joined the God Clan to kill my force. Why are you still sulky? The woman gave a faint smile. I had begged you to help the Imperial Dark Tribe. Who turned me down? Nah, we're not going to talk about the old story. Xianhe waved his hand, his crimson eyes sparkling magically. Adele, I'm here today to talk to your brother. I want to meet him. Chapter 1229. Return with a whole life star. Chapter 1229. Return with a whole life star. The Imperial Dark Tribe's holy land in God-blessed mainland. At the bottom of a deep chasm, Xianhe talked calmly. Adele, I'm here today to meet your brother. Adele's beautiful eyes had a mocking gleam as she sneered. Well, then you came to the wrong place. After Bloodthirsty had enticed him, he agreed to give up the chief of the Imperial Dark Tribe position to leave with him. Afterward, he stopped being a member of our Imperial Dark Tribe. He hasn't returned to Imperial Dark Tribe yet. He didn't even send me a message. I'm not going to buy that, smiled Xianhe. Adele put on a cold face and said indignantly, He's the leader of your soul control force. You can't contact him, and you're here to ask to see him? Ridiculous. I've used our own method to contact him, but I couldn't find him. The ones I've met recently are all his clones. I want to meet the real version of him. Xianhe was persistent. I'm sorry I can't help you, replied Adele coldly. Xianhe just laughed, but he seemed to not want to hang on this. He knew that Adele and the Soul Control Chief had a subtle connection. He thought that Adele would definitely notify him, and that bastard should know why Xianhe had come to find him. The God Clan is attacking all the major star areas forcefully. What do you think about this? Xianhe rubbed his chin and said with an evil influence, You and the God Clan had walked the same path that year. Do you want to bind to them this time too? Adele's bold brow furrowed as she sank in her thoughts. She didn't answer him. The God Clan is no longer the God Clan that year. That year, God Clan had united the forces everywhere to strike down our bloodthirsty force. After they defeated us, the God Clan didn't keep the agreement to share the universe with you guys. They have been the overlords. This time, will you repeat your deed? Xianhe said with a dark face. If your bloodthirsty force had restrained your force, you wouldn't have fallen into this situation. You reaped what you sowed. Adele smiled faintly. Pondering for a while, she said, Our Imperial Dark Tribe won't participate in the competition between you guys. I hope you would burn the jade and common stone altogether. Ha. Xianhe laughed, his face happy. Excellent. It's the best if your Imperial Dark Tribe won't interfere with us. Pausing for a while, he continued, I got a gift for your daughter this time. When he finished, he touched the void. The dark clouds started to gather and cover the thousands of miles around. Screeching and wailing noises came out from the dark clouds. Shortly after, dozens of thousands of evil souls arose from the clouds. Adele's bright eyes had a 5-color divine light. She was shocked indeed. Those evil souls were at original God realm or ethereal God realm. 10 of them were 100 zhang tall. They looked like 10 mountains with ferocious auras. Those 10 souls were the host souls of incipient God realm experts. Xianhe pointed at Audrey and smiled. My niece is going to break through to the incipient God realm, so I gave her this gift. Dozens of thousands of evil souls screeched and cried. They rolled together with the dark cloud to Audrey. However, they were bound by an invisible force. They wailed and struggled pitifully to get rid of the restraint. The 10 souls of the incipient God realm experts released ear-piercing shouts that were full of humiliation and unwillingness. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of Xianhe's bind. In the next second, they turned into gray shadows and entered the chaotic, ethereal extent above Audrey's head. The savage screeching and wailing arose from Audrey's body as if billions of angry creatures shouting and cursing the sky. A flow of intent domain was created by evil resentment that could erase all kinds of soul. Audrey's exquisite face reddened. She glowed in health, even though she still looked cold, and the vitality on her body was feeble. After the ethereal extent above her head was added with dozens of thousands of evil souls, it slowly became a real matter. Adele eyed her daughter, her face wearing perceptible happiness. However, she was still stiff and cold as usual. Xianhe, it has been 10,000 years, and you finally did something a human should do. Ha ha ha. Xianhe laughed and turned into a bolt of lightning that entered the dark cloud. His voice came from the cloud. Tell your brother that our master successor is about to enter Agate Star area. As the Soul Control Chief, he will know what to do. Adele just snorted and didn't say anything. Shadow, ghostly prison. The sealed space passages like shining lines floated in between many space cracks. The void in this area looked like a strange mirror that had many fine cracks. After the Ascot's invasion, this area was temporarily abandoned. There was no creature or warrior cultivating here. This place was also the sea territory of Agate Star area. The sea territory was the entrance to a star area. Whenever a star area was formed, the sea territory was slowly but magically formed too. It was like a masterpiece of God to help many star areas connect to each other. The thick barriers stood between the star areas to separate them. Just like Agate Star area, Fiery Star area, and Fantasy Mist Star area, although they were adjacent, they couldn't visit each other because of the natural space barriers. There were star areas without barriers, but they were too far from each other. Even successful experts with space power, Upanishad, needed a long time, like dozens of years or even hundreds of years, to travel through such a long distance. Thus, when people from different star areas wanted to contact each other, they had to use some other methods. The sea territory was the best method. It was the natural area that the mighty heaven had gifted each star area. Each of the space passages was a space teleport formation that nature had created, which could allow someone to cross billions of miles in just a blink of an eye. Shadow Ghostly Prison was the sea territory of Agate Star area. Today, a massive, chaotic space crack suddenly ballooned. After dozens of seconds, that space crack had enlarged hundreds of times. Then, a dazzling wave of light swarmed over. The space passage couldn't bear such power, so it shattered directly. Countless small pieces shot out everywhere in outer space like meteors. A beautiful life star suddenly emerged from the broken space passage and entered Shadow Ghostly Prison. This life star had the light curtain of natural energy. The arrangement of mountains, lakes, and rivers on this continent was like a lively drawing with strong vitality. That life star wasn't motionless. It continued to drift in Shadow Ghostly Prison and then accelerated. Eventually, it stopped by Fighting Star of the Fighting League. We finally see the sun and moon. Light. Finally, we have light. What happened? Dunno. Many warriors and ordinary civilians were watching the sky, their faces astounded. They seemed to be sealed in a dark world. Without the changes of sun and moon, they didn't know how much time had passed. They only knew that this kind of time passing had made them so worried. They thought that doomsday was coming. Inside the planet, a young man opened his eyes, which had billions of tiny stars twinkling. It looked like he had taken in all the stars in the sky into his eyes. He grinned and mumbled to himself, "I'm finally here." Dash. A corner of Monster Dragon Star. A wave of vibes suddenly expanded in Heavenly Monster Tribe's holy ancestor's heart. His eyes brightened as he laughed. He suddenly flew out of Monster Dragon Star and headed to Shadow Ghostly Prison. He didn't cultivate space power Upanishad, but his speed was a lot faster than the Heavenly Monster Tribe expert who cultivated space power. In a blink, he was able to pass dozens of life stars or billions of miles. When he was traveling to Shadow Ghostly Prison, he didn't know that the one he was looking for had left for Devil Bloodstar already. The marvelous space teleport formation on Devil Bloodstar. The electric beams arose and created a wonder like a heavenly net covering the entire formation. When the fierce energy expanded, a young man emerged from that formation. Some ethereal god, realm warriors of the demon clan, guarding the formation, jerked up in surprise. However, when they wanted to check out the one who had just appeared, they found no aura there. Divine Land City. The Sure family and the Yang family lived in the City Master's building in the center of the city. The members of the Yang and the Sure families stayed and cultivated here. They also had a change and enjoyed power and wealth too. Yang Tian Emperor was cultivating in the chamber hundreds of meters underground. This secret chamber was built of divine crystals and many strange stones that could draw earth and heaven energy. It was filled with energy as the streams of milky white energy floated everywhere like spirit snakes. Yang Tian Emperor was taking in this kind of energy. His brows suddenly arched. He got up and disappeared from the stone chamber. At the east wing of the City Master's building, Shi Jian was teaching his family's juniors, including Shi Tian Luo, Shi Tian Xiao. You brats, you're living in wealth, so you don't cultivate wholeheartedly. Don't you feel ashamed when you face Shi Yin? Shi Jia blew his beard and thundered. Shi Yin has risked his life, so you can get what you have today. But little Yin is also a member of the Yang family. Look at the Yangs. Yang Mo has almost reached King God realm. How about you? You're a bunch of lazy rascals. If you continue like this, you will lose our Shi family's pride. Shi Tian Luo, Shi Tian Ku, and Shi Tian Ling had faces that they were supposed to make to a funeral. They sighed and didn't dare to retort. They felt so upset. How could they compare to the Yang family's members? Blood Devil had considered the Yangs as his relatives. He had opened the blood pond for them to cultivate. He had given them so many rare and precious pellets and secret treasures. That was why the Yang family had been enhanced greatly. Their bloodline was already strong. With those favors, how could they compare to them? They had their own objections, but no one dared to voice them. Elder Han Feng smiled discreetly while pretending to nod in agreement with the others. Sometimes he added, "Sigh, we're all human, but why we're so different?" Young Master Yin had his first beam of energy when he was 17 years old. You had a better start, and see how far you're left behind now? Well, I'm afraid I shouldn't point it out. Who dares compare with Shi Yin? You? Shi Tian Ku retorted. Han Feng stepped back and forced a smile. Sigh, as we're talking about him, it has been a long time since we last saw him. As his realm is higher and his position is not ordinary, I'm afraid that he doesn't have free time to talk to his grandfather, Shi Jian said with a lonely face. Well, am I not here? All of a sudden, a clear voice arose when a black shadow appeared in the room. Shi Jian quivered. His old eyes couldn't help but become watery. However, he scolded, "You little devil. So you think your wings are so strong that you don't need this grandfather anymore?" Chapter 1230, Fame. Chapter 1230, Fame, _. Shi Yan's eyes were bright as he beamed at the people in the room. Shi Jian was still hot-tempered. He was frank, tough, and eager to learn new things. He wasn't satisfied that the Shi family had lower realms than the Yang family. Although he knew it was because of the innate talents, he was still persistent. Despite many failures, he was still very determined. The Shis and the Yangs lived together in the City Master's building. They lived in harmony as if they were actually one body. The Yang family had never compared themselves to the Shi family, and they didn't consider the Shis as outsiders. The young generations of the two families were sworn brothers and sisters. Shi Jian and Yang Feng often drank with each other. In conclusion, their relationship was really good. Anyway, Shi Jian just didn't want the juniors to be lazy. Because this area was Agate Star area with many experts. Because this area was Devil Bloodstar, it wasn't their homeland. Their vision was widened when they came to Agate Star area. Now, They knew how vast this universe was and how many countless intimidating experts there were. Now, they knew that they were small and weak. Because of Shi Yan's dazzling and outstanding talents, and because Shi Yan was from the Shi family, Shi Jian was never going to let the Shis dirty his fame. Thus, he had always been tough and persistent. He thought that he and the Shi family's younger generation could do better to help Shi Yan in the future. Also, it was because Shi Jian felt that he had become powerless. He didn't want to become a burden or a fragile object to be protected. To this old man with a high self-esteem, it was humiliating that he couldn't help his grandchildren fight and even required their protection. Nah, I always missed Grandpa. When I came back, you were the first one I remembered, Shi Yan hurried to comfort him. Shi Yan knew that Shi Jian was the one who had the biggest influence on him. Yang Tian Emperor couldn't compare to him. When he was with the Shi family, Shi Jian had taken care of him all the time. Although he looked strict, he had carefully protected him. Why did you disappear after that battle? How was your body? Did you get hurt? Shi Jian suddenly remembered that detail, so he arched his brow and asked, "Where did you go?" "I returned to our homeland. I went back to the Merchant Union, Sky Meteor City, and our Shi family." Shi Yan looked absorbed in his memories. Everything in Sky Meteor City is the same. But today, the Shi family is just a legend in that city. Our house is still there under thick layers of dust. He had visited Sky Meteor City and the Shi family's building in the corner of Sky Meteor City. Things hadn't changed much. It was because the legend of the Shi family was still told in that city. The legend of his performance in Sky Meteor City when the Shi family subdued the Beiming family had become the hot topic for the warriors there to discuss. A long, long time ago, the entire Shi family and Zhou family had moved to the Endless Sea and their houses became empty. However, the forces in Sky Meteor City didn't dare to seize the buildings of the Shi and the Zhou families. "You went back to our homeland." Shi Jian was surprised. Shi Tianluo and Han Feng were so astounded. Homeland. It meant crossing star areas. But their homeland was exhausted now. Although they were nostalgic, no one had thought of returning and cultivating in their own homes. When they left that year, the energy in their homeland was so diluted that it wasn't suitable for them to cultivate anymore. Without rich earth and heaven energy, the mines didn't have divine crystals and the land didn't grow spirit grass and herbs. Without those magical things, the warriors couldn't comprehend their powers deeper. It was the reason they had to leave their homeland. "Yeah, I had returned to our homeland. It's time to go home," said Shi Yan. Everybody looked baffled. "It's different from the time we left. You will understand when you come back home." Shi Yan had an affectionate tone in his voice. When they were still in Grace Mainland that year, he absolutely wanted to leave. He had come to Raging Flame Star area with Bao Ao and Jieji struggling to survive. He had risked his life many times just to have a life star so he could deliver his family from the homeland. After that, they could continue to cultivate. Grace Mainland's condition couldn't bother them anymore. The warrior's longevity was related to his realm. If they stayed in Grace Mainland, their realms couldn't break through quickly, so one day they would have naturally died. Mu Yudai was in this situation. Since her realm was stuck, her longevity was limited. Although she had energy in her body, her life magnetic field was slowly drained and she was getting weaker. Eventually, she had to return to nothingness. Every time a warrior broke through to the new realm, besides the transformation of his body, his soul and life magnetic field would enhance altogether. Only continuous breakthroughs gave them eternal youth and allowed them to maintain their life magnetic fields. Shi Yan had experienced all kinds of hardship to move his families to Agate Star area and build Divine Land City in Devil Blood Star, so they could have new homes and cultivate. But from today, everything was about to come to the starting point one more time. He wanted to bring his families back to Grace Mainland. Thinking about all the things that had happened, Shi Yan thought it was a dream. Shi Jian, Han Feng, and the others were filled with surprise. They didn't know what he meant, so they tried to find hints from his face. "Finally, you're back." Blood Devil's voice came from outside. Yin couldn't hear many people breathing. They didn't know for how long the experts on Devil Blood Star had gathered here. Yin chuckled and said to Jian, "We should go out to talk." Many people were in the city master's building of Divine Land City. Blood Devil, Fu Wei, Feng Han, Lin Exen, Yang Tian Emperor, Leona, Fei Lon, Ka, Xiaoxian, Ziao, and others had packed the place and were looking at him. Yin didn't conceal his aura when he got back through the teleport formation by the blood pond. Naturally, his whereabouts were reported. Shadows gathered in the place. They had different expressions. Some looked happy and some looked thrilled. They looked at Yin as he was the only character here. "Oh yes, I'm back," Yin beamed. Although the danger in Agate Star area had been temporarily avoided, many forces still stayed on this planet. Some forces had left, the forces that didn't belong to the Potion and Tool Pavilions Union. Feng Han, Lin Xian, and their forces that had a close relationship decided to stay in Devil Bloodstar for the time being. They wanted to observe further. After they could confirm the situation of the universe, they were going to leave. The God Clan had terrified them. Yin Shi, Jing Yuan, and the other clans and forces had left Devil Bloodstar, but they didn't dare to stay far away. They decided to stay on the life stars close to Devil Bloodstar. They maintained the connection with Devil Bloodstar to counter the surprising danger. "Congratulations," Fu Wei said gently. "Congratulations. Congratulations." Feng Han, Lin Exen, and many other experts congratulated him, their faces joyful and thrilled. Xiaoxian Yin, Ziyao, and Feng Rao were there too. They beamed and touched people's hearts. Their beautiful eyes had different meanings. When Yin had entered Divine Land City, many warriors were shocked because of the surging blood chi and energy in his body. They had reached an incredible level. People understood that he had advanced further in his realm. Now, he had entered a whole new world, incipient God realm. It was true. Grace Mainland had drifted through the space slits for a long time to arrive in Agate Star area. During that time, Yin's soul altar had sublimated and his ethereal extent had upgraded to the incipient extent. He had reached first sky of incipient God realm and became a new star in this vast sea of stars. No one could overwhelm his light. "I want to move Divine Land City to Grace Mainland. This time, I've brought the ancient continent here." Yin turned to Blood Devil. Blood Devil was shocked. He couldn't believe that. He studied Yin and then nodded slowly. He was one of the few people who knew the secret of the ancient continent. Even Fu Wei, Feng Han, and Lin Xian didn't know that. Yang Tian Emperor was the only one Yin had told the ancient continent secret, bringing the entire ancient continent and crossing many star areas to reach here. How big was this megastructure? Blood Devil took a deep breath to calm down. "Great-grandpa, Grandpa, please ask the people in the city to leave for a while. This city should be relocated to Grace Mainland," requested Yin. Yang Tian Emperor and Jian couldn't hide the thrill in their eyes. They studied Yin with complicated looks for a while, and then flew away to spread out the order. "Nah, you don't need to do such laborious work." Blood Devil screamed, and then spurred out a blood light. That blood light then condensed in the sky of the Divine Land City and turned it into a giant phantom. That phantom towered the entire city. It had an intimidating energy, fluctuation too. The phantom then thundered, its voice reverberating. "All citizens in the Divine Land should move out of the city for a while. Yin wants to arrange a massive formation. Please cooperate with him." Hearing the name Yin, screaming and cheering arose from each corner of Divine Land City. The residents of the city got out of their cultivating places, flooding the streets and shouting excitedly. This name was an immortal legend in Divine Land City. The people living in Divine Land City came from the clans and races from Grace Mainland, including the Chow family, the Three God Sect, the Yin and Yang Wonderland, the Corpse God Sect of the Endless Sea, the Radiant God Cult of Divine Great Land, the members of the Human Clan, Monster Clan, and Dark Clan from the Perpetual Night Forest. Some of those clans used to have conflicts and resentment against Yin. However, when Grace Mainland was running out of earth and heaven energy, and when they were the most desperate, Yin appeared. He had brought them through countless star areas to reach this place. It was the grace that people had carved in their hearts. They never forgot his favor to them. In Divine Land City, the name Yin was legendary. He was a legend that everybody respected. Thus, hearing that Yin had returned to Divine Land City and wanted to use the city to arrange a formation, people were willing to help him. They urged their subordinates to leave the city. No one felt discontented. Yin's soul consciousness raked through the city. He could sense the life, energy, leaving the city orderly. They were chanting his name too. Yin felt warm inwardly. He suddenly recognized that his years of effort weren't wasted. Chapter 1231, Mega Work. Chapter 1231, Mega Work, _. It didn't take a long time to clear Divine Land City. Each resident of Divine Land City was a warrior with a relatively high realm in Grace Mainland, because only those warriors were qualified to live in Devil Blood Star. They had cultivated ascetically for many years in Devil Blood Star, so their realms all upgraded. The warriors didn't need a long time to move out of the city. Several hours later, the entire Divine Land City was empty. Several million residents of Divine Land City were now gathering 1,000 meters away from the city. All of them were warriors from Grace Mainland with high realms. Currently, they were watching Divine Land City and discussing boisterously. What does Yin want to do? He wants to prepare more formations to protect Divine Land City. Outside the city, Chao Chiu Dao was focused, his face suspicious. Maybe that kid is now a towering giant. He surprised people a lot. Fan Xiangyin of the Yinyang Wonderland wore a sad face. She stooped and shook her head. She then looked at the woman standing next to her. It was Chao Zhilan. Chao Zhilan was so upset, her heart twisted with regret and her face sorrowful. She had never thought that Yin, the one she had chased after in the chasm battlefield, could reach his current height. She had self-proclaimed to be smart and keen, but she had kept this regret for the rest of her life. There's a sort of man that if you don't hold on to him when he was weak, you will never get that chance again when he conquers the whole world. Chao Zhilan lowered her head and sighed. At another corner outside the city, the four cold women were looking at Divine Land City, their hearts filled with sorrow. Standing behind them were beautiful girls of Ice Emperor City. All of them were wearing white dresses, their bodies graceful and cold. Bingqing Tong's eyes sparkled while she was talking gently. At least, we had a good time with him. It's the best moment of our life. We will remember it, and we know he remembers us. Even though we're small, he remembers us. He has visited us many times and brought us here. Shuang Yuzhu, Han Shui, Ling Danqing had mature makings. Listening to their big sister, the three women could only stoop and sigh. After they had moved to this place, their lives had become better. They had a lot of cultivating materials, and their realms were increasing steadily. Their disciples behaved well, and the other forces in the city had treated them well. They weren't in a war, and they had a lot of materials to cultivate with thick earth and heaven energy. They were living the lives they had always wanted. However, sometimes when they didn't cultivate, they couldn't help but remember the old times. When they were in Ice Emperor City, a young man had come like a sharp sword that thrust into their hearts. He had brought them to fight others, and they had experienced ups and downs. They sometimes thought that if they had a choice, they would be willing to live the same old days of fear. At least, they had him at that time. Recently, they thought about the ideal life where they could have anything they wanted. However, they knew that they lacked one thing. The one thing that never belonged to them. A man like him will never be bound to any woman. No one will have him forever. Bingqing Tong sighed and continued sadly. We're lucky. We're old stories of his life. We're much luckier than many women. The other three contemplated for a while and then smiled gently. Memories arose in their minds. Whenever they recalled old stories, they looked even prettier. They're all gone. In the city master's building, Blood Devil retrieved his soul consciousness and confirmed. Fu Wei, Yang Tian Emperor, and Shi also stayed outside the city. The other cities on this planet also focused on Divine Land City, as they were so curious. They wanted to see what Shi would do. In the coming 10,000 years, Grace Mainland will become the most suitable area to cultivate in this universe. Not only because of the abundant earth and heaven energy, but the warriors can also touch the truth of power Upanishad. Shi smiled and said to Blood Devil, I will preserve an area for you. You will manage that place the way you want. How does it sound? Blood Devil laughed and nodded to him. Since he knew the magical secrets of the ancient continent and the power of the Genesis fruit, he knew how heavy Shi words were. In the next 10,000 years, Grace Mainland was going to replace ancient God Continent to become the most magical place in this universe. Each square meter of Grace Mainland was going to be as expensive as gold. Many warriors of the other star areas were going to want to cultivate there. It was also the reason why Sha Zhao and Mo Fo had rushed to rescue Shi when they heard he was in trouble. Later on, each section of Grace Mainland was going to become priceless. Blood Devil knew this, so he didn't pretend to be so polite. He nodded his head immediately. I will bring Divine Land City away, Shi stated while his face was stern. Blood Devil nodded one more time. He didn't talk more and just disappeared from this city after a flash. Shi appeared in the sky above Divine Land City. He sat cross-legged and hovered in between the clouds. The crowds of Divine Land City and Devil Bloodstar were watching him from a distance. They had concentrated, some even forgetting to breathe. Everyone was so excited. They wanted to know what he would do. Suddenly, the intimidating power that shook the entire sky arose. Space cracked. Several thousand-meter-long sabers appeared in the void, like sabers of angels cutting the void. The sky had many cracks where eye-catching lights shot out like thousands of meteors. The void was like a massive, torn-open bag. Countless beams of five-colored light shot out everywhere. The gusts swept through the entire place terrifyingly. The incredibly enormous space crack that covered the Divine Land City slowly pressed down. The horrible pressure, like the power of God, grumblingly descended from the sky. Many warriors felt a massive hand pressing on their soul altars that they couldn't even wiggle to resist. This kind of intimidation arose deep in their hearts. The higher realm warriors had to bear bigger pressures. Many warriors standing outside Divine Land City screamed and stepped back when they saw the earth-shaking commotion. The shining space sabers that were dozens of thousands of meters long moved around the sky and cutting it. People could see beautiful wonders through those cracks. They saw meteors colliding, shattering, and shooting out billions of pieces. Those small rock pieces could kill even incipient God Realm experts. Many experts at peak of ethereal God Realm or incipient God Realm looked at the meteors colliding inside those space cracks with grimaces. Instinctively, they stepped backward. All of a sudden, the massive sabers in the air had transformed into massive hands that pulled and tore the space crack further. Billions of outer space streamers shot out, covering the entire Divine Land City like membranes. The several thousand square mile Divine Land City was tied and lifted off the ground. In that grumbling commotion like an avalanche, Divine Land City slowly floated up and flew towards the crack that looked like a bag of air. The crowd on the ground was astounded. They looked bewilderedly shocked. To where does he want to move Divine Land City? My God, what kind of power is that? I'm afraid that incipient God Realm experts aren't this powerful. Is it true that only experts with the space power could reach such height? Many warriors were clamoring outside Divine Land City. They dropped their jaws in awe. Uncle Duo, you also cultivate space power, Upanishad. What do you think about that? Fu Wei looked at Jia Duo. Feng Han, Lin Exen, and the others who were by her also looked at Jia Duo, expecting a professional comment. Jia Duo shook his head and said, basically, we're different from each other. Before he had reached ethereal God Realm, we were not at the same level. Now, I'm too far behind him. I can't see through his abilities. When we were in Shadow Ghostly Prison, Bello used to confine our space and moved us to another place. If we compare him with Bello, what do you think? Asked Fu Wei. Bello at second sky of incipient god realm had plotted us. He had prepared a different deed to move us to another area. It's not really similar to this. Duo pondered for a while and explained, this time, Yin moves the space here without any preparation beforehand. Moreover, his technique is different from Bello's. Bello had moved our space to another spot within an area. Today, Yin's forcefully using the space crack to move the space containing the entire Divine Land City away. He's moving a whole world. You mean his attainment in space power Upanishad has surpassed Bello's? Feng Han was astounded. Evidently, Duo confirmed. Will it work? Lin Xian wasn't so sure. I don't know. Duo shook his head. But if he dares to do that, he must be sure. I think he's going to succeed. I remember he has never failed. Divine Land City slowly moved and soared out of Devil Blood Star like a sealed space. While people were gawking, the Divine Land City entered the space bag. After one flash, it disappeared. Divine Land City disappeared into thin air. Everybody couldn't stay calm anymore. They were bewildered and were looking at Yin and the deep hole in the sky. They couldn't think about anything. Citizens of Divine Land City, you guys should use the space teleport formation by the Blood Pond to leave. It's time to go home. Yin suddenly shouted. Our homeland today is much more suitable for you to cultivate. It's better than Devil Blood Star. From now on, within 10,000 years, you guys don't need to move anymore. This moving space ability was from Bello's attainment, indeed. However, Bello's power was limited, so he couldn't perform like Yin did today. Thus, what Bello couldn't do at second sky of incipient god realm, Yin had made it work right when he had just entered incipient god realm. If his realm had been high enough, he could have even brought creatures all together and teleported them to Grace mainland instantly. It's better to cultivate there than in Devil Blood Star. Homeland, does it have some earth-shaking changes? Since Yin had come back to Grace mainland that year, I have a feeling that I'm dreaming all the time. Crossing the star areas to visit Devil Blood Star, living in another star area, and crossing for something else? You can't cross the same distance to come home? Am I really living in a dream for such a long time? Oh, home sweet home. We've been away from home for a long time. If he said it's different, ends up binge different. Move. Let's go home. Let's go home. Home sweet home. Chapter 1232, Immortal. Chapter 1232, Immortal _ There were beautiful white light halos expanded by the blood pond. Every time the white light flashed, it meant that a group of people had left Devil Blood Star. Divine Land City's citizens had used the formation to continuously leave under Yin's control. Many people who had participated in his life had finally met him after so many years. He stood by the blood pond. Blood Devil, Fu Wei, Feng Han, Lin Xian, and leaders of the other forces also stood quietly by the formation, their countenances complex. The warriors of the Yang family and the Shi family stood at the end of the line. They didn't take the chance to leave first. Yang Tian Emperor was talking with Blood Devil. They were discussing something interesting. Shortly after, most of the Divine Land City's residents had left. Only the members of the Yang family and the Shi family remained. Yang Tian Emperor looked at Yin. Yin chuckled and then explained, you guys shouldn't go back to Divine Land City. We're going to Immortal Island. Later on, this sea will have more spiritual chi than divine Great Land. Yang Tian Emperor and Jian looked moved and joyful. How about me? Which good land have you preserved for me? Blood Devil laughed. Also the Endless Sea. Yin squinted. Our family will go to the Endless Sea because it will be the most precious land in the continent later. Since he had fused with the ancient continent, he knew that Heavenly Monster Mountain Range in the Endless Sea was the holy land of Heavenly Monster Tribe. That sacred land was really magical as Heavenly Monster experts had changed the world structure there. They had installed many new things. Earlier, Yin had found that the richness level of earth and heaven energy on many islands in the endless sea had gradually surpassed the average level in Grace Mainland. Definitely, they would become the most lively and live in the most wealthy areas in the continent. Yin was greedy, so he had to keep the best things for his family. Thus, the Yang family and the Shi family who walked the last are going to continue to be the overlord of the endless sea. Fu Wei, Feng Han, and Lin Xan were listening, their faces suspicious. Yin, isn't Devil Blood Star good enough? Why must you leave? Wu Lan had talked for all of them. If the Devil Blood Star doesn't have enough energy, why did you have to cross thousands of miles to get here? The others also looked at him. Leona, Fei Lan, Ka Tuo, Fu Wei, and Ziyao were also curious. The people standing here at this moment had noble statuses or a close relationship with Yin. Thus, they were qualified to know the secret. Yin contemplated for a while. He understood that the ancient continent wasn't a secret in the other star areas. They were going to know it eventually. He didn't need to conceal anymore. You guys go with me to see with your own eyes. People then had their eyes brighten, and they all nodded. Katao, go to the giant clan and ask Zhenggu and Na Xian to come to meet me here. The giant clan had helped us a lot that year. We shouldn't mistreat them. Precursor Fei Lan, please call Carthu and the others from Raging Flame Star area. Yeah, just the people who are close to us. For example, the pirates from the land of God Punishment should be brought here. We don't need to care about the ones from the Underworld League. Yin pondered and then advised the other. Kak Tuo and Fei Lan went away immediately. Feng Rao's charming face was happy. She was touched. She was a smart woman, so she could guess that the ones who were invited here should have a big chance from Yin. The pirates of the land of God Punishment were under her father's control. As they were gathering in Devil Blood Star, and Yin had asked to bring them here, of course, he had given her face. When Ziyao heard Yin mention Carthu, she smiled, her bright eyes rippling light as she threw him a look. Shortly after, Na Xian and Zhenggu of the giant clan came like two mountains. Na Xian had almost reached incipient God Realm, and Zhenggu had entered second sky of ethereal God Realm. Now, their bodies were sparkling with a crystal light like jade with surging, which immediately increased immense blood chi. Hey Yin, what did you call us for? Haha, our giant clan is content to live in Devil Blood Star. We don't want to move, guffawed Na Xian. The giant clan was contented to their current life. Devil Blood Star was rich of earth and heaven energy, and it was the base of Demon Clan. It was also one of the strongest areas in Aged Star area. Nobody dared to provoke the strongest clan in Agate Star area. The giant clan had a private area in Devil Blood Star. Currently, their soldiers' realms sharply increased. Na Xian and Zhenggu really enjoyed their current lives. Hearing Ka Tuo talking unclearly that Yin wanted to move the giant clan, they weren't so willing. You can decide later. Yin just smiled and gave no explanation beforehand. After a while, Feng Ku, Carthu, and the warriors of Raging Flame Star area arrived. Uncle, Ziyao smiled and called him gently. Carthu bent his body elegantly. Your Highness, you look much better than before. Getting out of Raging Flame Star area was a precise decision. It's our fate that we can come to Agate Star area. He turned to Yin and smiled. You've changed terrifically. Every time I see you, I have to jolt back. Feng Ku and the captains of the pirates in the land of God Punishment looked wary when they came here. Standing in front of Blood Devil, Fu Wei, and Feng Han, the famous warriors of Agate Star area, they bent their bodies slightly as they were tense. Feng Rao then walked to them and said, Father, don't worry. It's a good thing that you're invited here. We're blessed. Feng Ku relaxed, nodded and smiled, looking at Yin. Of course, he knew the relationship between his daughter and Yin. He also knew that Yin had an ambiguous relationship with many women. Sometimes, he didn't feel that it was fair for his daughter. However, most of the time, he was happy because his daughter's choice was made precisely. Because of his daughter's accurate presumption, the vulnerable pirates in the land of God Punishment could move to a high-level star area and live in Devil Blood Star. Compared to Agate Star area's warriors, Raging Flame Star area's warriors were weaker. When they came here, they felt like they were farmers visiting a big metropolis for the first time. They understood that what they got today was because of Shi Yan's concern to Feng Ke's daughter. Okay, we're all here. Let's go. Shi Yan raked through the group and then walked to the formation. People immediately followed him. The dazzling halos flashed when they disappeared. Then, they reappeared on the immortal island in the endless sea. This place had a formation that Shi Yan had created a long time ago. Before he came to Devil Blood Star, he had fixed it and turned it into a marvelous formation that could cross the border between star areas easily. They were now standing on the formation on the immortal island. Oh, Yang Tian Emperor arched his brows. He cried when he was touched. The members of the Yang family and the Shi family were baffled. That year, when the Dark Clan and the Demon Clan had invaded the Endless Sea, creatures living on islands of the Endless Sea had to live in misery. Mountains had collapsed, and the lakes had dried up. When they left the continent that year, everything was barren and dreary. At that time, Grace Mainland hadn't reached the end of its energy cycle, but the earth and heaven energy had already diluted. Today, the immortal island had many strange plants, green mountains, and crystal-clear lakes. They could even see fat shrimps and fish with spirit chi. The valleys were now filled with flowers. They had also found many strange and rare forests that grew only in some areas of Agate Star area. The white wisps of milky mist wound around the islands. Many different kinds of birds were singing, their voices echoing around the mountains. The auspicious clouds hovered in the sky with a hazy mist decorating the island and making it a wonderland somewhere. Blood Devil, Fu Wei, and Feng Han were dumbstruck. Right after that, they released their soul consciousnesses to check around. Shortly after, Feng Han said, "The spirit chi in this area is really abundant and thick. It has many rare grass and plants. Oh, I can sense a divine crystal mine near here. Why did you guys leave this place that year?" He couldn't understand it. No, it's not true. Xian had been to the Endless before. He frowned and then said, "Completely different. This is completely different from the previous time I came here. It's a whole new world. If the earth and heaven energy in that place had been 1/3 of what we have now, how could we have had to leave?" sighed Yang Tian Emperor. After people listened to Xian and Yang Tian Emperor, they looked at Shi Yan since they knew that there was some secret behind this scene. As the others were gazing at him, Shi Yan lowered his voice. Right now, the earth and heaven energy of this area isn't as strong as the energy in Devil Blood Star. But I'm sure that within 100 years, it will surpass Devil Blood Star. 1,000 years later, this place will have the thickest earth and heaven energy in the entire universe. It will be an auspicious time for warriors to train their bodies and practice their abilities. Later on, this continent was going to become the wonderland of the cosmos. Listening to him, people changed their visages. All looked shocked. It's true. In the next 10,000 years, this continent will become the cosmic center. A voice came from deep in the sky. However, a man instantly appeared on the immortal island and stood in front of the others. Blood Devil at third sky of incipient God realm was baffled when he saw the man. He shouted in awe, What's your realm?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I was born on this continent in the immemorial epoch. I'm a member of Heavenly Monster Tribe." Azure Dragon smiled and looked at Shi Yan. "Bloodthirsty Force's successor, we finally met. On behalf of all members of the Heavenly Monster Tribe, I thank you sincerely." "Who are you, sir?" Shi Yan had a turbulent vibe in his heart. In front of this man, he felt so small, as if he had to lift his face to look at a high sky. After breaking through to incipient God realm, Shi Yan could feel calm even when he faced Blood Devil. However, after this man had shown himself here, he felt deadly dangerous. It was like having the tip of a sharp spear placed on his Adam's apple. He felt so tense in every second. He had never gotten this feeling before. "I'm the current chief of Heavenly Monster Tribe. I'm Azure Dragon," smiled the man. Shi Yan discolored in fright. He was baffled for a while before he could pull himself together. He took a deep breath and then bowed to the man. "Sir, you old man, I didn't know that you were alive until now. I truly am meeting about an archaic monster." Azure Dragon guffawed. "I'm sure you will reach immortal realm. Once you enter that realm, you can live as long as I can." Listening to him, Fu Wei, Feng Han, Na Exen, Leona, Lin Xan, and the others were astounded. The immortal realm was a legendary realm. Although Agate Star Area was a high-level star area, they never had a warrior in this realm for the past dozens of thousands of years. This sort of warrior had only existed in rumors and myth. It was an existence that nobody had ever met. Today, they finally saw one. Immortal. Chapter 1233, Unyielding. Chapter 1233, Unyielding, _ Holy Ancestor Azure Dragon of Heavenly Monster Tribe, showing himself here, had frightened the warriors on the Immortal Island. They finally had the chance to see the legendary Immortal Realm expert. However, Azure Dragon wasn't interested in the others. His pupils shrank as he said, "We're going to talk in private." He looked at Shurian. Shurian nodded. "Okay." Azure Dragon chuckled and then disappeared. At the same time, a massive energy tornado twirled and covered Shurian tightly. He couldn't even wiggle, and he felt so dizzy. When he resumed his normal condition, he found himself standing on the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range in the Vault of Sky Sea area. Those mountains here were arranged like fingers of a hand. The earth and heaven energy in this mountain range was fresh and abundant. Taking in the milky white air, Shurian felt refreshed and happy. Azure Dragon smiled and looked at the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range happily. "When we left this place, the earth and heaven energy wasn't suitable for our cultivation anymore. After many years, I finally got the chance to return to our home." Shurian didn't know what he wanted to say, so he just kept silent and listened to him. "Thank you for your labor. Our Heavenly Monster Tribe has to thank you a lot." Azure Dragon smiled until his eyes squinted. "No need." Shurian wore a faint face. "After fusing with the Genesis fruit, I got some benefits too. I didn't take the worst of it." "Haha, of course, you won't bear loss. The God Clan has only made your bloodthirsty force bear the loss once." Azure Dragon contemplated for a while and then said, "In the next 10,000 years, Grace Mainland will be the best place for cultivating in the entire universe. Every square inch here will be very pricey. Anyway, the Grace Mainland is our ancestral star. Our Heavenly Monster Tribe must move back here." Shurian nodded. He knew that Heavenly Monster Tribe would absolutely return because this planet was the most suitable place for their members to cultivate. They sure knew how to make a good decision. This continent needs to be divided one more time. Azure Dragon didn't want to go around the bush. The Heavenly Monster Mountain Range and the adjacent areas should belong to our Heavenly Monster Tribe, including the surrounding sea. I hope you will move all irrelevant warriors out of this area and as far as possible. All right, what do you call the sea area? The Endless Sea. Yeah, the Endless Sea. Our Heavenly Monster Tribe wants the Endless Sea. In the next 10,000 years, we will cultivate in the Endless Sea. This place will belong to us. Azure Dragon simply stated his wish. Shurian's eyes became cold. He had fused with the Origin, so he knew that Endless Sea was the place that was going to have the thickest earth and heaven energy in the future. At the same time, the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range had a magical field of force that wasn't created by Heavenly Monster Tribe. It was naturally formed. If they cultivated near that field, their soul consciousness could somehow reach the fountainhead of power Upanishad. Although it wasn't that their souls could enter that place, it was still going to help them a lot to comprehend their powers deeper if they could cultivate in this area. It was similar to Extreme Purgatory Field in Raging Flame Star area, where warriors could understand their powers better and faster. Shurian could even feel that this field of force was expanding towards the Endless Sea little by little. It rippled like waves in the sea. In 100 years, the entire Endless Sea was going to stay within this magical field of force. Also, that field and the dark magnetic noxious mist were connected. Currently, the dark magnetic noxious mist was changing magically. Many spirit herbs and plants were growing there together with rare and precious crystals, which Shurien had seen only on Desolate. The misty area to the east of the Endless Sea used to be an area where experts of Heavenly Monster Tribe cultivated ascetically. That area belongs to the Endless Sea, so it should belong to our Heavenly Monster Tribe too, said Azure Dragon sternly. Shurien felt more irritated. As far as he knew, the Endless Sea and the dark magnetic noxious mist were the most special places on this continent. The Endless Sea was going to be filled with thick energy, so the warriors could comprehend their powers better there. The dark magnetic noxious field was going to create a lot of treasures. These two areas were likely going to become the most precious lands in this continent. It was the reason why he wanted to bring the Yang family and the Shur family to the Endless Sea, but not Divine Great Land. As soon as the Holy Monster of Heavenly Monster Tribe requested the said two lands, the most precious lands in the future, Shurien obviously didn't agree. However, he didn't say it curtly. Instead, he said with a regretful face, "It's no use even when you talk to me." Azure Dragon frowned. "Why is it no use?" "I can't decide that," Shurien shrugged and said reluctantly. "The Endless is occupied. The Yang family owns it. It always belongs to the Yang family." Azure Dragon snorted. "You fuse with the origin. Your words can determine the fate of this continent. Some chiefs of our bloodthirsty force have some agreement with the Yang family. The successors of the bloodthirsty force will be trained in the Endless Sea. Well, your Heavenly Monster Tribe wants to swallow the Endless Sea and even the dark magnetic noxious mist. I don't think those chiefs would agree with you. If you want to negotiate, you should find them." Shurien spoke nonchalantly. This Heavenly Monster Tribe's holy ancestor, a parent, wanted to force him. Before the chiefs of the bloodthirsty force arrived, he wanted to use his immortal cultivation base to force Shurien. As Shurien was the heir of the bloodthirsty force's master, he was also the spokesman of the current bloodthirsty force, and he had the origin. If he agreed with Azure Dragon under his pressure, it would be a big headache to Xian He and Frederick later. "You're the new generation of bloodthirsty. It's all right if you just nod." Azure Dragon spoke again. Billions of mysterious symbols were moving in his eyes. They twinkled like diamonds and moved inside his pupils. An unclear, threatening power was generated and getting stronger. Shurien's face changed. He snorted and then said, "Precursor, you want to force me with your power? Before the experts of our bloodthirsty force arrive, you want to force me into it? I hope that you would agree. This Endless Sea and that thick mist used to belong to our Heavenly Monster Tribe. We just need 2 pieces of land. I don't think it's too much compared to the entire continent." Azure Dragon was persistent. The solemn, tyrannical monster chi on his body was like billions of mountains pressing down on Shurien's head. Shurien felt it hard to breathe. He knew that Azure Dragon hadn't used all of his force. It was just a bit of power, and Shurien knew that it was much more intimidating than facing Tenefik at the same time. He was dispirited that he couldn't counter the Azure Dragon. Crack, crack, crack. The bones in his body made cracking noises as he turned into his immortal demon body, the fighting form of his race. Still, it was strenuous to resist the pressure. His crimson eyes were cold as he said, "If your Heavenly Monster Tribe wants to claim the Endless Sea and the dark magnetic noxious mist, you have to kill me first." Holy Beast Azure Dragon studied him. A strange light flared up from his eyes. The old beast pondered for a while and then snorted. The pressure immediately fell from the sky. Under his power, even the sky seemed to shatter soon. It felt 10 times as heavy as the sky. Yin quivered. His veins and bones were about to be smashed. He gritted his teeth to keep his mind sound and burned the immortal demon blood. He smiled crazily all of a sudden. "My co-soul has fused with the origin of this continent. If I die, your Heavenly Monster Tribe's hope and future will shatter. Do you still want to touch me?" He suddenly understood this. Azure Dragon would never dare to touch him. Quite the contrary. If Shurien was in danger, Azure Dragon had to use his best means to protect him to prevent his soul altar from disappearing. Sure Yin was the basic assurance for the future of a strong heavenly monster tribe. As Sure Yin understood it clearly, he wasn't afraid anymore. He laughed contentedly. Who do you think you can scare? Okay, I now won't do anything to defend myself. Let's see if you dare to kill me. Then, he retrieved his energy and stopped burning the immortal demon blood. When Azure Dragon saw him do that, his face changed dramatically. He immediately retrieved all of his threats. His face grimaced. You aren't afraid of death. I very am. But I'm not afraid of you because you will never dare to touch me. Sure Yan's eyes twinkled. Looking at the heavenly monster mountain range, he mocked. Well, it's not easy to take all the good things. Your heavenly monster tribe has been hiding for a long time. The God Clan is still powerful. Do you think you can control this whole world? Ridiculous. Azure Dragon had a headache now. Sure Yin was right. Even if Azure Dragon had more guts, he couldn't dare to kill Sure Yin. Sure Yin represented the future of heavenly monster tribe's ancestral star. If he died, Grace Mainland would return to its bleak condition without the origin. It was the chance that heavenly monster tribe had been waiting for. 10,000 years would be destroyed with him too. Being the current chief of the heavenly monster tribe, how dare he do that? Okay, fine. Tell me what we should do. Azure Dragon didn't know whether he should cry or smile. He had to step back for the overall benefit. We don't have many members in our tribe anymore. We are in a hurry to get to the endless sea or the dark magnetic noxious mist to recover our conditions. What do you think? Well, after the God Clan is defeated, we will talk about this. As Sure Yin had grabbed Azure Dragon's weakness, he felt relaxed. For the time being, the members of Heavenly Monster Tribe can go to the sea area around the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. And for future resettlement, we will discuss later. Azure Dragon agreed reluctantly. I'm going to take my tribe here. He didn't want to linger. Azure Dragon opened his mouth to spurt out a big lightning ball to cover Sure Yin and directly threw him back to the Immortal Island. When he returned from Heavenly Monster Mountain Range to the Immortal Island, Blood Devil and the others were still there. Now, they were all astounded upon seeing him come back. You're back. Shang-Chun sounded worried. Oh, when did you arrive? Sure Yin was surprised. When he came back to Devil Bloodstar, he knew that Shang-Chun wasn't there. He didn't think that Shang-Chun would come here using the space teleport formation. You have 1 day to arrange things here. After that, we must go quickly, hissed Shang-Chun. Sure Yin was surprised. What makes you so hurried? To help you, Sha Zhao, Mo Fo, Wu Feng, and Jiao Shan had gone to Agate Star area. The God Clan is forcefully taking revenge at their star areas. The situation got really serious, said Shang-Chun. Sure, Yin shivered inwardly. Only I can help them solve this danger. Currently, the major star areas have formed a union. They are discussing how to deal with the God Clan. You're the representative of the bloodthirsty force. You have to join the meeting and voice your opinion. It's Frederick who asked you to come here again. Sure Yin shot him a look. Shang-Chun nodded embarrassedly. He's confined. It's hard to do anything else. He asked me to represent him and tell you the information. How generous you guys are when you give me 1 day to arrange my stuff, Sure Yin sneered. We're in a rushed situation, Shang-Chun explained with a forced smile. Okay, I got it. 1 day it is. I also want to see how the grand meeting of the unity of the major star areas is. It's a good chance to widen my knowledge, though. Chapter 1234, Fulfill the Promise. Chapter 1234, Fulfill the Promise, _ Immortal Island. The Yang family's mansion still stood firm. It just looked a little shabby. Yang Tian Emperor stood inside the mansion that was covered in spider webs and dust, silent for a long time. Emotions swarmed him. He sighed. It has been too many years. The members of the Yang family and the Sure family also were very emotional. They didn't think that after moving around the cosmos, they would have to return to their starting point. Life was strange, indeed. Xia Xin Yin was standing in this crowd. Her bright eyes were dispirited. She looked lonely as she sighed. The Xia family and the Yang family had been friends for many generations. Because of the incident in Divine Great Land, they had become strangers. Xia Qing Ho went in the wrong direction as they didn't want to stay on the same side as the Yang family. Eventually, The Xia family declined. Shi Yan's people were the ones who stood and laughed at the end of the battle in the perpetual night forest. However, he didn't massacre the Xia family that year. 200 years had passed quietly. Many members of the Xia family couldn't break through to the next realm, so they had to slowly die naturally. Xia Xian Yin didn't know where the other members were living. She felt so bitter. Seeing the Yang family and the Shi family walk to new heights compared to the Xia family, she felt so sour that she couldn't even utter a word. Right at this moment, someone held her hand. She turned around to look at Shi Yan. There are still many members of the Xia family on this continent, he smiled at her. Where? Xia Xian Yan's beautiful eyes brightened. I'll take you there. A light passage appeared. Shi Yan took Xia Xian Yan through it. They flashed and disappeared from the Immortal Island. The Reincarnation Island in Jia Luo Sea area was the place where the Xia family was staying. This small island had many bushes of wild grass. Standing at the southeast corner were big halls and buildings made of flaming red stone. Dozens of young warriors of the Xia family were practicing on the training yard. Xia Yu was one of them. He was at Disaster Realm, and he was practicing martial arts together with some other young members of the Xia family. A crook-backed old man sat at the corner of the training yard and nodded his head as he watched Xia Yi. Xia Yi stopped practicing his martial arts and walked to the old man. Precursor Zhou, I heard that you've lived for more than 200 years. What happened to the Xia family in Divine Great Land 200 years ago? Zhou Yu darkened his face and snorted. Why are you asking about such nonsense? The Reincarnation Island is the root of the Xia family. It has always been like that. The Xia family has never come to Divine Great Land. Why does our great-grandfather sigh and say every time that if we hadn't chosen the wrong side, we would have left a long time ago? Xia Yi lowered his voice and murmured, I heard that the real hero had left many years ago from here to outer space. Rumors said that if we hadn't chosen the wrong way, our Xia family would have led them to enter the Sea of Stars. Is it true? Zhou Yu was irritated. He shouted at the young man, Don't talk such nonsense. He lifted his head to look at the sky and sighed inwardly. It has been many years, our young lady. I wonder if she still survives. Our head doesn't have much time. I hope he can meet her one last time. He stood up and walked by himself to the mountain behind the Xia family. Inside a cave mansion behind the mountain, Xia Shunchuan was sitting cross-legged to document the martial techniques that he had learned. His vitality had weakened gradually, so he had to write down all the techniques he had learned throughout his life with the hope of leaving some legacy to the Xia family. His father, Xia Qingho, had gone with the Pure Land that year. In the end, the Pure Land was defeated and ran away. His father took them back to the Endless Sea. Since that day, Xia Qingho was always dismal, and later on, his strange illness had occupied him one more time. As the earth and heaven energy in this area was reduced, Xia Qingho couldn't advance his realm further. Gradually, he died from exhaustion. Before he died, his sound mind came back to him for a moment, and he had reminded his children about his mistake. Headmaster, Zhou Yu came forward. Xia Shanchuan lifted his head and smiled. Why don't you supervise the kids in the training yard? Headmaster, you should continue to insist on it. As soon as you can reach true God realm, your longevity will increase. You can live more. Maybe you will see our young lady come home. Xia Shanchuan shook his head with a forced smile. Don't advise me furthermore. I'm sure I can't break through anymore. It's better to save my remaining time to document more martial arts for the kids. Headmaster, it's different now. Don't you feel like the spirit Qi in the Endless Sea is much thicker than in the past? You still have time. If you're still wasting your time and effort in writing down those martial techniques, you will not have any chance. Zhou Yu said, If little Yin knew you were like this, she would have felt very disappointed. Xia Shun Chuan quivered, his hand trembling as he was writing. He said miserably, more than 200 years. When little Yin left through the space crack inside Fire and Ice secret domain that year, I knew she couldn't survive. Dangers are everywhere in outer space. If she's still alive, she would have come back soon. Crack! The stone at the cave entrance was broken. Xia Shun Chuan and Zhou Yu unconsciously turned around to look. They were shocked immediately, their old eyes watery. They were so bewildered as they pointed at the ones who had just arrived, but they couldn't make a sound. Xia Xian Yin stood by the cave entrance, tears lingering in her beautiful eyes. She sobbed, "Grandfather, little Yin, it's little Yin. Am I dizzy?" Xia Shan Chuan felt like he had a dying flash of lucidity. He glowed in health and dashed out of the cave. "It's me. It's really me," Xia Xian Yin cried and tried to talk. It had been so long time. She wanted to go home, but she didn't have a chance. The space passages connecting Agate Star area to other star areas were sealed or full of dangers. She wasn't strong enough to go home, so she could only embrace and hide her nostalgia in her heart. Today, her homeland had come to Agate Star area directly. Since they were in the same star area, she had finally had a chance to visit her homeland. It had been 200 years. Xia Xian Yin couldn't hold herself when she knew that her family members were still alive. Shi Yin stood at a corner behind the mountain and watched the cave mansion. He didn't step in. Before he had reached incipient God Realm, he had visited Sky Meteor City, the Endless Sea, and Divine Great Land once. From that trip, he knew that the Xia family was staying in the Reincarnation Island, but he didn't visit them. It would have been on the same day. That year, it was Xia Qing Ho who had betrayed them to follow the Pure Land. Although this person had died a long time ago, Shi Yin still had a knot with the Xia family. Thus, even though he had brought Xia Xianyin back here to let her reunite with her family, he didn't want to meet them. After a long time, Xia Shenchuan and Zhou Yu appeared at the cave entrance and looked at him from a distance. Xia Shenchuan bowed to him and said loudly, "On behalf of the Xia family, I want to deliver our apology to the Yang family." Zhou Yu eyed Shi Yin. He was filled with astonishment. From Xia Xian Yin, he knew Shi Yin's realm and status now. Compared to the man he knew in the past, the young man standing in front of him was a representative of miracles. Many members of the Xia family heard Xia Shen Chuan's voice. They were surprised, and they gathered from different areas. Xia Yi was one of them. He dashed and saw a young man standing in the valley. That man looked around his age, 20-something. He was wearing black clothes, his long hair draped over his shoulder as he showcased his majestic figure and harsh bearings. The Yang family? Is that the family of the prodigy that people have talked about? He's the one who had delivered many strong clans in our continent to outer space. He's the immortal legend of our continent. Xia Yi screamed in fear. "Shi Yin, my grandfather said sorry. Do you still hold a grudge?" Xia Xian Yin thinned her lips, her eyes bright. "Shi Yin? I think I heard this name before. The Yang family and Shi Yin. Is he that man of the legend? Is that really him? The one who has escaped to outer space?" The members of the Xia family were boisterous. They looked at Shi Yin as if he was their idol. The name Shi Yin was a legend in this era. He was an idol and a hero in many people's minds. In every corner of the continent, warriors from every clan knew this name. This man had brought their precursors and seniors out of this land and entered the cosmos. At that time, they weren't strong enough, so they weren't qualified to come with the others. However, their precursors had told them that when they were strong enough, they could get the right to enter outer space. Their precursors asked them to memorize this name and told them all of these events were possible because of an extraordinary expert who had brought hope to this exhausted continent. Xia Yi and all of the members of the Xia family gazed at the man without even blinking. Shi Yan's brows furrowed and then stretched. "With you here, how could I hold such a grudge?" Xia Xian Yin felt so sweet. "Then how about this reincarnation island?" She hesitated. Xia Shan Chuan and Zhou Yu knew the secret, so they clenched their fists anxiously. From Xia Xian Yin, they knew many marvelous secrets of the continent. They knew the Endless Sea would be the most attractive place in the entire universe. It would attract many warriors from outer space to come and cultivate. Each square meter here would be worth a whole divine crystal load. If Shi Yin nodded, it would be the huge fortune to the Xia family, which could affect the Xia family for the next 10,000 years. "All right," Shi Yin sighed. "You guys can stay and cultivate in this island." Xia Shinchuan and Zhou Yu were thrilled. They honestly bowed to him. I'm leaving. Shi Yan nodded to Xia Xianyan as he was about to leave. You have to leave tomorrow, so stay with me today. Xia Xianyan's bright eyes moved as she walked to him and hooked his arm. They flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Shi Yan and Xia Xianyan reappeared in a forest on the beach of the Reincarnation Island. As soon as they landed, she kissed Shi Yan passionately. Her snow-white arms wrapped around his neck, her sexy body leaning against his. Her bright eyes were dreamy as her soft body arched toward him. She aroused his lusty desire. Biting her succulent red lips, she breathed out the orchid fragrance. You're stronger than me today. It's time to fulfill my promise that year. Her graceful body spun one round, releasing herself from her clothes. Her perfect body, like the jade, was exposed. Shi Yan's eyes were scorching. Seeing the woman jumped onto his lap, he thundered huskily and hugged her, enjoying their time passionately. Chapter 1235. The Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 1235. The Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, _ Ancient God Continent. A limestone cave ran directly into the earth where it was filled with heat waves. It had so many lava ponds filled with scorching red liquid. The energy fluctuations in this area were dense and powerful. This limestone cave was so spacious. It was like a small world with millions of lava ponds. Vaguely, they formed a magical formation. A figure was soaking in a scorching pond, his face handsome and resolute even though he was closing his eyes. He opened his eyes and shot dark red lights. The lights had triggered the power of the restriction in the cave. Instantaneously, all the lava ponds in the cave began to boil. Then the lava in the pond gathered and created flaming ribbons. They flew out of the lava ponds, consecutively winding around his naked body. The flaming scarlet ribbons had refined his spirit and body. It extracted the contamination in his blood to increase his power. The lava pond quickly dried up. Within dozens of seconds, millions of lava ponds were exhausted. However, after 1 hour, new lava came and filled the pond from the earth core. Once the lava ponds were refilled, the young man continued to use his secret technique to gather the flaming liquid and make them ribbons to quench his body and soul to perfect himself. A shadow appeared like a ghost or a wisp of a soul. He stood inside the limestone cave and looked at the young man in the biggest pond. After a long time, he snorted and called, "Haig." The young man lifted his head, red flames flashing in his eyes. He resumed his calmness. His naked body floated up, and he addressed the other respectfully, "Elder." Feng Ju looked at him coldly. "Did you reflect on your mistakes on the ancient continent?" Haig nodded. "I know I was wrong." "What is your mistake?" Feng Ju furrowed his brows. "I had underestimated my opponent's competence," Haig pondered and said. Feng Ju studied him, his eyes evil and bizarre. After a while, he said coldly, "You've reached incipient God realm and refined your body here. Your power Upanishad has advanced too. Anyway, that Shi Yan is standing in your way. You must kill him yourself. The others can't help you. Only defeating him and breaking his soul altar can help you advance further on your path of cultivating power Upanishad." 10 years ago, Haig had 1 foot into incipient God realm. His realm, power, and body had been qualified to enter the new realm. However, to be eligible to enter Desolate for the Genesis fruit, he had forcefully pressed down his realm. He had lingered at peak of ethereal God realm during the whole trip. When he came back from Desolate, he didn't restrain his power anymore. Shortly after, he had entered incipient God realm. He had used a secret technique to refine his soul and body. His soul altar was refined one more time. His realm and power Upanishad all upgraded. However, the failure on the ancient continent had created a Mara in his heart. It affected his moods, and it cracked in his arrogant confidence. Feng Ju knew that this crack would affect his realm in the future and make his fast progress stagnate. Haig had fused with the origin of ancient God continent. He was going to become an assurance for the prosperity of the God clan in the future. Ju wasn't going to allow Haig to fail again. He knew where Haig's illness was rooted. Go to Tsunami Star. The one you want to kill is there. As soon as you destroy him, you can secure your state of mind. I will never fail you again, Haig answered. With a harsh gleam crossing his eyes, he mumbled to himself, Yin, I hope you're well prepared. The god-blessed mainland. Audrey had woken up for a long time, but she still used the evil souls to nurture her host soul. The incipient extent she had created was a murky, gray world. It had cold energy fluctuations that could terrify people. This kind of energy ran directly into people's souls as if it could freeze the other's soul altar. After a long time, she opened her beautiful eyes and smiled. Mother, I've broken through to incipient God realm. Adele smiled lovingly at her. With your innate talents, I'm not surprised that you can reach incipient God realm early. How do you feel? Audrey closed her eyes to sense her body. She answered happily, excellent. Oh, right. Did somebody help me by giving me many souls while I was cultivating? When I was condensing the incipient extent, I could feel my soul alter change, so I used our secret technique to refine it once. Yeah, something changed while you were cultivating. Adele's eyes brightened. As you've done before, you should go to Tsunami Star and buy some divine liquids to improve your soul altar. Audrey stood up and nodded. She was about to leave immediately. She had visited Tsunami Star many times. She knew how to get there. It had started when she had reached King God Realm. After she entered the new realm, she went to Tsunami Star to find marvelous liquids to strengthen her soul altar. The soul altar training method of the Imperial Dark Tribe was unique. Every time their soul altars evolved, they needed some special liquids to secure it. Wait a minute, Adele called to her and frowned. I heard that the forces of the star areas where the God Clan has invaded were having a secret summit meeting in the Tsunami Star. Many people with different purposes will go there too. You should be careful. I will. I will assign Gillette to go with you. Oh, do I need to go with Gillette this time? Sure you do. Okay. Tsunami Star. It was a massive level 7 life star. This life star was the life star that ranked only behind the ancient continent in the level of thick earth and heaven energy. It stayed in the center of Tsunami Star area and was surrounded by dozens of life stars like stars surrounding the bright moon. There was a sea territory near Tsunami Star where millions of battleships and spaceships from different star areas embarked and disembarked. Every day, billions of warriors from many races came here. The sea territory of Tsunami Star was acknowledged as the liveliest wonderland of this universe. It was much wealthier and more bustling than any sea territory of the God Clan. All of this was because of a force at Tsunami Star area, the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. The Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was similar to Potion and Tool Pavilion. They were specialized in collecting and trading materials. The Tsunami Chamber of Commerce also bought and sold crystals, divine weapons, power Upanishad source of inheritance, beast bones and souls, and even life stars. The structure of this Chamber of Commerce was much bigger than Potion and Tool Pavilion. Compared to Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, Potion and Tool Pavilion was like a small ant standing by an elephant. They weren't at the same level. The Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had business affairs around star areas in this cosmos. Even if it was a small corner of the universe, the warriors could still find their stores. If the clan or force wasn't closed and conservative, it knew about the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's existence and create a close and complex connection with this Chamber of Commerce. If Potion and Tool Pavilion's business covered the entire Agate Star area, Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's affairs had covered the entire universe. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and the ruling echelons of big star areas had a harmonious relationship. The forces of Hollow Fearsome Star Area, Prosaic Star Area, Earth Eye Star Area, Sirius Star Area, Black River Star Area, and other star areas had trading affairs with this Chamber of Commerce. Even the families of the God Clan had to have a close connection with this organization. This Chamber of Commerce didn't join any war in the Sea of Stars. Just like a genuine businessman, it only collected and sold materials in the star areas. At the same time, No one wanted to offend this chamber of commerce. Even the brutal God Clan didn't dare to attack its stores. Many people had guessed that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had a close-knit relationship with the God Clan. They thought that perhaps the mysterious president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was one of the elders of the God Clan's Elder Committee. There were many rumors about the mysterious president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Some said that he was from a mortal demon clan, while others rumored that he was from Heavenly Monster Tribe. This man was so mysterious. He had secluded to cultivate all the time. Many experts of the influent forces wanted to meet him once, but they were all denied. Not many people had the chance to know his real name, too. They heard that this Chamber of Commerce had existed for dozens of thousands of years ago. It had witnessed the four great creatures take turns to be the overlord and the rise of the bloodthirsty force. The president of this Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was always mysterious in each generation. However, they were all geniuses that could bring the Chamber of Commerce to their glory today. Besides the sea territory for the battleships to travel, there were many space teleport formations around the planet. Although the space teleport formations could teleport only creatures and not giant battleships, the four areas of the space teleport formations were hectic like running water. Every day, experts from many star areas could come or leave through the formations. The teleport formations were much more convenient than the sea territory because they could go directly to the destination without traveling further as when using the sea territory. The four areas of the teleport formation on Tsunami Chamber of Commerce were called Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Each area had dozens of differently sized formations. Some could teleport only 1 or 2 passengers, while the massive formations could transport 1,000 or 1,000,000 passengers at a time. Of course, anyone who wanted to use the formation in the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow areas had to pay with divine crystals. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce collected fees, and the fees varied based on the capacity of the formation and the distance. Today, a small, normal-looking teleport formation in Black teleport area of the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce glowed up. The formation emitted waves of vague energy. This formation was strange. It was rectangular-shaped with 4 statues of savage beasts watching the 4 corners. Those monster statues had empty fantasy crystals in their mouths. Their deep eyes sparkled together with the divine crystals under their feet. When the strange formation glowed, the 4 statues roared. The roaring ceased. The divine crystals under the beast's feet turned into ashes and scattered. 2 people appeared. The Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's staff stood by the formation. They fluently took out new divine crystals to replace the ashes underneath the monster. The formation was ready to use again. A guard holding a shining black stone in his hand talked to them. Submit 3,000 top-quality divine crystals. Shang-Chen smiled and raised his hand. A bright yellow cloud flew up and carried a lot of divine crystals that were sparkling under the sunlight of 9 dazzling suns in the sky. What do you think? He turned to Shi Yin. Along the way, he had briefed Shi Yin on the situation of the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, but it wasn't very detailed. He wanted Shi Yin to observe it himself. Shi Yin turned to look at the magical formation behind him. He was astounded. They used the monster's souls to carve the formation. The person who had designed and built this formation was very excellent and creative. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce has many warriors cultivating space, power, Upanishad. One of them has reached 3rd sky of incipient God realm. He's stronger than Bello. The Chamber of Commerce's teleport formations are built by their staff who cultivate space power Upanishad. Besides this place, they have 3 other areas that are similar to here with dozens of big and small teleport formation, explained Shang-Chen. This Chamber of Commerce is very powerful, Shi Yin nodded. Chapter 1236, Black Iron City. Chapter 1236, Black Iron City, _ South of Tsunami Star. Many majestic cities built like mountain ranges stood imposingly. Those cities were spacious like giant beasts crouching on the ground. Under the 9 suns, the cities had beautiful halos of iron or jade. This planet had 9 suns and 6 moons. It was so hot in the daylight and bitter cold when the night fell. However, whether it was day or night, the tsunami star was illuminating all the time. There was no absolute darkness. There was a city called Black Iron in the south that was built of celestial jet black iron. It was one of the 9 cities of Tsunami Star. There was a teleport formation in the forest outside the city leading to the black area of Tsunami Star. Usually, warriors from other star areas entered Black Iron City first after they teleported here through the black area. Tsunami Star had 9 cities, and each of them was a big trading center with countless shops. At least half of those shops belonged to the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, and the remaining belonged to many other forces. The Tsunami Star was the most famous business center in the universe. People could buy any cultivating materials at any grade. Even original incipient grade materials weren't rare in this city. It could be said that if something couldn't be found in Tsunami Star, it wouldn't be found elsewhere. The 9 cities of Tsunami Star were arranged in each corner. Each of them was so grand, they attracted many warriors from other star areas to come trade. Tsunami Star was where warriors could buy anything including cultivating materials, mineral lodes, mine slaves, and even the life stars. Rumor said that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce used to sell an entire star area. Inside a strange chamber in a training building in Black Iron City, 2 people were cultivating. The ceiling of this chamber had inlaid many 7-colored divine crystals arranged in a particular formation. With a close look, the divine crystals were arranged to create the word water. The tranquilizing energy rippled from that word to help warriors concentrate better. This chamber didn't have a solid ground. There was a water pond that was crystal clear with murmuring water. This chamber was designed to increase the power comprehension of the warriors who cultivated water power Upanishad. It was a special training chamber built by Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. They let the warriors cultivating water power rent this kind of training chamber to cultivate. There were so many similarly customized training chambers including fire, ice, lightning, and all the common powers of Upanishads. These special cultivating rooms were aimed at the warriors from different races to accelerate their progress of accumulating energy and advancing their power. These kinds of training buildings were categorized in different levels with different fees. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce managed all of them, and the year-round turnover from this business wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Inside this water chamber, the pond had many water heart crystals. There were crystals that looked like a heart. A sexy woman was cultivating in the pond and taking in the energy of the water heart crystals to refine her body. She was like a drop of water that became a part of this cultivating room to understand the water power. Sitting by the pond was a white-haired woman. Her eyes were closed as if she was sleeping. After a while, she opened her eyes and revealed glum pupils as if she had to bear a lot of grief. She looked at the melting water heart crystals in the pond and said to the other woman, "It's good now. Your incipient god realm is stable." The sexy woman in the pond was Cecilia. After Desolate had thrown her out, she went directly to Tsunami Star to meet her teacher. She wanted to tell her the events that happened on Desolate, and then went directly to Agate Star area. However, Lena, her teacher, had forced her to stay. Cecilia had to use water heart crystals to refine her realm and enter incipient god realm. Before entering Desolate, Cecilia's realm was third sky of ethereal god realm. After 10 years of training on Desolate, her state of mind, will, and understanding of power had gotten over the bottleneck. Also, she was so lucky to collect original incipient grade crystals of water class, the water heart crystal. She got all the things she needed for her breakthrough. Lena had ordered her strictly that she should seize the chance to break through. She had to stay. Under her teacher's protection, she used the special water cultivating room to cultivate and break through to incipient god realm. Lena had collected the magical materials needed to stabilize her incipient god realm from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. After taking in the power of the water heart crystals, Cecilia's realm was stabilized. Her mind wasn't going to fall in trouble anymore. "Teacher, my realm is stable today. Will you let me go?" Cecilia smiled charmingly as her naked body emerged from the pond. Her skin was like beautifully smooth white jade. She was so eye-catching, like a ripe peach that arose people's desires. You want to go to Agate Star area to find the young man called Yin? Lena snorted. It's very difficult for me to find a guiding fruit for you. I expected you to find his remains for me. You didn't do that and instead did something with that man. Now, you tell me that you want to go find him? Tell me, did you even care about your teacher? No, I want to find him and talk about that, Cecilia hurried to explain. He and I had gotten into that strange world, but I was kicked out unknowingly. He must have been kept there. Many things had happened after that continuously, so I didn't have a chance to ask him about that until I was thrown out of Desolate. You said that you were thrown out, but he wasn't? Lena was surprised. I'm sure about that, Cecilia said earnestly. When he fought Harson, I saw his ethereal extent, which was 70% or even 80% similar to the world that I had intruded. I think he had merged that world into his ethereal extent. Lena was shocked. Cecilia nodded. Lena quieted down and contemplated. After a while, she said faintly, Then, you don't need to go to Agate Star area. Lately, the God Clan attacked the forces that had helped him counter the God Clan in Agate Star area. Their leaders have come to Tsunami Star. If nothing unexpected happens, the boy you've mentioned should be there too. Why will he come to Tsunami Star? Cecilia was surprised. Because it's safest here. After dozens of thousands of years, although the four great creatures have always been fighting, this planet hasn't been affected. Whether it's the Immortal Demon Clan, Imperial Dark Tribe, the God Clan, or Heavenly Monster Tribe, or even the Bloodthirsty Force at their peak of glory, they have never attacked Tsunami Star. Thus, when small forces want to have some secret meetings, the God Clan could capture them at once. But if they do that on Tsunami Star, and even if their information is disclosed, the God Clan can't attack them immediately, explained Len. Teacher, you've met the president of the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Who is he after all? Why does even the God Clan not dare to touch Tsunami Chamber of Commerce? Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's water is really deep. That president is also mysterious and unpredictable. I can't guess what mysteries he embraces. If Yin goes to Tsunami Star, how can I meet him? Go find Sha Zhao of the Goo God sect. They're in Black Iron City now. When you meet them, you'll also meet the one you wanted to find. Oh, thank you. Sha Zhao of the Goo God sect, Wu Feng and Wu Bai of the Wu family, Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai of the Jiao family, and Mo Fo and Fuller were staying in a mansion in Black Iron City. Accompanying them were leaders of all kinds of forces. This medium-sized mansion was hosting the real leaders of the major star areas. All of a sudden, an old man wearing a cyan brocade costume with a crystal embroidered on the hem and dark green hair draping around his shoulder came with some warriors. The Black Iron City branch manager of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce Tai Dun is coming. A third sky of ethereal god realm warrior, standing behind the old man, pitched his voice, which had an unconcealed arrogant tone. Being the city guard of Black Iron City of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, he was respected in every star area he had visited. Also, the leaders and tycoons of many forces had to respect him because he was part of the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's staff. He considered it his honor. The Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had stood still for dozens of thousands of years in this sea of stars. It had started in a small star area and expanded to the entire cosmos. It had become a special force in this universe. Even the four great creatures didn't dare to challenge them in their peak of power. It was the solid confidence of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and the honor of each member of this incredible organization. The leaders of the forces staying in the mansion were startled when they heard that Tai Dun, the Black Iron City manager, wanted to meet them. Great Elder Mu Wei of the Goo God sect was a man with an aquiline nose and a sinister appearance. He frowned and looked at the crowd in the secret chamber. He asked, "Who contacted Tai Dun? How come he knows we're gathering here?" Bai Yifeng was Black Wind's sworn brother in Black River Star area. He said naturally, "You guys have underestimated Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. They know every small commotion on Tsunami Star. There aren't many secrets that can be concealed from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce or their mysterious president? Jiao Mu of the Jiao family discolored. If Tsunami Chamber of Commerce knows we're here, I suppose the God Clan does too. I heard that the mysterious president of this Chamber of Commerce has some relationship with the God Clan. If he joins the God Clan to ambush us, aren't we in the tiger's mouth now? Bai Yifeng waved his hand. If Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and the God Clan walk the same path, the number of the star areas that the God Clan has been invading isn't a small one. Frankly speaking, if Tsunami Chamber of Commerce join hands with the God Clan, our star areas would have become their vassals for sure. Hearing him, everybody quieted down to contemplate his opinions. After a while, they nodded in agreement. They thought that Bai Yifeng wasn't just exaggerating. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce does have this weight. Don't make assumptions. Let's hear what Tai Dun will say. Bai Yifeng stood up. His figure flashed and disappeared from the secret chamber. He walked directly to the garden in the mansion and raised his voice. Hey, Tai Dun, my old friend. Long time no see. The others hesitated and stayed in the chamber for a moment before getting out to greet the guests with Bai Yifeng. At the same time, Shang Shun and Shi Yin were staying in front of a city gate of black iron. They had to submit divine crystal to get into the city. After making the payment, they stepped in. Too bustling and lively, Shi Yin couldn't hold his compliments as soon as he raked his eyes around the street. Of course, Tsunami Star hasn't been affected by the war for dozens of thousands of years. No one could know how much money and fame it has accumulated. As it's the heart of this universe, how could it not be rich? Smiled Shang Shun. Chapter 1237. A Small Jade Box. Chapter 1237. A Small Jade Box, _ In front of the mansion, Bai Yifeng, Jiao Mu, and Mu Wei welcomed the manager of the Black Iron, Tai Dun. This mansion was 100 mu wide with man-made mountains, pavilions, and bridges over small streams. The internal roads were graveled elegantly. Tai Dun walked with Bai Yifeng deep inside the mansion. Standing by a small rockery, he smiled and talked to Bai Yifeng. This time, you've been so discreet when you come to Black Iron City. You almost got me. Bai Yifeng and Tai Dun were friends. Bai Yifeng had done business with Black Iron City on behalf of Black River Star area for hundreds of years. He had bought many weapons, battleships, and armor from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce to increase the competence of Black River Star area. Tai Dun was the branch manager in Black Iron City. He had personally handled Bai Yifeng's business every time he came. Great Elder Mu Wei of the Gu God sect and Jiao Mu of the Jiao family weren't friends with Tai Dun. Their long-term partner wasn't Black Iron City. They were partnered with other cities on this Tsunami Star. Tai Dun had only first sky of incipient God realm, and he cultivated wind power Upanishad. His line of sight glided past Mu Wei and Jiao Mu, his eyes strange. Brother, why did you pay me a visit this time? Bai Yifeng pondered for a while, and then directly talked about the matter. The guard behind Tai Dun had left already. Even Sha Zhao and Wu Feng weren't qualified to come to this place. Tai Dun spoke with a smile. My superior asked me to deliver an item. Bai Yifeng was astounded. Tai Dun looked serious when he took a deep breath and carefully took out a small jade box from his sleeve. The jade box glowed in a dim halo with a refreshing aroma. This kind of aroma could refresh and calm down people's minds. Heavenly fragrant, soul, soothing jade. Mu Wei of the Gu God sect hissed as he looked dumbstruck. It's true. This jade box is made of heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade, Tai Dun said with a smile. Bai Yifeng, Jiao Mu, and Mu Wei were surprised. They focused on the jade box created by the heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade. Heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade was an original incipient grade material. In this vast universe, this could only be produced in a remote place in Heavenly Fragrant Star area. This jade called Heavenly Fragrant Soul, Soothing Jade was the top precious treasure of Heavenly Fragrant Star area. Because of this jade, Heavenly Fragrant Star area had changed its owner several times. Currently, the God Clan held on to it. Heavenly Fragrant Soul, Soothing Jade was precious with magical effects. When people who cultivated power Upanishad held a piece of this jade in their hands, they could ensure their sound minds and placid souls. This jade protected their spirit and soul. A small piece of heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade, could be used several times. With this jade in their hands, they could ensure their chance of smooth breakthrough. This kind of heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade was precious in the forces and races around the major star areas. Even the leaders of the big forces couldn't have this kind of jade. Besides the tranquilizing function, the heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade could be used to preserve items that would never rot. Who should I deliver it to? Bai Yifeng couldn't read Tai Dun's mind. Instinctively, he rose his hand to receive the jade box. When Tai Dun was about to hand the jade box to Bai Yifeng, he suddenly paused and gazed at him. To the one you were waiting for. Bai Yifeng was surprised. Mu Wei and Jiao Mu were astounded. Then, all of them turned solemn and looked at Tai Dun. Don't ask me why. My superior asked me to do that. My superior also advised that only that man is eligible to open this box. Tai Dun smiled and put the jade box into Bai Yifeng's hand. So please help me, Bai Ji. Bai Yifeng was dumbstruck and he frowned deeply. Yeah, that's all for today. I'm not going to bother you guys anymore. Tai Dun nodded to greet them. No need to see me off. He walked out directly. After he gathered his guards, they all left the mansion. They had baffled the others when they came, and even when they left. Bai Yifeng held the jade box. He was filled with surprise. He didn't say anything after pondering for a long time. Mu Wei and Jiao Mu eyed the jade box, their faces odd. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce often does weird stuff. I can't understand anything. Wu Lai of the Wu family was fierce. He couldn't help but shout, and then snatch the box. He mumbled, I want to see what's so precious. He said we weren't qualified to see it. Bai Yifeng was still absorbed in his thought. He couldn't react when Wu Lai suddenly seized the box from his hand. He then saw Wu Lai open the lid. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Lai suddenly backed off 3 steps. The stone ground under his foot exploded and collapsed. 3 waves of tremors expanded to the entire mansion. The pavilions around him collapsed. He was so frightened. Fear arose deep in his eyes. He bewilderedly looked at the jade box on the ground, his heart beating frantically. Mu Wei, Jiao Mu, and Bai Yifeng were so frightened. They looked at the small jade box on the ground with fear. They then observed Wu Lai, trying to conceal the shock in his heart. Wu Lai had second sky of incipient God Realm cultivation base, and he had ascetically cultivated space power, Upanishad. He was a famous warrior of the Wu family. At his realm, it surprisingly took a lot of efforts to open that jade box. Wu Lai, what happened? Asked Bai Yifeng sternly. Wu Lai was aghast. He took a deep breath and then looked at the jade box in fear. When I was about to open it, a terrifying force had struck my soul altar and almost exploded it. Hearing him, people grimaced. They felt worried when looking at the small jade box. The soul altar was the root and life of a warrior. When it shattered, the warrior's soul perished altogether. At second sky of incipient God Realm, Wu Lai's soul altar had almost broken. What did that box contain? Bai Yifeng's countenance changed unusually. He hesitated for a while and then gingerly covered the piece of rock with the jade on it. He put on a meeting hall and said solemnly, Tai Dun gave us this item and asked us to deliver it to Shi Yan. We should just give it to him then. Guys, don't touch it. People nodded with a forced smile. Headquarters of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, Black Iron City. The cities of Tsunami Star didn't have city masters. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce assigned their staff to manage the cities because this entire star belonged to them. The Chamber of Commerce had built all those cities. Thus, the headquarters of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce in each city was actually the city master's palace. After Tai Dun had bid farewell to Bai Yifeng, he didn't stop along the way. Leaving his guards behind, his figure flashed and returned to the headquarters directly. He entered the secret underground chamber, which was so spacious. Standing in the middle of the room was a massive vertical mirror. A gold light emerged in the middle of Tai Dun's forehead, shining directly on that mirror. The reflection in the mirror changed. A changing shadow slowly emerged in the mirror. However, it continuously twisted and people couldn't see its appearance clearly. I delivered the box to Bai Feng of Black River Star area, reported Tai Dun, his face respectful as he bowed. Yeah, follow them. Once you spot something unusual, report it to me immediately. A husky male voice came from the mirror. Yes, sir, Tai Dun replied. The energy fluctuating in the mirror disappeared. Everything resumed. Tai Dun furrowed his brows, and he mumbled, "What's in that box?" Then he coughed terribly as he had to take out a Longan-sized pellet and swallowed it. His face looked malicious at this moment. Just like Wu Lai, he couldn't control his curiosity when he had just received the box. He opened it to see what it held. His situation was even worse than Wu Lai's. Both of his hands were almost broken. If he wasn't the manager of Chamber of Commerce and had many precious pellets, his hands would have been disabled. As he was at first sky of incipient God realm, he wasn't as strong as Wu Lai. Thus, his wounds were much more severe. The item that the president wanted to give to the bloodthirsty force's successor isn't ordinary at all. Tai Dun took a deep breath. Although he had fear in his eyes, he hesitated before making up his mind. He activated the mirror once again. The magical light flashed from the mirror. Not long after that, the mirror showed a senile face. Tai Dun's face brightened. He said respectfully, "Elder Feng Ju." Surprisingly, the man shown in the mirror was Elder Feng Ju of the God Clan's Elder Committee, who held supreme power in the God Clan. "You must have something if you called me. Tell me, what business is it?" Feng Ju squinted. "As long as the intelligence you provide is precious enough like the previous times, I won't mistreat you. The president asked me to deliver a jade box to the bloodthirsty force's successor. That box is made of the heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade. It's so strange. When I attempted to open the box, I got struck by a malicious energy. Both of my hands were almost disabled." Tai Dun pondered and then provided Feng Jun the intelligence. He had done the same for many years. Through a discreet business with the God Clan, he had collected a huge fortune. He had made many business deals with the God Clan in Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, but his sneaky activities hadn't been figured out yet. Feng Ju's squinted eyes flared up with a strange divine light while listening to the Tai Dun. He contemplated for a while and then promised Tai Dun, "I'll send my men to hand you the item you want. It should be enough for you to reach second sky of incipient God realm. You keep watching them for me." "All right." Tai Dun agreed immediately. Ancient God Shrine, Ancient God Continent. Feng Ju was sitting cross-legged by a statue. He opened his eyes, his face grave. The other members of the Elder Committees frowned and looked at him when they saw him awake. Feng Ju pondered for a while and then talked to Spark. "Spark, go to Tsunami Star now." Spark threw him a glance and then stooped. "I have no time." Feng Ju frowned and said, "Perhaps we got a clue to find the thing we have been looking for so many years." Spark's eyes brightened until they became dazzling. "Is it true?" he hissed. Feng Ju nodded. Spark stood up and spoke nonchalantly. "All right, I'm heading there. Don't attack the bloodthirsty force's successor. He's for Hague. Only overcoming him can help Hague inherit our clan prestige and ruling power. He has to do that himself. No one should help him," reminded Feng Ju. Spark snorted. He didn't say he agreed or objected it. After a light sway, he disappeared. Seeing Spark leave, Feng Ju closed his eyes once again. Shortly after, he became like a statue without a soul, and it was like he stopped breathing. Chapter 1238, Bloodthirsty's Aura. Chapter 1238, Bloodthirsty's Aura _ Black Iron City is really luxurious. It's worthy as the city of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and the heart of the universe. It lives up to its reputation. Walking on the streets packed with many warriors and the shops, Yin couldn't help but acclaim. Black Iron City was one of the 9 cities on Tsunami Star. However, this city was bigger than Divine Greatland that year. The items showcased on the shelves of the shops could dazzle any person. This city was built of outer space black iron, which was almost unbreakable. Yin had secretly tried, and he concluded that normal incipient God Realm experts couldn't break this ore wall. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had refined the black iron to make this city extremely tough. Shang Chun was like an elegant and unconventional writer as he explained to Shi Yin a lot of things about Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Gradually, they reached the mansion where Mu Wei and the others were staying. Flying was prohibited in Black Iron City. Staying in this city, warriors had to follow Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's rules. Thus, it affected their speed greatly. I'm just in charge of taking you to this place. I won't participate in anything else, Shang Chun said all of a sudden. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath before talking to Shi Yin. After this, I no longer owe your bloodthirsty force anything. Shi Yin was surprised. I didn't force you to do anything. Even if you're mad, you shouldn't vent it on me, right? Shang Chun nodded and forced a smile. Well, your bloodthirsty force didn't consider anyone. In the past, you guys had offended and caused grudges against many clans and races from many star areas. You're tough, which is why you could survive until now. This time, no one could say beforehand if the bloodthirsty force could rise one more time. Anyway, I actually don't expect you guys to replace the God Clan. People were walking back and forth like running water. Shi Yin could see the warriors from many different races getting in and out of the shops on the streets. While Shang Chun was talking, he lowered his voice a little bit, as if he was afraid of being overheard. Why do you hate the bloodthirsty force? Shi Yin frowned. He soon had that feeling. On the ancient continent, Cecilia and Sha Zhao were so frightened when they confirmed his death power Upanishad and his bloodthirsty force's successor identity. At the same time, they didn't conceal that they opposed him. If the God Clan hadn't wanted to kill all the warriors there, surely Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, and the others would have never wanted to go with him. It was his efforts that allowed him to gradually earn their acceptance. He was a sensitive person. After thinking it through, he confirmed that Sha Zhao and Wu Feng weren't offended by his immortal demon identity. What gave them the conflict was his bloodthirsty force's successor identity. As far as he knew, 10,000 years ago before the God Clan, the bloodthirsty force had ruled the universe. Its 8 chiefs were similar to the 12 chiefs of the God Clan. They were infamous in each of the major star areas, as they were the supernatural experts with outstanding abilities and grand vision. When the precursor of the God Clan got the Genesis fruit, the entire clan had been boosted. Then, in the alliance with the other clans and forces around the universe to wholly counter the bloodthirsty force, the God Clan had subdued and made the bloodthirsty force's power vanish. It showed the tenaciousness of this force. However, this force was like the God Clan now. They couldn't earn respect from the other warriors. They were even worse than the God Clan in some aspects. I didn't experience those years, but I know that during the era when the bloodthirsty force was so powerful, creatures in many star areas had to live in misery. Many life stars were shattered and bleak. Shang Chun contemplated for a while, and then continued. The great 8 inheritances of the bloodthirsty force only brought death, destruction, darkness, and chaos to this vast sea of stars. In those years, wherever they went by, entire life stars didn't even have grass survive. They were much more extreme than the God Clan. Shi Yin rubbed his nose and sighed inwardly. The 8 great inheritances of the bloodthirsty force included soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi. These 8 powers Upanishads were evil and extreme. With these powers Upanishads, of course, the 8 chiefs could be arrogant and tyrannical. They didn't put anybody in their eyes. In that year, when they had massacred everywhere, the God Clan could only survive vulnerably. However, it was because they were too haughty that they had to perish in the end. The bloodthirsty force's master had suddenly appeared in this world. No one knows his identity nor which race he is in. His existence had attracted many extreme experts of the Immortal Demon Clan, Heavenly Monster Clan, God Clan, and Imperial Dark Clan. They left their tribes and served him as their masters. Even now, the God Clan was still investigating his identity. They want to know where he came from and which race he was. The powers Upanishads he cultivated didn't exist in this universe before his arrival. He's the eternal mystery of this sea of stars. Shang Chun studied Shi Yin and then his blood vein ring with a sigh. Shi Yin didn't know what to say, so he kept silent. The bloodthirsty force had done many bad things in the past. Shi Yin understood this. However, he came here from another world. Lao Luo had dragged his soul here and imprinted the vestige of the bloodthirsty force on him. Without the devouring power Upanishad from that master, Shi Yin would never have had his attainment today. He had no way to get rid of the connection with this force. Because of the God clan's existence, if he didn't resist, they were going to kill him. Thus, he didn't have a choice. Although he knew this force was bad, he had to continue his journey. Only smashing the God clan and having his realm surpass all principles of this world would allow him to reconsider the working principles of the bloodthirsty force. He would use his mind and power to change it. When they reached the mansion, Shang Chun stopped and then said, "They are in there. I can only take you here. I won't participate in your activities anymore." Shang Chun left alone before Shi Yin could reply. His back looked lonely, but he looked as if he had just thrown a burden off of his shoulder. As soon as Shi Yin walked into the mansion, Mu Wei, Jiao Mu, and Bai Yifeng walked out of the hall and welcomed him. Sha Zhao, Wu Feng, and Mo Fo, and the other juniors were here too. They greeted him with heavy faces and forced smiles. Their star area was being invaded. They were in a really bad situation and they needed help immediately. They were here to discuss the crucial matter and to get more reinforcements. And Shi Yin represented the force that had a power that no one could deny. They needed help from this force. Last time when we were in Agate Star area, we were in a hurry. This time, let's introduce ourselves properly. Wu Feng was stern. He pointed at the people in the hall and introduced them one by one. My uncle, Wu Lai, is from our Wu family. He's at second sky of incipient god realm, cultivating firepower. Precursor Mu Wei, the great elder of the Gu God sect. He has cultivated the supernatural Gu of the Gu God sect at third sky of incipient god realm. Precursor Jiao Mu from the Jiao family. He is at second sky of incipient god realm and cultivates wood power. Bai Yifeng from Black River Star area. At third sky of incipient god realm, he cultivates lightning power. Sanji, Fuller's uncle, from Earth Eye Star area. He's at second sky of incipient god realm, cultivating earth power. Wu Feng introduced the experts in the hall with a respectful face. Each of them nodded to Shi Yin, but they were actually disappointed. Shi Yin had come here alone. They had thought that Shi Yin would come together with some experts of the bloodthirsty force. Those infamous warriors thrilled them. They had even properly prepared to prevent the awkward situation when they finally met the brutal experts. Unfortunately, Shi Yin came alone. It made them so upset. Although Shi Yin was the successor of the bloodthirsty force's master, he hadn't reached that height of realm. Maybe Shi Yin could reach the height that surprised him in the future, but right now, his influence wasn't really significant, which had upset them a lot. This thing, Tai Dun, manager of the Black Iron City, delivered it here personally. He asked me to hand it to you. We guessed that the superior of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce decided to do that. We don't know what this box contains. Bai Yifeng took the jade box with the rock and threw them to Shi Yin, his face indifferent. Hesitating for a while, Bai Yifeng said nothing in the end. Wu Feng, Sha Zhao, and the juniors didn't know about this jade box, so they were so curious. Wu Lai, Mu Wei, and the others quivered a bit as they gazed at Shi Yin and the jade box in his hand. All of them had strange looks. They were discontented because no famous warrior of the bloodthirsty force had come here. They thought that the others looked down on them, so they didn't tell Shi Yin the deadly feature of the small box. They wanted to see Shi Yin tasting the bitter flavor. No one had told him the trap in that box. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce delivered this item? Shi Yin was surprised. He looked baffled when he studied the piece of rock that supported the jade box. He rubbed his chin, grabbed the box, and threw away the rock. The jade box felt really heavy in his hand with a cold aura. It didn't look magical or anything else. Contemplating for a while, he rose his hand to open the box. As soon as his finger touched the lid, A terrifyingly brutal force flooded his soul altar as if he had a bucket of water poured on his head. His body trembled, and the entire hall was shaken several times. Cracks appeared thickly on the walls. However, Yin stood still at his spot. He didn't back off as Wu-Lai did. He looked frightened, but he seemed to control it well, as if he was listening to something. Mu-Wei, Wu-Lai, and Jiao Mu looked stiff. They were shocked with concealed gleams of fear. Wu-Lai, who had remained at second sky of incipient god realm for so many years, had been struck, and he had to step back to steady his body. And Yin, the one who had just entered incipient god realm, didn't have to step back. He was as solid as a 10,000 years old rock. From only this event, did this prove that Yin was stronger than Wu-Lai. Everybody was astonished. They looked at the lid of the box to see if he had opened it yet. They looked disappointed as the lid of the box didn't even move. The designated person that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had mentioned couldn't open it. This made the others more curious. I could feel my master's aura. At the same time, Yin heard the ring spirit's voice in his head. The ring spirit had woken after a long time of staying silent. The aura inside the box had wakened it up. Yin furrowed his brows. He held the jade box and asked, "Please arrange me a secret chamber. Follow me." Sha Zhao was the first one to react to his request, while the others were still baffled. Yin immediately walked after him. Chapter 1239, One Finger. Chapter 1239, One Finger, _. It was an ordinary stone chamber. "Don't let anyone disturb me," Yin told Sha Zhao. Sha Zhao nodded and left the room without a question. Among the group of Wu Feng, Mo Fo, and the Jiao brothers, Sha Zhao was the first one who had a conflict with Yin. When they had just arrived at Desolate, they had fought some deadly battles. Sha Zhao used to hate Yin a lot. At that time, he always wanted to kill Yin. After a series of incidents, they had to join hands to resist against the God Clan. When Sha Zhao had been in trouble several times, Yin didn't care about their grudge to save him. Gradually, he had changed Sha Zhao's attitude towards him. When Yin and Audrey had different opinions, Sha Zhao was the first one who decided to follow Yin. The friendship between Sha Zhao and Yin had evolved from hatred. Thus, it was deeper than the relationships between Yin and Wu Feng and Mo Fo. Sha Zhao had changed his mind not only because of Yin's identity. Sha Zhao left the room and then stood indifferently on the stone corridor, his face dark and glum. He could see that Wu-Lai and Jiao Mu were discontented because the bloodthirsty force didn't send an expert to the meeting. They were truly disappointed, though. Hollow Fearsome Star area wasn't in good condition now, as the God Clan was invading them slowly with their power. The influence of the Gu God sect in Hollow Fearsome Star area was reduced. As time ticked by, many smaller forces in the star area had started favoring the God Clan. If the Gu God sect couldn't show their power and competence that was enough to counter the God Clan, more and more forces in their star area would have fallen into the God Clan's embrace. The situations of the Wu family and the Jiao family weren't very different. Sha Zhao was also anxious. He didn't care about the threat in his star area, so he came to Tsunami Star discreetly. He understood that if they couldn't gather a force that could overturn the situation, the Gu God sect's position in Hollow Fearsome Star area was going to be shaken hard. A gold-armored toxic bug buzzed and appeared in front of Sha Zhao. It silently changed and projected the face of the Gu God sect's great elder Mu Wei. He looked at Sha Zhao and said darkly, "Did you find anything?" Sha Zhao looked at Mu Wei's projection from the insect and frowned. "Nothing. Our Gu God sect situation isn't good. We need reinforcements. You're the designated future sect master. I hope you will strive for the Gu God sect." Mu Wei's face disappeared. The gold armor toxic bug buzzed and disappeared. Sha Zhao wore a dark and glum face. He stood by the door of the stone chamber without talking. After a while, he snorted. Mu Wei was the great elder of the Gu God sect, who he couldn't get along well. He had killed Mu Wei's disciple, the one who had the hope to replace him to be the new star of the Gu God sect. Because of this, there was always a barrier between Mu Wei and Sha Zhao. However, When they decided to help Agate Star area, Mu Wei was so supportive. He looked even more hurried than Sha Zhao. The sect master was also surprised as he couldn't explain why Mu Wei was so enthusiastic about giving reinforcement to Agate Star area, since he had always opposed Sha Zhao's ideas. Sha Zhao knew something was strange here. Mu Wei was the great elder of the Gu God sect, but he was based year-round in the underworld area in the west of Hollow Fearsome Star area. The underworld was a peculiarly cold area in Hollow Fearsome Star area that even the sect master didn't know what hid in there. Mu Wei used to cultivate for more than 100 years in the underworld. After he had reached incipient God realm and become an elder, he had proactively asked to base in the west area. That far west area was the most desolate area in the entire Hollow Fearsome Star area. All the other elders were afraid of that tough land, and only he had asked to stay there. The Gu God sect's master didn't have a clue. Since then, he had paid attention to that elder. Gale, who had a good relationship with Sha Zhao, was assigned to watch over this. Gale had seized the chance when Mu Wei returned to the headquarters to visit the underworld glacial valley. He had discovered a terrifying thing. Deep in the bitter cold underworld inside a glacier, he saw another Mu Wei. Gale reported this to the sect master. However, the sect master had concealed this and forbidden Gale to tell anyone else. However, as Gale thought that Sha Zhao was going to step on a glorious peak and become the next sect master since he had survived the ancient continent, Gale bet everything on the young man. He had told him this secret. Mu Wei here and the Mu Wei in the glacier in the underworld glacial valley. Who is the real one? Who is the other one? Sha Zhao mumbled to himself, his eyes dark and inexplicable. The stone chamber. The blood vein ring flew out, glowing in a blood-red halo. It had dyed the entire room crimson. All of a sudden, it released a brutal aura. "My master's aura diffuses from that box," said the ring spirit. After the ring spirit had collected its full memory, it didn't become closer to Shi Yan. Quite the contrary, it was quite distant to him. After its memory was complete, it had a powerful consciousness, and thus, it concealed a lot of things from Shi Yan. Many times when Shi Yan was in trouble, he had asked the ring spirit to explain his doubt, and it didn't answer. The ring spirit seemed to be sealed as it didn't release a single beam of aura. This time, when he touched the box that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had delivered, the dormant ring spirit talked to him. Bloodthirsty's aura. Shi Yan was shaken hard. His hand holding the jade box quivered in thrill and curiosity. Bloodthirsty was the master of the Cortege of 8 and also the owner of the blood vein ring. 10,000 years ago, he was almost invincible in this universe. His appearance had directly restructured the Sea of Stars and changed the rule of the 4 great creatures, taking turns to control the world. He had made the experts of those forces betray their own kind to follow him. The 8 great inheritances imparted by Bloodthirsty had discolored the cosmos. He was the main character of the modern time and the one who was worth the title of the first expert of the world. That year, it cost the lives of countless experts of the God Clan who had joined hands with many supernatural experts and demons in the entire Sea of Stars to destroy him. The rumors of that brute had been told in every strong force. It was truly a powerful force worthy of people talking about in this Sea of Stars. His name had freaked people out. Many old experts and monsters couldn't relax because of him. It had been many years, but the God Clan's Elder Committee still had to have regular meetings because of this name. He was the real overlord of the Sea of Stars. Holding the jade box, Shi Yan's arm shivered. He took a deep breath to calm down and asked how to open it. "I'll do that," answered the ring spirit. The bright blood light emitted from the ring and then condensed into a massive bloody hand, which had only 3 fingers. It didn't look like it was from any humanoid race, but some monster. The blood hand grabbed the lid and waited for a few seconds. Crack! The lid was lifted up. Boom! The deadly, brutal energy rocketed like a massive blood sea, flooding everywhere. In that short moment, the thick, murderous aura had created an enormous phantom of a demogorgon right above the mansion. All the experts on Tsunami Star had a strong vibe in their souls. Many incipient God realm experts became restlessly anxious. This fear was gone for years, and now it had just come back. From a far distance, they looked at Black Iron City. Their eyes were baffled, and they also grimaced. Inside the mansion, Mu Wei, Wu Lai, Jiao Mu, Bai Feng, and Sanji were shivering. They were scared out of their wits as they were watching the blood phantom in the sky. Inside the stone chamber, Shi Yan's face reddened as if he had many mountains pressing down on his back. He couldn't stand such force as he kneeled down on one knee. Boom! 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 The ground of this chamber exploded. Because of Shi Yan kneeling down, the entire mansion had to endure an earthquake. Many buildings and pavilions collapsed. His crimson eyes gazed at the thing inside the box, his face so shocked. It was a finger, a peculiar long finger. It was as long as a whole human arm and as big as a child's arm. This finger was dark blue with many exquisite and complex, archaic patterns that were exactly the same as the patterns on the blood vein ring. There was a ring mark on a section of the finger, which was obviously created by wearing a ring for a long time. This dark blue finger looked as if it was molded out of iron or steel. The finger emitted a brutal, earth-shaking aura. Looking at the finger, Shi Yan felt like he was watching an unceasing current of blood that could swarm and knock his soul altar down. He couldn't even gather his thoughts to resist. The blood light flashed once again as the blood vein ring flew over and slid itself onto the finger. At that moment, the finger seemed to revive. The incredible energy was released with the auras of 8 different powers Upanishads, including soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi. The ring mark on that dark blue finger was now covered by the blood vein ring as if it was always there and had never left. Waves of terrifying energy grumbled and became even fiercer. This kind of energy ran directly into people's souls. The experts in Black Iron City and an entire Tsunami Star were affected. They felt like a creepy demon was watching them. Everybody was freaked out. Mu Wei, Bai Feng, and Wu Lai stayed inside the mansion. They had blood oozing out from their mouths and nostrils. They paled as they had to bear an incredible pressure. Shi Yan was kneeling on one knee, one hand holding the jade box. Blood trickled from his mouth. He found that the connection between him and the ring spirit was cut off as soon as it slid on that finger. He was so terrified. Pondering for seconds, he closed the lid of the box without a bit of hesitation. An earth-shaking, murderous aura flooded his head when he touched the lid. It stormed into his soul altar and attempted to take the black hole there to the lid of the box. It terrified him furthermore. Shi Yan gathered his spirit, soul, and chi, making a hand to grab the black hole and pull it back. His other hand, holding the jade box, released it. When he didn't contact the box directly, the energy that had invaded his soul disappeared. At that moment, the earth-shaking murderous aura above Black Iron City vanished into thin air. Wu Lai, Mu Wei, and the others weren't put under pressure anymore. With a pale face, they sat cross-legged on the ground and hurried to use the pellets to treat their soul altar. Although they grimaced, they didn't hurry to ask Shi Yan what had just happened. The stone chamber was now a ruin of rock. Shi Yan looked at the jade box on a pile of rock, his complexion changing. The ring spirit left his finger and slid itself on that dark blue finger. It had cut off the connection with him, too. A series of actions happened too fast he couldn't react. Looking at the jade box, Shi Yan felt cold inwardly. He observed the jade box and kept silent for a long time. In the end, he waved his hand to put the box into his fantasy sky ring. Chapter 1240, Puzzled. Chapter 1240, Puzzled, _ 2 people were watching the street on a tower of hundreds of meters tall at a corner of Black Iron City. Not far from them was that mansion where the earth-shaking murderous aura had just soared up. "Teacher," Cecilia cried, her charming face pale. "What is that phantom of Demogorgon?" She had just found the mansion where Sha Zhao and the others were staying, so she stood on this tower to watch with her teacher, Lena. While she was thinking to get there, the terrifying aura had shot up into the sky. It had covered the entire city and astounded people. As she stood near there, without her teacher's help, her soul was going to collapse under such pressure. Then, Cecilia was standing on the high tower to watch that mansion from a distance. She was aghast. Within 100 miles around that mansion, there were bodies of hundreds of thousands of dead warriors scattered. They died in strange positions. Some were buying things while others were having fun. They remained at their positions, but their soul altars were all broken. They didn't have a bit of vitality in their bodies. The warriors under ethereal god realm died everywhere, inside and outside that mansion. It's his aura. Lena was frightened. Her face grimaced. He had fallen for so many years. Why do we see his aura today? It's the master of the bloodthirsty force? Asked Cecilia. It must be him. Lena contemplated for a while, and then said, when this man swaggered around the universe, I was still very young. My realm at that time wasn't as high as yours now. But my teacher used to join that battle. She had joined hands with the God clan to attack that man. After that battle, she came back, and not long afterward, her soul vanished after a period of being corroded by his power. Before she died, she told me that before that man was killed, his body had fragmented. Countless pieces of his body had disappeared into space slits. It has been so many years, and the God clan hasn't given up on the mission of finding those pieces of his body. But they got nothing. Lena paused for seconds and watched the mansion down there. The aura we'd seen should be from the fragments of his body. Cecilia discolored in fright. Only a piece of his body, and it could shatter the soul altars of the warriors at ethereal god realm. It's true. Lena looked as if she was still scared. I have never seen him before. My teacher had cooperated with the leading expert from the major star areas to fight him. During that battle, they had smashed several star areas. The shockwaves from their battle reached a far distance and killed many warriors around. A piece of his body had such terrifying power. Cecilia was aghast. Teacher, it's just half a step and you can enter immortal realm. That man, what realm does he have at that time? How could he be so intimidating like that? Cecilia managed to ask after a long time. Lena gave her a forced smile. My teacher was in immortal realm at that year. That's why she was qualified to join the operation of killing him. However, my teacher was attacked by his corroding power. After that battle, she had done many things to get rid of it. She failed. Eventually, her soul altar rotted to death. You can tell how strong he was? What realm were you at? Asked Cecilia. You shouldn't ask much. The more you know, the more pressure you will bear. It will be a detriment to your realm's advancement. Lena sighed. Wait until I can break that barrier to enter the immortal realm. Then, I will be able to know how strong he was. Brock office of a Chamber of Commerce in Black Iron City. Ty Dunn had sweat beaded on his forehead. He looked in the direction of that mansion and talked to a man standing in front of him. Elder Spark, you could sense that aura. You don't need me to say more, right? Ty Dunn put away a brocade box carefully. He looked delighted. That brocade box kept the item that Feng Ju had promised him. It could help him break through to second sky of incipient god realm. Spark was like an iceberg. He nodded and said no more. He looked at the massive mirror in the center of the secret chamber and then disappeared after a flash. Ty Dunn waited for a long time before activating the mirror. He then reported, President, sir, Black Iron City is in trouble. The jade box we delivered was opened. Shi Yin got to the surface through a stone corridor. He looked really disheveled. Sha Zhao had blood on his chest as he looked at Shi Yin with feeble eyes. He reluctantly got a hold of himself and said huskily, You got out eventually. Mu Wei, Bai Yifeng, Wu Lai, Jiao Mu, Sanji, Wu Feng, Mo Fo, and Sanji were standing there too. The juniors all looked tired and wounded. I think we should hurry to go to Black Iron City, shouted Wu Lai. Shi Yin glanced at him. When you opened the jade box, hundreds of thousands of people died in this city. I'm afraid that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was planning to take revenge, Bai Yifeng explained. Shi Yin frowned, but he said nothing. He came to Tsunami Star this time because Frederick had asked Shang Xin to do that. The bloodthirsty force had some plan to send him here. However, Yin wasn't so sure if the purpose of that chief of one force of the bloodthirsty force was for him to visit this place. However, Yin was shocked when he heard that hundreds of thousands of warriors had to die because he had opened the jade box. He felt so wrong. And now, the blood vein ring was worn on that finger, so he didn't dare to touch the jade box anymore. He couldn't have any method to know more secrets from the ring spirit. For the time being, he felt so puzzled about the future. Black Iron City isn't the place we discuss a big business. We're here just to wait for you. The people from Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall are in Cold Iron City. We should go there, suggested Mu Wei, his eyes having a dim halo. Thousand Fantasy Sect? Broken Hall? Cold Iron City? Yin was puzzled. Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall are the two extremely powerful forces in this universe. In fact, the league to resist the God Clan between our star areas is led by these two forces. Anyway, the warriors of Thousand Fantasy Sect and Broken Hall were killed too early on Desolate. They couldn't contact you there. Since they didn't join the operation in Agate Star area, the God Clan didn't attack them. Before we came here, we have invited Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall to unite with us to counter the God Clan. Mu explained simply. However, they wanted to meet the person in authority of the Bloodthirsty Force. They wanted to discuss with you guys to see what we should do. Thousand Fantasy Sect and Broken Hall are intimidating. Besides the God Clan and the four great creatures, they're the strongest forces in the Sea of Stars. If we get their support, we can dissolve the God Clan's threat. Intervened by Yi Feng. As you created such a terrifying commotion in this Black Iron City, I'm sure we can't stay here anymore. What do you think? Sha Zhao looked at Mu Wei, his eyes sinister. He always thought that Mu Wei was having some conspiracy, and Bai Yifeng didn't sound right either. Sha Zhao and Mo Fo used to discuss a lot before this meeting. Sha Zhao knew that Bai Yifeng didn't appreciate Mo Fo. He thought that Mo Fo was just a playboy and that he wasn't eligible to inherit Black Wind's legacy. However, Bai Yifeng had supported Mo Fo wholeheartedly in the Agate Star area's operation. He had even tried to contact a strong force to help them. Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng were somehow similar. They cared about this union a lot, and they were the most active people when going to Tsunami Star for the summit meeting. There wasn't so much to say. If the meeting in Tsunami Star could be successful, it was because of Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng for their efforts in planning and contacting the Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall. When Sha Zhao noticed that Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng had each other's back as they wanted to take Yin to Cold Iron City, he had a feeling that these two had already discussed with each other beforehand, so they had understood each other tacitly. They treated Yin with ambiguity, indeed. Sha Zhao eyed Yin. Yin was indifferent, as if he was having something in his mind, whether he should follow Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng's suggestion or not. When he was still hesitant, a flaming meteor shot over. A freezing aura diffused like a thick mist. Shortly after, it chilled people's soul and frosted them. Swoosh! A shadow appeared in the mansion. It was Spark of the God Clan's Elder Committee. He shot a look at Mu Wei, Bai Yifeng, Jiao Mu, Sanji, and Wu Lai, talking with squinting eyes. You guys should capture this kid and hand me the J-Box. I, Spark, ensure that our battleships will leave your star areas immediately. We won't attack you anymore. His dark eyes emitted cold lights, as if they could actually turn into billions of cold threads, covering the entire mansion. People under his gaze felt their blood slowly stop moving in their veins, and their soul altars stopped spinning. Gradually, they felt dispirited, as if they were losing power and becoming ordinary people. Yin experienced this much deeper than the others. As Spark was gazing at him, many cold threads appeared in his sea of consciousness. They moved and screamed ear-piercingly as if they had their own consciousness. They swaggered everywhere in his sea of consciousness like shuttles that froze his soul consciousness. A beam of power Upanishad with the consciousness of a living being was the sign of reaching immortal realm. Although Spark wasn't a real immortal realm expert, he had at least found some powerful abilities of this realm. The cold threads were still screaming and winding his sea of consciousness. Slowly, his consciousness was frozen together with his thoughts. Your god clan has carried out massacres in our hollow, fearsome star area, and now you talk like nothing has happened. It's not that easy, Mu Wei shouted. If you were at a mortal realm, of course, you could do anything you want today. But too bad, you've just taken a step in there. You still need a bit more to officially enter immortal realm. Right? I also want to see if you can act haughty in front of us. Laughed by Yifeng. Sha Zhao became more puzzled. Under Spark's threat, Mu Wei and Bai Yifeng were the first ones who reacted, which had surprised Sha Zhao a lot. Heavenly soul, eating goo. Mu Wei sneered, his body shaking. Countless goo insects emerged from his body like clouds. Those goo insects were so peculiar. They screeched, and their twittering was ear-piercing as they were fiercely swarming toward Spark. Bai Yifeng looked focused. The sky above his head immediately had billions of lightning bolts that were grumblingly thundering in the sky. They had shaken the entire Black Iron City. Countless bolts of lightning cast a downpour on Spark like a flood current, as if they attempted to kill Spark in one strike. At the same time, Shi Yin summoned his co-soul. A soul made of flames emerged in his sea of consciousness. Billions of flames like fireflies burned his sea of consciousness quickly. His frozen consciousness was restored.